Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think his name is Dig Thug. I'm gonna wait on him, and because I'm trying to watch the basketball game, y'all, and y'all killing me, man, with these long essays, man. Y'all type in the comment section, man. I'm old, and I have to squint, man. Have to squint to read the whole thing. Y'all writing blocks of text and shit. And it's like, God, man. Let's see. Let me see. My channel. Let's see if we are broadcasting. It looks as we are. We pull him up. All right, here we go. You know what? I wish they would, man. Why do they do? They spend all this time typing and typing and typing and typing. Let me. Okay, see if he'll show up. His name is Dig Thug, I think it is. And they, people that disagree and they want to make the point, is they're respectful. I said, well, instead of typing and typing and typing, come on and state your case. Because, like I said, my eyes are old, man, and they want to, you make a short reply and then they give you a longer, then they type, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, man, and it's like, sheesh. And you answer their question and type 3 or 4 more paragraphs and say, let's it's hard to have a debate in a comment section, man. It really, really is. If a Dig Thug is out there, man, if Dig Thug is out there, man, I would like him to come on. I open it, because I'm trying to halfway watch the my Lakers. Been a Laker fan for like 40 years, man. So I'm trying to halfway watch my Lakers, but I'm getting so many comments. I figure, you know, I'm going through all these comments, and I didn't expect this to be a hot video. I'm actually surprised because I wasn't going to even put the video out. Yeah, I know Dig Dug. Yeah, a long time ago. In fact, I think that's his icon, Dig Dug. That's his screen name. I'm looking for him. I actually posted. What I'm saying is, why do people? I don't understand. How come people are so passionate when they're typing? And I said, okay, why don't you just come on and hang out and state your case so we can have a discussion back and forth? It's not like I'm beating up on people. Do I beat up on people? Hey, what's up? One more time. Yeah, in about 3 or 4 minutes, man, I'll post the link in the comments in the section so you guys can jump on and you guys can actually say. But there's a couple people that really, we're really on Sergeant Willie Pete's side, and they're subscribing to what he says. And I understand his passion about building, because there's a lot of people in the conscious community that talk about building and fuck the women, fuck what the women think. It doesn't matter what them bad about them. You got to build anyway. And I said that is so childlike. You have to, you cannot build with children. You cannot build with children. You just simply can't, because it doesn't matter if the women aren't on board. All you're going to do is you might have a good community for one generation, and the women are going to teach the children something else, and it's going to be fucked up the next generation. A lot of time, in the 70s and 80s, man, you'd have parents that would, actually build something and build up a business or something like that. And when the kids grow up, man, they just let it go to seed. So they spent 40 years building a business, and then the kids don't want to do it because they haven't been trained. And guess what happens to your legacy? They sell it off for nothing, and they spend it off, and the next generation doesn't have any money. That's what happens. Hey, Ifion, I think it's Ifion. Is it Ifion? And Ronan Martin. What I'm saying is, it's not even terrorists. If you don't build with people that don't, that aren't interested in building with what you have, if I'll give you an example. I was just thinking about this. We talked about building regardless. If Sergeant Willie Pete was truly a hardcore black nationalist builder, I mean hardcore, then what the woman looked like would be irrelevant. He wouldn't be looking for that 8 or 9, that hot chick with the fat ass and big titties. He'd be looking at a solid woman that's educated, that is on his level, that's willing to build. They are out there. But Sergeant Willie Pete sometimes is full of shit. If you're 35 years old and you ain't fucking married and you ain't got kids, man, you're not trying to build shit. No, you should. If you were that kind of guy, you should have found that chick when you were in college or shortly thereafter. Or you get with, there's plenty of chicks that are fives that nobody looks at, that are perfectly willing to get on your agenda and build with you. You look at what's his name? He just got in HUD. What's his name that ran for president? You look at his wife. His wife is no Raven Beauty. His wife is no Raven Beauty. If you look at the Royals, man. I mean, if you get a cute chick, you get a cute chick. But the thing is about your legacy, regardless of what the woman looks like. Hey, SBI, what's going on, man? Where you at? I know you're on the road, aren't you? But I'm saying is this old school game, man. If you look at every place else in the world, man, every place else in the world, in the other than say these liberal countries, and they don't, the Chinese, the Japanese, Koreans, they don't tolerate that shit. If the woman's not on the agenda, you know what? She's not the wife for you. You go find somebody else. They don't tolerate it for 2 seconds. They don't beg their women to follow their agenda. If she's not with it, you ain't with it. They go look someplace else. And all the old guys will tell you that, the men that I grew up, because I'm an old guy, and the men that I grew up with, man, they don't tolerate that shit. Even if the wife fussed, she could be, because I've seen a lot of guys who are married to fussing women. They would fuss. I mean, they would fuss up a storm, but she's constantly doing what he told her to do. They would fuss, and women have mistaken that. Okay, like my grandson, when we're sitting down doing homework, I'm sitting down doing his homework for an hour. He's 4, and I'm doing homework with him for an hour, which most black women say that's excessive. But a lot of times he wants to talk, right? He's talking, and I always tell him, I say, I don't mind you talking as long as your hands are moving. Same thing with a woman. Any woman I ever been with, they might fuss, but at the end of the day, they do whatever the fuck that I told them to do. And I don't say shit. As long as they doing what the fuck I tell them, I don't give a shit what you're talking about. As long as I tell you doing what I told you to do. Now, if you're fussing about something that according to my agenda, I'll listen to you. But at some point in time, that shit needs to cut off. Okay? Okay, you stated your case. Now go sit your ass down. Go do what you're supposed to do. But these women nowadays, oh, I need to, if I don't have this and you haven't built that, then I don't get. No, get the fuck out of here. If you're not willing to help me build, go someplace. Why should I get a career where I'm making $150,000? I have a big old house, and I'm just supposed to move you in, so for you to shut the fuck up. No, get out of here. You should have been with the program. You should be with the program when I get out of even the white people, white women, conservative white women says, guess what? Get with your husband right out of college, and you guys build your empire together. He's leading you, he's doing shit, and you're helping him. White women used to basically send their husband to college. If he wanted to be a professional and college was inexpensive, she gets a smart guy that has some kind of ability, and she would work her fingers to the bone to send him to college so she could sit on her ass for the next 25, 30 years. Women don't do that shit no more. So that seems that you need to get your shit together before we get married. That's ludicrous. That's bullshit. I don't need you. If I have to get my shit together on my own, then why do I need you? Let's see. Okay. All right, folks. There it is. There it is. But that's the part where I agree. I don't agree with. Okay. You know. You know what? Maybe I'm harsh, man. I'm harsh. Man, I've come to the old school. I don't even beg for pussy. If I have to beg you for some pussy, I don't want to talk to you. That's why I came. My mother told me that. My mother always told me ever since I could understand when I was 10 years old, do not pick from women, or you always pick from the group of women that want you. If a woman doesn't want you, she's not part of that group. So if you want a dime, you pick. If there's not a dime in your group, you go down to a 9. If there's not a 9 in your group, you go down to an 8. Because the last thing you want is a woman that didn't pick you. And I've tested every woman I've been in a relationship, I've tested them all. They had to prove why they were with me. Because I'm investing in them. Anybody that's jump on, all you got to do is speak, man. And you can jump in.
Hey, BGS.
Hey, who's this? Oh, who's this?
This is Al from Mississippi.
Okay. What you want to say,
Hey,
bro?
I listened to the last drop that you had, and I tried getting my little sister actually to listen to it, and it was kind of funny. As soon as I played it and got to some of the heated parts, she just tuned you out. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing her make those decisions, about the hot guy versus the guy with the good job, or the guy, that she considers a cornball.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
And,
Yeah. She didn't tune me out, man. She heard it. Trust and believe. She heard it. She heard it.
it was too
I
too
got I
too
got
funny.
I got 2 daughters, man. She heard it. She heard it. She don't want to acknowledge it, but she heard it.
Uh, she's dated, 3, 4, 5 guys that are pretty much the lawyer type, or
Mm-hmm.
in engineering, or in law
Mm-hmm.
enforcement,
Uh-huh.
making decent money, for the
Yeah.
area,
Yeah.
mid 60s to
Yeah.
90s.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know, oh, he's this, he's that, and I'm like, you realize that, you're aging out, and these opportunities aren't going to present themselves forever.
Okay, that's why, I was just arguing with Crystal and Karas, and he's talking about how you need to be, how you need to approach women. Okay, how you need to be soft, right? All that stuff. And I tell her there's a difference between masculine and feminine energy. I said that's how come you have male and female. She said, I need to talk to women nice and understand and rub their hand. I said, no, I'm a man. Okay.
That don't work no way anyway.
No, I know it doesn't work because I got daughters. I know it doesn't fucking work. It didn't work because I can almost tell you her father wasn't that way with her. you know, he's old. I could tell he's old school. So that being polite, she's talking about I understand masculinity. I said bullshit. You don't even understand yourself. I said if I wanted to tell her if you understood masculinity, you wouldn't have problem with men.
Well, down here in the South, what you see is a lot of lopsided relationships. You see guys that are 2, 3 levels, at least in the looks department, better looking than the woman,
Mm-hmm.
And I think tonight actually it was kind of funny. Went to a store for big girls
Mm-hmm.
and was with my sister, and dark skinned young lady, light skinned young lady, light skinned young lady with her husband because she got the
Mm-hmm.
ring on the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them, I guess size 19 plus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good grief. Yeah, I know. I see that a lot, man. I see that a lot.
Okay, the guy, he was fit, 30-inch waist, maybe
Mm-hmm.
32.
Yeah.
Handsome fella.
Yeah.
Wife was pretty, but she was, 19
Big.
plus.
Yeah. She's
You
paying for
know,
it. Yeah, it's all right. If you want the good looking guy, I have no problem with it. If the guy is 2 levels above you and that's what you want, you pay for him. I got no problem with that.
that's
Except
heavy
what you
down here. I mean, I go out. That's
it's
all. That's
well, how is it? Where is a girl that is a size 19 plus gonna find a good looking fit dude unless she's coming out of pocket? That's the secret that's the hidden secret that women don't want to admit to because they want to say they're all that. We say, well, women don't pay. I say bullshit. I know they pay. I know they pay because when I was young, I was constantly offered money by bigger women, so I know they pay. Because
no.
there's no good looking guy that's good looking and fit's gonna pick a bigger girl. He wants something good on his arm, unless she's compensating him. Same thing with on the other end. If a guy's two or three levels below that woman, he's got to compensate her. It's got to balance out.
Here it's epidemic down here because we're already plus size state, but it's
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Because it's easier for them to pay him than it is for them to work on themselves. Working on yourself takes inner and outer work, and a lot of women do not want to work on themselves. They're lazy. All right, we got somebody. Got the speaker on or something? We got YouTube on. Turn YouTube off. Turn YouTube off. One more. Turn YouTube off because we're getting feedback. We're getting bad feedback.
One thing to note is if you go into the sound settings on most Windows computers, you can there's a setting that you can cut on and advanced settings that stop the feedback altogether.
But he's got YouTube on. Dude, I'm gonna have to eject you, man, if you can't fix that. So in other words, I think he's got YouTube playing in the background. You got to turn to YouTube. You got to pause your YouTube feed because otherwise it's going to come through as an echo. But you can try it again. Go ahead and try it. Oh, he's gone.
So one of the things that you had mentioned on the last drop was picking women, women picking you, or getting with a woman that is willing to have the cooperation.
Yeah. And Rom said it, man. Rom said it because the last hangout we in, he was saying it in the comment section about women following. He said, "Don't ask a woman to follow you. Either she does it or she does or she doesn't. If you have to pay a woman to follow you, she's not following you. If you have to provide a woman with a lifestyle to constantly come out of pocket, she's an employee. She's not your woman."
Right. I know sometimes them employees are convenient.
Well, I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking if that's what you want to do. But at the end of the day, if she's your employee, what happens if you hit hard times and the money runs out?
Oh, she's gone.
She's gone because she's an employee. There's nothing wrong with having an employee if you know that's what as long as you understand that's what she is. As long as you understand, because if there's a lot of guys that have sugar babies or they got the hot young wife. That's how come I don't want a 20-year-old. I'm in my 50s. I don't want a 20-year-old woman. I don't want a 20-year-old woman. What am I going to do with her?
Well, I guess the thing that's going on with me at my age bracket, I meet the mothers that are the grandmother / with the daughter that's just outside of my dating range.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 18-year-old and the 35-year-old.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, I know. That goes on all the time. Yeah, I know. That is what it is in the South, man. In other words, basically, what's going on really is that if you think about it, the only reason that the age of majority is 18 for girls is so that girls will finish high school without being pregnant. That's the reason they do that. In fact, Gambia just did that about 3 or 4 months ago because they want the girls to finish their education. Okay, one more. Can you fix your problem, man? Mute your speakers if you can. Mute your speakers. Okay, I'm gonna have to eject him. I'm gonna give you one more chance, dude. If you want to get it, I'm gonna give you one more chance. But if not, I have to eject you because I always leave these. If it was just a regular hangout, I'd suffer through. But we got people listen to this stuff, and I don't want to hear it in the comment, in the comment sections complaining about the feedback and stuff like that. I try to get everybody, but continue, man. If anybody else want to jump in, because I see you guys on.
Hey, BGS.
Yes.
All right. Hey,
You got it. You got it straight. Where's all that feedback coming from, man?
It's not me.
It's one more, man.
Okay. But yeah. It's Al from Philly.
Yeah.
You were talking about earlier that you were testing women to see like if they were genuine or not, And I'm Haitian. I'm 25. And I'm thinking about I listened to some of your videos, and you were talking about you should go out of the country, if you want to find a genuine woman or whatnot.
I'm saying if you can't find one in the United States, because this is an argument that black women always put up, that we have to deal with them. We have to deal with them. If you cannot find a cooperative woman in the United States, it's better to go out. It's better to bring one in that's going to cooperate.
Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to ask how do you test women? Because I was thinking, what if I found a woman in Haiti, but I don't know, she just wanted to, deal with me because she wanted to come over to the United States or something like that. You know what I mean?
If she wants to build with you, she wants to come to the United States and she's willing to get with the program, and she's going to be honorable, and she's going to be faithful and all that other stuff. It's fine.
Okay.
If it depends on what you look at. If you want somebody that truly loves you, then that's another story. That's nebulous, and it's kind of hard to prove one way or the other.
Right.
You have to be savvy enough to kind of flush that out. But the thing is that I would say before you make any kind of commitment to a woman, man, take 6 months. Don't just rush into it with saying I'm going to do this or that. It takes at least 6 months. Like I said, it takes at least 6 months for her representative to kind of relax so you can see the real her. And sometimes, just like women shit test, you guys shit test them. Put them in. You put them in situations that are a little bit stressful. See how she reacts.
Okay.
In other words, you just like anything else, you have to road test your woman so that the real her can come out. And what I used to do, man, especially when I was younger, man, I'd give her my basically my deal breakers, because that was automatic ejection. But everything else I was kind of open about, because I wanted to see exactly who I was getting. So I wouldn't complain a lot about what she did or what she didn't do or anything like that. I wanted to see what kind of character she had. Whether because what you really want is a woman that's going to be like that, the way you expect her, whether you're with her or not. Because a lot of women can put on a mask when they're with you, but you want to see what kind of woman. In other words, if you got to work 12, 14 hours, you want a woman that's going to be faithful to you no matter what, and that's character, and and character has to be tested. Because anybody can say shit to you. Anybody can let you bang her back out. But the thing is, does that woman have character?
Right.
And that's what you want. If you want a wife, if you just want a girlfriend, it doesn't really matter. If you want a wife that's going up to the next level, that you have to build with, because it's because basically she's a business partner. You don't want no janky business partner, and then there's kiting the money on the other end. Or one that's spending all your money. It's like the billionaire Mariah Carey. Got with Mariah Carey, she starts building some, spending money. No, sweetie. I can't marry you like this. You don't have control. He booted her, man. He's a billionaire. He could afford it. He booted her ass, man, because she wouldn't follow the agenda. And regardless of whether you make $10 an hour or you make $100 million. That chick has to follow your agenda. If she doesn't, man, you need to boot her. Because that dude, because if she's gonna sleep with Dirty Dick Rodney for nothing, she has no right to come over and say you have to do this for me. Bullshit. This is the agenda. This is what I'm offering. Basically, take it or leave it. And you have to be man enough to let her walk. That's a real man. And a real man will let her walk. A real man is going to let her walk. I've let my fiance. I love the shit out of my fiance. I mean, the shit out of her. I literally cried when I had to give her up. But she hit a deal breaker. You have to go.
Okay.
You hit a deal breaker. You didn't believe it. You got to go. And I loved you. And I loved her dirty draws. I mean, I did. But you have to go.
No.
Okay, one more. You want to say something? You were trying to get on.
All right. Thanks for the wise words.
I mean, you can stay on. You can stay on, man. It's okay.
All right.
Is that one more that asked? Okay.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
In this age of Donald Trump and the loss of the government daddy, a lot of women are going to come back on the market, I believe. And are they going to be worth the squeeze? Or is the attitude going to be too sour by just life that it'd be better just to leave them alone?
Nah, they're not going to be worth it.
They're not worth it. But the thing is that they're not going to have a choice. And they might have to take some seasoning. Because the thing is, what you want is them to be humble. I mean, those are probably the women you would have picked, except for they weren't humble.
Yeah, but these women are so delusional, man. It's like humility is beyond their scope at this time.
A hungry belly man hungry male belly will eliminate a whole lot of delusion, a whole lot of hurry. If you're out there on that street, when I was a few years ago, right? I'm an old dude, and it was like I was getting off of work. I mean, it's like 2 in the morning, right? And everybody, I think there's a Jack in the Box all over the country, but I was going through Jack in the Box because I was hungry, right? And this chick, I thought she was begging for money, but she wasn't. She says, "You know what?" She said, "If you take me home, I'll be real quiet. I'll lay in the corner like a little cat. You won't even know I'm there. I just don't want to get out of this cold."
The only homeless women you ever see are crazy ones.
Not always, man. Not always. I mean,
even some of the crazy ones get picked up if they're cute enough.
Not always, man. There's a lot because a lot of brothers. There's a lot of chicks that fall through the cracks, man, because because the guys don't have any place to stay. So if you don't have enough guys and with some place to stay, what is going to happen to the women? There'd be a whole lot of women on the street if it wasn't for the government.
Yeah, that's true.
A whole lot of women on the street if it wasn't for the government.
Well, BGS, I like to forecast a little bit, at least like 10 years, and like I look at a lot of these bras like on Tumblr and Facebook and stuff like that, and it's like they are crazy. They're like mad delusional. They think somebody's supposed to love. You say like your fiance love their dirty draws without changing any of their character.
Yeah, that's on Tumblr. That's on Tumblr.
Yeah, yeah, but I see it a lot in in real life too, because I work for an all black like school, and so you see a lot of females in there too, and it's like they act the same way. And these are females that are 30 something in their late 20s, but then you go and you talk to the ones that are online who are in their early 20s, maybe not even 20 yet, and they act the same way. It's like they have this same delusional attitude across the spectrum.
Yeah, of course they do, until reality hits them. And, when if in other words, they say a whole lot of stuff. They say a whole lot of stuff. The thing is not what they say, is what do they do?
Right. Right now, I think it's like they high off that black girl magic, and so
they high off that black girl magic because they still stay in their daddy's house.
Yeah,
your daddy's paying their car note. What happens when that runs out? What happens?
Yeah,
they
probably gonna hit Backpage.
Oh.
They'll hit Backpage, or until the market is flooded.
$40 is amazing in the South.
But I like the idea. A couple brothers said so a while back. It's like not even trying to deal with these westernized conditioned females, because like you have to do a lot of deprogramming, deprogramming in order to get them on your program.
Yeah, well, the thing is, trying to fight against the environment is very, very difficult.
Exactly.
Very, very, very difficult to fight against the environment. That's how come I knew things would change once Trump came in, because the environment would change. He's not even in yet, and the environment is changing.
So do you think the younger the better when it comes to the whole programming thing? Since
because you work, if you ever looked at my esoteric material about the SMV of women, the younger the better, because the material is fresh, just like anything else. I mean, this stuff all relates. Do you get especially nowadays, man, with chicks, with chicks rotating partners so often. So in other words, if you get I think most chicks, average at least 4 or 5 partners a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a conservative estimate. It's plus or minus either way. But they rotate partners like every 90 days or every 4 months, 3 or 4 months.
Cuffing season.
I mean, but a lot of times they're juggling partners too. And then,
I'm just saying just the regular chicks going through dating relationship. I'm not talking about the dick jugglers. I'm talking about just the regular chicks through regular relationships, and the makeup and breakup, They're going through at least 3 or 4 guys a year from the age of 16 on, right? So by the time they get 22, 23, what is it, 20, 30 partners?
Yeah,
that's a lot. And like I said, when I was in my 20s, you know what the average lifetime partner of partners for a woman was?
4?
3.
Wow.
3, because most of them were married. They got married right out of high school or shortly thereafter. They might have 1 or 2 boyfriends before they got married. But the average lifetime sexual partners for a woman back when I was in my teens and 20s was 3. Now it's probably about 30.
It might be 30 before they got out of high school. I ain't gonna lie to you.
This is conservative.
I mean, because disclosure, I live in Chicago and I work in a black high school on the South Side, right? Yeah. And a lot of these young ladies, like, they are actually worse than, I would say. Look, you have young ladies that are anywhere from, I would say, 14 to 18, and they're worse than the young ladies we're talking about who are anywhere from 20 to 30. They're worse, and like they not only juggle partners at the same time, but they switch back and forth between their orientation. Yeah, it's like, so they're out here just doing anything. Yeah, and so that's going to carry over. That's not going to be a behavior that's going to be dealt with, because a lot of times it's
Ronan says 30 partners by the time you're in 10th grade. It ain't that bad, Ronan. Come on now.
No, it's bad though. It's real
close though. It's close for some of the young ones.
You're not gonna. If women are doing that, if girls are doing that, by the time, man, they hitting their 20s, they're no good.
Well,
they can't bond to anything.
That's true.
That's like we can't even get women to bond to their children anymore.
You think about a 14-year-old who's hot in the pants that gets started. That first year, she might knock off 5 or 6. Next year,
don't tell
10.
me that, man.
Next year, 10. Next year, 10.
Don't tell me
1 a month.
Man. Don't tell me that, man. Come on.
But it's common for girls to have trains ran on them.
Oh man, come on, man.
I'm like, it's not even funny. It's like, and it's like the girls aren't going to admit to it, but you have the guys admit to it. Like, yeah, so and so over there. Yeah, me and 5 of the dudes, we hit that yesterday at so and so's house.
I was in my dorm my sophomore year, and I've seen at least 3 doors open where it was open season.
What I'm saying is, where are the mothers in all this shit?
the mothers are too busy trying to compete for men. Like the
Nah,
mothers are like,
Yeah.
it's not that. It's not
yeah.
that. It's just being willful,
Because
willful ignorant.
because
I don't even know if it's being ignorant. They want to do it.
because I'll tell you, man, with my daughters when they were coming up, as far as I know somebody has need to turn our speakers down a little bit, but we got them on. When my daughters were coming up, it was the women that would actually address this and police this stuff. The men really didn't have to. If the only time that the men policed the sexuality of a female was when she was hard headed, and she wasn't listening to them. And then the men, like my daughter, used to wear really skimpy clothes, right? And her mom had gone over and over and over with her a whole lot. So she finally came to me with it, because it was time for the man to come and bring the hammer down. And I told her, at first I got her mom, on the same page. I said, "You want me to solve this?" And she was at her wit's end. She said, "Go ahead and solve it." I said, I told my daughter, you got two choices. Either you agree to what your mom says and what you wear to school and whatnot, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to take every piece of clothing out of your closet, and I'm replacing with everything baggy, so you have no choice but to wear non-revealing clothing. Now, those are your two choices. I never had any other problem, but other than that, her mother policed that.
Okay, BGS. I had the experience teaching in the Northeast, and one of the things I would observe is the girls would come with a go bag. They would leave the house with a certain set of clothes, come to school with another set of clothes.
Yeah. My daughter did that stuff too. But she don't know that her mother was keeping track of her outfits, so she knew when something was missing. Anything skimpy, her mother knew, because her mother was fast. Okay, and her mother knew that game. Anything skimpy, she kept track of. So she would check every day for her clothes, those certain items of clothing. If they were missing, she knew it was missing, so she couldn't get away with it.
Terrible.
But half the time, their mothers don't care. You can tell when your daughter's having sex.
I mean, but a lot of times you can see the mothers don't care, because again, you're talking about women who are also unmarried and still trying to compete to find their own life partner. And so a lot of times they don't even have time to guide the daughter, and then they also might be competing with their own daughter for male attention. So instead of them trying to correct their daughter about what to wear, a lot of times they're trying to outhold their own daughter.
Well,
I had situations where there were mothers coming up to the school, and they would be trying to get the attention of other male students.
Yeah.
Right? And so, or other male staff or anything like that. So it's like you can't even talk to her to correct her daughter's behavior, because she's out here trying to still find her own way. So now you got one lost person, like giving birth to another one, leading them down the wrong path. So it's like the mother's no good either.
That's the thing I was talking about. You have to you have to find women. If the women aren't willing to correct their own community, then it's basically a waste, because all they're going to do is feed that poison to their children.
Well, one of the more common situations I see down here is with the young mothers, like the 30-year-old with the 17, 18-year-old daughter. Daughter come in the, I guess, heat or whatever you want to call it. They kick the daughter out the house, and the daughter wouldn't necessarily be a bad girl or somebody that's acting inappropriate, but the mother be so ratchet.
Because the problem with women, and the problem with single women, is that women don't have boundaries, because they're outside of the element, outside of their role. Okay, a woman is actually built to actually nurture and not discipline. Discipline and boundaries is actually a masculine thing. So it's very difficult to get a woman to take off that femininity and become masculine. Sometimes they overdo it. That's like we see when they have boys, they're physically beating their boys, because they're trying to channel that masculine energy. And I think the masculine energy is about hitting somebody.
It's even worse than that. It's like you get like seeing like mothers like curse out 5-year-old boys on the
Yeah,
way to school, and it's like
yeah,
you looking at like
Shamelessly.
you're like it's like it's a lot of times you think like maybe they're taking out the anger that they
yeah. They are.
that they had for the baby's father, but also is a lot of times they don't even know how to raise their sons, and then
They don't.
and
They
then
don't
you
because
have right.
I have that problem. I have that problem with my daughter because I got three grandsons, and I see it when the boys are interacting with their mothers. Is that boys that masculine energy comes through when they're when they're 2, 3, 4 years old. They're running all over the place. They're doing all kinds of boy things, and the women are freaking out because how come they don't sit down like girls? They're boys. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You have to channel that energy. So when I have them, they're bouncing around, but as long as they're not breaking anything
They
or
cool.
they're not bothering, they're cool. Like I remember one time my grandson, he was like he was like I think he was like a year and a half. He had just started walking, and I had to babysit him, right? And they when they babysit him, they follow him all around the house, and they constantly stuffing food in his mouth and that kind of stuff, right? When I babysit him, I sit in one spot where I can keep an eye on him, and he just walked back. He got his toys. He walked back and forth through the house and whatnot, and I just let him roam. And they said, "Well, did you have any problem with it?" I said, "No." I sat in one spot. I kept an eye on him. He roamed through the house with his little toys. He was fine. But that's a man knowing how to deal with boys. They're not going to sit down and be still. That's not their nature.
Right, because again, it's like I teach boys,
Hmm.
and it's like and it's the night. I'm not even gonna call them boys, but I teach
Young men.
half grown men, like they're anywhere from like uh 14 to 22 years old,
Yeah.
and they're not gonna sit down, and a lot of times they've had no boundaries or any type of
Right.
uh, rules placed upon them that were effective for their whole life, and so you gotta wield that masculine energy the same way.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you do it by setting up a kinesthetic environment, something that where they
Yeah.
can put their hands on and
Yeah.
they can focus their energy into. But the problem is that most of these schools are filled with female teachers,
Yeah.
and on the other side you have non-black female teachers, and so they
Yeah. It's
get
even
and you have a
worse.
bunch
Yeah.
of and you have a bunch of black boys. They getting scared, or they getting short tempered, and because they don't know how to deal with them. Um, but yeah, but dealing with boys, so it's not about being abusive or abrasive. It's about setting boundaries,
Yeah.
and letting them work within that boundaries, but then holding firm to what you set.
Exactly. And women don't have firm boundaries. They don't. Well, you
Yeah.
probably know that because you see the
Y'all
female
ain't
teachers.
about it, man.
Yeah.
Y'all not G Cole. I ain't gonna tell y'all no shit.
Excuse me. Oh, your soft your voice is very soft. We can understand what you're saying. Or maybe he was talking to somebody else. Anyway, exactly. You notice that the teachers, especially white female teachers, expect the student to sit down and pay attention on his own, like girls do. They expect him to be verbal like girls and stuff like that. And then the white teachers are afraid of male boys anyway, male black boys anyhow.
Right. But at the same time, though, I'd rather put up with the boys than the girls, because when you see the girls sit around and talk, the girls actually kick up more drama because of what they talk about. The girls instigate a lot of drama, and
Yeah,
they instigate a lot of problems
yeah.
amongst each other and amongst other guys.
Yeah, because because all children respect boundaries. All children
Mhm.
respect boundaries, and boys will test it for. Boys will look for the rules and look for the boundaries, and they'll test them to see if they're firm. Once they're firm, they won't test. But girls are constantly, putting their foot over the line, constantly. But you have to have them set. You have to have them set. That's why I think you should separate boys from the girls because, like you said, the girls are constantly called stirring up things. So once you might give a boundary set and have it firm, but then and the boys are cool with it, but the girl there's always going to be a girl that's going to test it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But that's what I've noticed in like almost every public school I've worked in, is that it's always like you have more fights amongst girls than you do amongst boys.
right.
in the schools, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, but back when I was going to school, it wasn't necessarily like that. It was more fights among the boys, you know.
Right.
But nowadays, it's more fights amongst the girls.
Because girls are taught to channel their masculinity, and they don't know how.
Mm-hmm.
And
They don't know how to be masculine. They think masculinity is talking and fighting. They don't know how to channel it. They don't know how to follow. Basically, they don't know how to follow rules.
It's funny you say that
because they expect men to enforce the rules.
Right, but the way that men enforce rules amongst each other, if you got a line, you got that ass handled, you know.
Yeah.
And so, but
you only have to do it once.
Right, maybe twice, depending on who it was. But with girls, though, it's, you know, you can't handle them the same way, and so therefore you can't have the same effect.
It's because the whole school has to have boundaries, and the thing is, you got women in there constantly changing it, but women will follow once it's set. You don't have to handle them the same way. You know, somebody's got some cum in the microphone or something like that. Somebody's got some hum in the microphone. Okay, that's What I'm saying is that the biggest change that I saw coming up as kids when they took the SWAT out of school, where a teacher couldn't handle a minor problem right then and there with a ruler and spank on the hand before it got to be the point where it explodes. And it's actually white people that actually started it, because they didn't want the teachers to put their lay hand on their precious snowflakes or their kids.
And you know, it's funny. It's funny that you would mention that, because when I did my time, you know, there actually wasn't too many internal issues in that dorm. That's, you know, in hearing about how males behave in certain environments, I can understand why there are those who say that men naturally strive for order, or set in a given environment would try to make something more static, even though it's dynamic in nature.
Right.
You know, I remember having COs telling me that they had more fights in the female dorms, in our dorms. And you know, it's you know, and this is something that can be seen in any aspect of the society. Brother BGS, I'm pretty sure that you remember that even when the gang started back on the West Coast, and especially at least what I've seen in Chicago, there is a hierarchy. You know, from the goons to the gangsters, all the way down to
the shot callers. Yeah.
Exactly. From boardroom meetings down to the projects, you know, and, you know, there's it seems men by nature try to install order.
Yeah.
You know, and it's with my niece, you know, it's night and day. You know, it's crazy for somebody such as myself who hasn't been to Haiti. I'm the most Haitian person, and I mentioned that because you know, as I've said in the last show, that even though my mother was a single mother, under no circumstance at all, whether it was inside the home or speaking to one of her girlfriends, was it something to hang your hat on.
Right.
So now, since my sister, again, you know, not following the advice that my mother had given her, now she's a single mother. As I said before, that was something that was never encouraged by my mother.
Right.
Now I say all of this because now my sister's firstborn is a girl, so you know, she has a habit of speaking to her as if it's her counterpart, her contemporary, as opposed to her subordinate.
Right.
So now, man, it Brother B, it blows my mind. I would, you know, I would hate the mornings because my sister would be so loud with her daughter, my niece, getting ready for school, and would irritate me because they're so loud.
Yeah.
And I want to clarify this, brother. My niece is maybe 5 years old now, so this was 5, 6.
Yeah.
So this is something like a few years ago, and I would get up, my door would be always closed. In the second, brother, watch him, like David Carroll would say, watch him. The second my niece would hear the door open, because I'm opening it.
Yeah.
I'll church it open, and everything would stop.
Yeah.
Everything.
That's masculine energy.
Man, brother, listen, and I'll say this one last thing. I remember reading an article in regards to elephants on the safari, and how I think is the lioness, a group of lioness called a pride. But anyways, with the female elephants,
the herd,
with the herd, there would be more issues without an alpha male figure to maintain order. And as a matter of fact, there also said, there's a higher rate of elephants going rogue without a male alpha figure.
Yeah, it's order. Yeah. That's what
well, I mean, it's like,
go ahead.
And you notice that, but also you notice that females fight against order as well.
Yeah.
That's why when you see like a lot of these females on TV, these TV pundits and things like that, they're often vying for like a flat society, a society without an hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. Where basically, basically it's because without an hierarchy, no one can tell them what to do. There's no chain of command, so they're free to do whatever they want to do.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like it's a contradictory nature, because females also want to be supported, and also they want to be cared for. And it's like you can't have a society where you just do whatever you want to do, but at the same time you're looking for somebody to take care of you and help you out and protect you, things like that.
What does that sound like? What group of people do you hear that from?
Well, I see it mostly amongst
children.
Yeah.
That's a child's answer. That's a child's answer. I want to be supported. I want to be protected, but I want to do what I want to do. That's a child's answer. Even a child knows that's not possible. So I ask a woman, "Oh, what are you, 4 years old?" I say, "My 4-year-old grandson knows better than that." And he's 4, and you're a grown woman. That's why I tell them, grow the fuck up. You don't get to, she's not going to give you something for nothing. So how are you going to get something for nothing? Because even the state, you have to have a baby. You have to have a couple of babies for them to get some money. You don't get something for nothing. So how you expect men to give you something for nothing? That's what I'm saying about building. You can't build. If you want to build for your community and all that kind of stuff, you're not going to build for a community that's not going to be cooperative. Either they follow your program or they don't.
Right. That's when I'm listening to SWP and stuff like that, and he's saying we have to go in and we have to build this stuff, and like best case scenario. The best case scenario of what we're looking at is what we're seeing what white women are doing to their own men. For as much as black people don't like white men for valid reasons, right? White men went and built a civilization, built a society, and catered a lot of it to their own women. And then white women, as soon as they got the chance to do it, stabbed them in the back and took everything, or in the worst, trying to take everything from them, to flip the table upside down.
Well, you know what the secret is, and what black women don't want to admit, even the most raunchiest, hardcore feminists, at the end of the day, knows that men, they have to subject to the will of their men. At the end of the day.
Of course. I mean, 'cause I think it was Christina Paglia. She said if it wasn't for men, then women will still be sleeping in huts wearing grass skirts.
Yep.
right? And so, but anytime I bring that argument into a conversation that is basically men that maintain and build society, basically that's one of those, that's a statement that ends the conversation without them actually acknowledging the statement. Right after that, they'll just ignore what you said.
Well, I don't make statements. I ask questions, especially for women, especially like a great scholar says, I only debate equals. All others I teach. So you say something stupid, I start asking you questions. Defend your position.
Right.
I ask them questions.
Yeah, it's like, and I found myself doing that, but like when you back a woman into a corner, through questioning, it's like they'll just shut down on you.
They're supposed to shut down. They're supposed to shut down, and then you acknowledge it by their silence. So now that we shut you down, and now that you shut up, now I'm going to give you what the real thing is.
Right.
Because all I wanted you to shut up and listen. So I let you speak. I let you speak. I let you say something. I let you defend your position. And you couldn't. So now it's time to shut up and learn.
And it's like, and that's all well and fine, you know. But it's like you, as a man, you find yourself having to repeat the same cycle with each individual woman. After a while, it's just like, wow, it gets tired. It's like because you can't just back one symbolic woman into a corner and all the rest of them shut up, right? It's like with each woman, they're also going to repeat the same argument over and over again. You have to go through the same process, back to back.
Okay. I mean, it's you can't. In other words, you can't let them be children. You have to invoke the adult. And if they say something stupid, if they say something childlike, you call it out. I said that's a child's answer. How old are you? And who taught you that? And let them explain explain your answer. That's a child's answer. Okay, she just said that. Explain to me how that's going to work. And they don't have an answer. They never do. Well,
they never do.
Yeah, if we do. So in other words, they come with the same stuff. Well, she just said the same thing. The one thing woman does not want to do is embarrass herself on the air. That's like, how many women do you see come on with me?
Not too many.
None. And I've challenged. I have said to women that in my comment section, I've said to them, look, I will open up a hangout and I won't let any men in. It will be just you and whatever female wants to come in. And we'll come in and we'll talk about it. There's like a lot of brothers, okay, you hear typing, you disagree with me. Come in the hangout. See, why am I going to debate you in the comment section when we have this modern technology? We can talk about it. And then you can actually state your case because you don't believe in it. You know, I've had brothers on here, man, they might have been 2 foot wrong, right? But they believed in it and they will argue with me for 4 hours. You know, somebody's got YouTube on, they're gonna have to mute YouTube so we don't get feedback. That thing is demiurge. Mute your YouTube feed.
And so, but like, getting back to my point though, I was saying, is that we have, like, even though you don't have a lot of women that declare themselves feminists and things like that, what you do have is a lot of feminist ideology that has poisoned the well, so to say, right? Even not even just on a national level, but on an international level. Yeah. Right. And so I don't think it's necessarily feasible for a man who wants to build something to have to first go and deprogram a Western woman.
You
right?
Don't deprogram her. Either she's with your agenda or she isn't.
Right.
Don't deprogram.
But it's like you'll have those that say they're with you. Because I've experienced this myself. You have those that say they're with you, but at the same time, they always have their eye or their hand on the back door, ready to jump at the first sign of something getting locked.
You need to test her.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, I remember a guy that taught me how to trade commodities, right? And Rom has the same story about one of his buddies, right? These guys get, you know, this dude made, he traded commodity. He made, what did he make? He made $500,000 a year. Okay. And I said he was asking me about the women in Los Angeles where he could meet them. And I said, well, you know how they are. He said he had a strategy. He has because he lived down in San Diego, but he also had his big house was in San Diego, and he had a regular house like in Orange County. And said his Mercedes, his Mercedes and his, I forget what the car he had, was in the house in San Diego, but it's in Orange County, in his little condo in Orange County. He had a Toyota Camry. So in other words, he said, I never meet a woman. When I meet a woman and I'm dating a woman, at least for the first 6 months, she doesn't see nothing but that Camry in that condo. And because all he has regular clothes, he has a regular car, and he has a little condo, a little 1-bedroom condo. He said that's what I keep when I date women, because I want to test them to see what kind of agenda they're on. If they're with my agenda because they're with my agenda, then I'll move them up to the next stage. You have
Smart man.
You have to test them, man. You just can't you can't believe what a woman says. You got to believe what a woman does. And if you want to build with her, after you vetted her, then you have to meet her parents. Because once you meet the family, you start learning a whole lot of stuff.
Right.
That's true. I also watch how, I also find myself watching how a woman talks about her dad or her brothers, anything like that. Any type of male figures that she's grown up with.
Mm-hmm.
I watch how she talks about them, That's also a sign as to how she's gonna treat you, because the first way that she learns how to treat a man is through her male relatives.
Yeah. The thing is what a lot of guys do, especially a lot of guys nowadays. No disrespect to millennials, they talk too much. You do more talking than listening.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to listen more with a female. You got to watch more with a female. A lot of women you expect, because you want to have sex with her, you open yourself up. Okay, you open yourself up, because trust and believe, man. If you're in your 20s and your 20s and early 30s, sex will sway you. It's gonna sway you. So you have to have whatever agenda you have. That's why I said your agenda has to be solid, because if it's not, that sex is going to loosen those boundaries right on up. So you have to know what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept, and what you want that woman for. If there's no reason for you to have that woman, I say get rid of her. If you're going to have her for a main partner. Now, if you're just out there, if she's a sex partner, she's a sex partner. But the thing is, you have to treat a woman. You have to treat a woman that you're willing to be with or marry or whatever. A long-term partnership, man. You have to look at her like she's a business partner. If she's spending too much goddamn money, man, you can't have her, because what do you think she's gonna do when she's with you?
Right.
Can I ask a question right quick?
Be my guest. Just jump on in.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking, well, since we already know that, this gender war is like in full swing, and we know that I heard you say something like Donald Trump might do something about that.
He's gonna change the environment. Yeah.
But in the meantime, do you think that we should start thinking of alternative ways of family? Like, when you saw Alexander Mittal on plastic traditionalism,
right?
It's like, since there doesn't seem to be much of a hope between this change, and you have all these men who are making all this money, and they're very successful, but they're not passing that on to nobody. They just die, and the shit goes to the government or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, you think we should come up with alternatives, the extended family, like in Alexander Mittal's video, or this 2.5 men shit where just 2 men raise a child together, or you use your homeboy to help you.
Well, the thing is, you can't. It's very difficult to come up with a solution to an environment that hasn't happened yet. It's like expecting everything to go right when you get on the field. You don't know until the game starts. Then you have to make adjustments. The same thing with a family structure, a societal family structure is really, you got to remember the monogamous family structure, the family structures we've seen, man, they've been around for 100,000 years. It took 100,000 years to get them to the point where we see them now, even though they're falling apart. You just can't start a whole nother family structure in a generation. It just doesn't happen. But the thing is, you're gonna have to patch it up, because we have no idea what we know it's disintegrating. That's the problem. It's disintegrating, and nobody knows how to fix it. Really is no fixing it. You have to patch it up until something else takes its place. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of problems with just the government oversight of the family structure. That's one of the biggest things, because even, for example, when you have guys that don't marry women, they just live with them and have children with them. You have certain states now that have developed laws where they'll take that guy through the ringer just the same as if he had put a ring on her finger.
They're trying to save the family structure. That's what they're trying to do, because it's dying. They're trying to revive it. That's because I was looking at I was looking at a chart, man, and it's something, it's something that I observed, because I'm a real big believer in charts, because I was trained with stocks and commodities, and charts over time will reveal anomalies. And I was noting a comparison between divorce and marriage, right? Every time the marriage rates went down or plummeted, they changed the divorce laws to allow women or men to get out of them, and the marriage rate went back up. I saw that about 2 or 3 times. I haven't explored it, but it looks like what the society is trying to do is save marriage. They're not trying to kill it. Marriage is going to die on its own, but they're trying to institute laws and stuff to save the family structure as they see it. That's how come they keep putting more and more child support on children. They know women are going to have babies, because that's what they do.
Right.
That's just what they do. And that's what women don't want to admit. They want to blame it on men, instead of saying women are just naturally geared to have babies, and that's what we do. If they said, if they just went to the men and says, you know what, you can never trust a woman on her word when it comes to reproduction. You can't. No. If they came to men and boys at 13, 14, 15 and said, never trust, if women came out and said, never trust a woman's word when it comes to reproduction. Never.
Well, I mean, you said in your last video, women think and act from the womb out, right? Yeah, the purpose of the womb is to reproduce children. So that's their ultimate agenda. You have women that are like 40 years old, like your 89 octanes, right? That have accomplished everything in life, but still feel unfulfilled because they didn't have children.
I'll give you an example, man. And it was an eye opener for me in my 20s that made me realize this. Like I said, I think in one of my videos I said I dated a woman that's 20 years older than me. I was like 22, and we clicked, and she fell in love with me. And she had already had a tubal ligation. And after about 6 months, she came to me. She says, she talked to me. She had already had 3 kids, right? Because her and her husband split up and we got together. She already had 3 kids, and she says, I want to. She said, these are the papers. I want to get my tubal ligation reversed. Okay. I said, why you want to do this? Because I want to have your baby. And she's no dummy. She wasn't no dummy. She was educated. And she's 40. She was a mature woman. That let me know that women, no matter if women are attracted to you and they get, basically you penetrate them emotionally, they're going to want to have your baby.
Right. Because it's not,
whether you want to or not. Go ahead.
Right. Because it's not even an intellectual decision, and that's one of the things I've had to tell people. It's like people think, well, that person, it's not about how smart or intelligent that person is. A lot of times your intelligence is overruled by your emotions. Because
by your biology. It's not even emotions, your biology.
Right, but your emotions are tied up in your limbic system, right? That developed before your high brain, right?
Okay.
Reptilian brain.
It's not even an emotion. It's just a reaction. Okay.
Right.
Same thing. It's a drive. Just like you aren't emotional about food, are you?
Unless you're hungry, then you become irritated and angry.
I'm saying, are you emotional about food? Food is a
No,
drive,
but
right? If you're
right.
thirsty, it's a drive. Sexual reproduction is a drive. It's not even an emotion. Emotions will come
Hmm.
out of that, but the thing is not an emotional decision. It's a drive. And you don't even,
Hmm.
most women don't even understand. But the thing is, that's why I said most women don't even understand themselves. They don't understand themselves. Because how many times, the stuff that you see on my channel about women, how many women have actually come out and said that?
It's not me.
Actually,
I think the
yeah,
closest we ever had is like Shahrazad Ali.
yeah,
Is like the closest.
about the closest. Yeah,
You remember Alexis Tyler, Redbone, that
yeah,
older Redbone that you see
yeah,
on
yeah.
about
We talk
her?
about
She about
sex.
the
Yeah,
she's about the only other one.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
But no, what I was saying though is like when it comes down to this family structure though,
Uh-huh.
like the more draconian or the more this harsh or severe that the state becomes towards men to try to like save the family structure by trying to develop all these handcuffs for men,
Right.
the
Yeah.
more men are going to resist and just not become involved because men
Yeah.
have found a new strategy instead of going out and protesting like MRAs doing things like that. Men will just
Yeah.
simply like play play
The
war games
MGTOW.
when it's like
Yeah. Well,
the
yeah, that's
best.
that's MGTOW. Yeah. That's just
Yeah,
MGTOW.
the best strategy is to just not play.
Not play.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah, but
right.
that's the issue, right? It's just like Alexander said. It takes all this maintenance to hold up the nuclear family.
Yeah.
It needs all this help with just child support if the guy
Yeah.
leaves,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's why I don't think it's going to work. So we're
Yeah.
going to have to figure out a different method. We're going to have to figure out a different way to raise kids or raise a family. Because that's why I thought the extended family was so perfect. I mean, you got your grandparents can help you with the kids, and you don't need daycare. If the dude leaves, you still got the rest of your family, your aunts, uncles, or whatever to help take care of the kid.
Yeah.
So
The thing is, when the biggest switch is when children went from a net positive to a negative. When back in a agricultural setting, a child is worth $100,000 to you. In an urban setting, a child is a
A
it costs you,
liability.
a $200,000 liability.
Right. And it's like how you just had the whole, comparison. You've been in the stock market.
Yeah.
Children and women, they flip from being assets to liabilities.
Your liabilities, yeah.
Right. And so it's like it costs a man more to even want to even first talk to a woman. You're coming out your pocket.
Yeah.
Coming out your pocket, coming out your pocket, coming out your pocket. Then once you establish a relationship with that woman, you're still coming out your pocket.
Yeah.
And then when you get pregnant, you're coming out your pocket with the most expensive expense, or with the greatest expense with the child.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, most guys that are dating like that, man, and coming out of pocket, they don't want to admit they're paying for pussy.
Yeah. It's prostitution,
That's what you're paying
man.
for. It's basically prostitution. Because if you're trying to get a relationship with a woman, I always say, man, you meet a woman, even if you have coffee, you get her number. You should talk to her at least on the phone for at least a month before you even think about dating her. And most guys don't want to do that because they want to fuck. Okay, the thing is, if you run an old school game, which we used to call the farm team, man, basically. Okay, you meet a girl, you get her number, you talk to her on the phone for a month or two. She's down on the farm team. You know how baseball is; it has
right. You developing the talent.
You're developing a single A, double A, triple A. So by the time you call her up to actually date her, you already have established a relationship. Now you're trying to establish a connection. Most guys, you go on Plenty of Fish. You go on, what is they call that? What app they call that? Not Backpage.
Tinder.
Tinder.
Yeah. You hook on Tinder and you go out on a date. Fuck that. No, I said Tinder. Give me your number. Give me your email. And we'll talk for a minute. And once we've talked, then I'll decide whether I'm going to invest time and money in taking you out on a date.
Yeah, the only problem with that is while you talking to her, she's got like 3 other dicks in her mouth.
At least in like a 4-to-1 ratio
right? And so she's like, I'm gonna get. So she's like, I'm gonna get my quick fix right here. And now she done flipped the game because she putting you on the farm team. Yeah. And so she's like, well, when he gets ready to call me up, then I'm gonna let this other dude go.
But you already established whether you want to date her or not, whether she's interested enough for you to even investigate. If you're on Tinder, if you're on Tinder and you take her out and she don't want to smash, you spent money, and where she's gone, she's still got 3 or 4 dicks in her mouth. Mm-hmm. You don't worry about what she does. You worry about what you do. You worry about your agenda. You worry about your pocket.
Do that anyway.
Because because chicks, the thing I worked in an environment where there's a whole bunch of women, and the first thing I learned is you cannot stop a chick from fucking anybody, because dudes will fuck a guy or woman anywhere. And my old lady, she said, "Oh, why aren't you jealous?" I said, "Because you can give her a pussy on the elevator going from the first floor to the second floor. There's nothing I can do about it. That's
that Patrice O'Neal game right there.
Yeah, there's nothing that I can do about it.
Right.
See, eventually I'm going to find out that you're not trustworthy. And if you want to be my hoe, my friends with benefit or whatever, my living partner, my living pussy, whatever it is, we got to renegotiate the contract. I'm not above that. I'm not above sharing a woman, but we got to renegotiate the contract.
Right.
If you fucking somebody else, then there's certain things we got to talk about.
Like, we ain't nothing to talk about. It's just that we no longer dating. It's like we can fuck, but we're not dating.
In other words, if you're giving me enough to compensate me for it, then we can talk about it. But if you're not giving me enough to compensate me about it, if you're on point, you taking care of my kids, you with my agenda and whatever, you every now and then you're gonna slip out and get a dick. As long as I'm getting what I need and you take care of my agenda, I'll worry about that shit. I'll worry about that shit down the road. But you gotta really be on point. You gotta be real. You gotta be 100%er. You can't be. I don't want to hear no bullshit.
Only rule we gotta have that she can't kiss my kids though.
Well, I'm saying it depends. In other words, you go in, you're gonna rinse out your mouth before you talk about kissing my kid.
Right.
In other words, but the rest of that stuff, I don't want to hear you raising your voice. I don't want to hear the bullshit. I don't want to hear what you don't want to do about house bullshit. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear nothing. If I'm willing to accept you in that capacity. If I'm willing to accept you in that capacity, you better hope. Like Lawrence, man. Lawrence, that's why I put up Lawrence's story. It's an educated lame. Okay. He found out. And the thing is, what women were saying, well, he just wanted to smash. I said, you don't realize Lawrence humbled himself for her. He took a job way beneath his level. He swallowed his pride. He humbled himself for her, just to say, I'm trying. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best. And you turn around and you betray yourself.
Exactly.
It's always gonna be back of the head. I can't trust you. Your word is no good to me, and that's even worse. Because a man that dates, I've seen men date hoes, and they knew they were hoes. They knew they were gonna fuck around. He knew it, but he knew that coming in. If a man with a hoe, betrayal. It's not a betrayal. Men do not take betrayal lightly, because we don't take betrayal amongst men lightly. Your partner can lie to you, but he can't betray you. Mm-hmm. I mean, your best friend, he can lie, he can bullshit you, but he can't betray you, because he can't be. You can't fuck with him if he betrays you. You just can't.
It's like what's that in Casino? Old girl that came through.
Yeah,
he knew she was a hoe.
Yeah.
So it wasn't no great sense of betrayal when she went back to doing what she was doing.
Yeah. She's a hoe.
Yeah.
As long as you know.
But that's got to be like your default with these girls in here now. That's got to be like your default.
I'm sorry to say. Well, the way I would come out, that's my assumption anyway. That's like I have a different mindset about the shit. Have a different mindset. That's like Winslow. How could you feel because man, I didn't seen too many chicks that them husbands thought was, was a ride or die, man. And she's dating a dude at work, man, for years.
Right,
So
the lunch nigga.
Yeah,
she got a work husband, the lunch nigga.
Yeah, I just can't, so I can't put it in my mind to ever trust a woman. So I have to set my boundaries on what that I can determine.
Right, and it's like I've seen very few women, married or not, just be like just straight honorable. Because the thing is that women aren't taught. They're not taught to be honorable. They're not taught to have integrity. No. And so it's hard to hold them. It's like to hold them accountable for something. It's like they don't know what that is. They only know to go with their appetite.
Yeah. So here's a question: like, what do you think all this fucking entitlement comes from? Because when you hear like, what's her name, Chrissy, and basically she's just rehashing Sarge Willie P's points. I mean, I didn't really see no difference between the Sarge Willie P video and what she was saying. But where do you think all this entitlement, where like you have to be the best when these broads don't really produce their best, like, where do you think this entitlement comes from?
The biggest thing, feminism teaches that they're entitled because I've accomplished this, that, and the other. I'm entitled because they've been taught since they were babies, in school and home and whatnot, that they're entitled to certain things. They're entitled to the best. They're entitled to, especially millennials. They believe that they're entitled. They don't have to work for anything.
Well, hey, you know how Obsidian always talks about the make work jobs?
Excuse me?
I said, you know how Obsidian always talks about the make work jobs,
Yeah.
Jobs, you come to jobs that you don't really do anything except, you're the assistant manager of whatever customer relations and general social happiness.
Yeah.
Communication strategies.
Yeah.
Or aid to other women kind of jobs.
Yeah.
With the Trump phenomenon coming through, with those jobs being cut out or lost.
Yeah.
Where are we gonna go? Because I think he was picking on old girl from Philadelphia, his favorite horse to ride in that area, Feminista, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've worked with nonprofits and I've seen that money just dry up in the last 2 years. And I figured
because they don't have it anymore. I mean, the money's gone, and even if no matter what Trump wants to do, that money is gone. Basically, what he's going to have to do, he's going to have to channel all that money into infrastructure and put the men back to work, because that's his constituency. I already knew that was coming.
Right, like they were supposed to do.
That was supposed to happen with Obama.
Right, they were supposed to do that back in 2008.
He did. There was a lot of infrastructure jobs. But the thing is, you got to remember, this is a liberal society, and the Congress and the president determine what goes on. There's a lot of horse trading that goes on. But there was a lot of shovel-ready programs that he enacted. I saw them in my city, tons of them. There's actually tons of them still going on. Yeah. Airports, roads, a lot of shovel-ready projects that are still going on.
Yeah, that's true. I'm an industrial painter, and we were working on this bridge for it's going to take at least 5 years. Our Democratic senator said, "Hey, we're doing a lot of infrastructure." So he's right. There's lots of infrastructure.
Yeah,
but we also have to. But those are jobs that are going to be mostly infrastructure jobs. Going to be jobs that are mostly carried out by men. Right, yeah. We know that, but a lot of the private corporation jobs, right? A lot of these industries are being like downsized because a lot of the work can be done by computers. So now, what's happening is that you're having the society that's becoming more and more automated and more digitized, right? Like take for example the newspaper industry, right? No one 30 years ago would have thought that the newspaper industry would be under the would have to be restructured like it is now, where now you don't have to have as many journalists, but you have to have a more online presence. You don't need as much of a physical presence.
Right. Yeah. But there's a story I'm going to post maybe this evening or maybe tomorrow, this evening, where there's 3 countries that are basically doing trial runs of the basic income, universal basic income. It's Finland, India is the biggest one. They just announced, and I think there's a province in Canada, Canada is experimenting with it. But the thing is, it's coming. They're doing trial runs now.
I was looking at a video a few years ago, and I remembered this. It was done in Africa probably about 5 years ago in a couple places in Kenya, where they just gave the people money, and they I don't know if it was BBC or one of the British channels or that was talking about it. They've been trial running it in Africa. So,
but to a larger extent, like India, that's how come they were basically trying to confiscate the cash and the gold. Because they're going to have to take this mainstream, and it might be quick. I would say 10, but it might be quicker than that. It might be quicker than, because they could cut on a switch, and they basically can start doing it at any time they really want. They're just slowing it down.
Right, but I mean, how long would something like that last, though? Right, because if you're talking about a guaranteed income, that means that eventually you're going to go through hyperinflation, because you're going to have people that are going to be not working. It's just not going to be, they're not going to be producing anything. So pretty soon, like, even though you may be guaranteed, say it's around $25,000 a year.
Okay.
Right? $25,000 a year. Eventually, it's only going to go like 5 to 10 years before that $25,000 a year is only going to be worth half that much. You're going to be able to buy it.
No one, because remember, the machines that are going to be doing the work, they don't have in other words, there are going to be more products than there are buyers.
Yeah,
so we're going to go through a deflationary period.
It's going to be deflationary period.
Yeah,
it's going to deflate.
Well, you think about China with all these tablets. I remember the first tablet I bought was probably about $300, $400, and now you go to Best Buy and it's the cheapest one that you can get is probably $25.
Yeah,
and it's better than whatever first generation crap was out.
Yep. Yeah, but look at. I mean, I always use the example of flat screen TVs. When I first saw a flat screen or plasma TV, you know how much the doggone thing cost? It was a 40-inch. You know how much it cost?
It was 2 racks. It was 2 racks.
No. It was $15,000.
Yep,
15,000.
15,000. If you wanted bigger than 40, it was $20,000. It's 1998.
I remember that.
Less than 20 years. What's the 40-inch flat screen cost?
$200 on the cheap end, $250.
Yeah. Is that inflation or is that deflation?
That's deflation. You're right. So I guess my question is, what is the society going to look like? Society where
they don't know. They don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't know. It's never been tried before.
I don't know. I think this might make the gender relations even worse, because I don't know. Barbarossa made a video called "The Great Male Obsolescence," in which he talked about what happens when technology is so advanced that it replaces male utility. And if you got females who are bitching and whining about how men are now, in that environment where you got computer and technology doing everything for men, I think it's going to plummet. I think MGTOW is going to take off worldwide after. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, the thing is, what do you need females for? There's 2 things you need females for, really. What are those 2 things?
Female companionship and
sex and reproduction.
Yeah.
If you eliminate those 2 things, what's the value of a female?
0.
I mean, if you want to get esoteric, there's other things that's going on.
Right.
In fact, I think that's what the transgender shit is about. I don't think it's about the females. I think it's about the males.
Yeah.
In other words, that's basically what Rome and Greece did when they wanted to go on a military campaign.
They were getting rid of all the extra males.
Well, basically, they weren't getting rid of them. What they were doing, okay, if you look at, I think it was a movie about Alexander the Great, right?
Yeah, I
And at the
remember
beginning
that.
of his campaigns, he had to move the whole society. If you want to go on a 5-year campaign, you brought the women and children with you, which took a long time to move, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Eventually, they figured out if you take young boys, you use them not only for sex but also as soldiers or training for soldiers, you can move a hell of a lot faster because you don't have women. The same. So in other words, then you can go on a 5-year campaign and not worry about men's disloyalty because of sex, right? Because you've taken care of that happened. You made it efficient. I'm not saying it's it's moral, but
take the morality out of it. Just like,
yeah,
is it pragmatic?
is it pragmatic?
Right.
You look at the cabin boys that they brought on board with British sailing ships.
Hmm.
Chris
What did they do
Farley.
with them, huh?
I remember that movie with Chris Farley, I think it was.
Yeah, yeah. Cabin boy, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
even Japan had like sword boys, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Like,
are you saying that everyone's going to turn, like,
No,
there's
no,
going
no,
to be
no,
a
no,
lot
no,
of,
no, no. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving you an example because nobody knows what's going to happen because it's never been tried before,
mhm.
right?
Let's speculate though, because the way you stay ahead of the curve is by speculation. Use your imagination, in lieu of any hard evidence or intelligence, right? You know, and so because what I've done is like, okay, we have we live in a society where there's not a lot of manufacturing, so it's not a lot of there's not a you have to compete more for male oriented jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to compete more for that, for male oriented jobs amongst other males, and even in the private sectors, you now have to compete with other males and other women who are also
Mm-hmm.
who are the preferred target, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you have to compete with them more. Um, so my thought process was, okay, let's operate outside of the game. Instead of trying to work for companies, let's start investing in companies and make our investment work for us. Make their profitability um keep us afloat, right? Because no matter
Okay.
what happens,
Yeah.
because
Well,
yeah, because
well,
yeah.
well, the
I'm
thing
sorry.
is, the thing, universal basic income, the way the scheme is set up, is that it
Mhm.
gives you the bare minimum for you to survive. So then after that, since it's not means tested, you have to invent other ways of making money if you want to raise your level of income.
Mhm.
So in other words, you got to figure out what can I create out of the stuff that the technology that surrounds me that's actually going to make me more money. Whether it's a different kind of food, whether it's taking putting together machines that people are going to buy, or whatever it is, you're going to have to form groups and basically invent your own job because basically what it is, the state's going to get out of the business of trying to guarantee a job for you.
You know what that reminds me of when the brother brought up the concept that that the economy or at least the social economic climate will move towards a meritocracy in which those
Uh-huh.
who can produce will reap the benefits as opposed to those who are just trying to. I mean, again, if the economy is moving towards automation, and as a
Mhm.
matter of fact, I think I just seen a Lincoln being used as an automated a vehicle, at least as a test run,
Right.
then that's only going to reverberate through the social economic landscape. So I can see that happening.
I think whatever it is, capitalism is not going to be the same as it was. I think worker-owned co-ops are going to be the thing where
Yeah,
you just got
that
people
is.
who
It
come
is.
together and
Yeah.
start saying, "What do we need an employer for? If he can lay us off or he can send us stuff overseas." I mean, a business is nothing more than a group of people with skills and talents that come together to make money.
Yeah.
So, what do you need an employer to do that for? And I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah.
might be the future.
It is the future,
Capital.
and um,
Where the
you don't.
where the employees gonna get the capital to do this? I mean, that's
It,
where the
that's what your government will facilitate.
There's crowdfunding, all types of stuff.
It's all kind of stuff. Yeah, there is.
3D printing.
3D. I mean, there's all kind of ways of doing it, of getting capital.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, 'cause that's one of the things I've been trying to do for myself is like become more informed and intelligent as far as finances go, right? As far as investing in the stock market and then investing in real estate and things like that, right? Because it's like as a man, you realize that you can't rely on one stream of income to supplement all your needs. Because if you're relying on one stream of income, it's like if that one stream of income dries up, now you fucked, right? Because nobody gives a damn about a man who doesn't have a job. Society is more, they care more about homeless women and women who are going through things, right? But they don't give a damn about a man who's going through it.
they really don't care about. They really don't. The only reason they care about women is why?
Reproduction.
Because of children.
Reproduction. That's it.
Because of children, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. They don't care. They don't care about women. They care about women being brood mares for the state. And like Brooklyn Bruce says, that shit's over. Trump is in. Them being a brood mares for the state is over. Even she said that. Even her crazy ass said that shit.
Well, I mean, like one of the things I studied while going over environmental science, right? It's like it's just a basic amount. It's like comes to capitalism, right? Environmental capitalism, supply and demand, right? Women are not the asset they once were because we have a total human population that is outstripping the resources that we have available.
Not really. I
mean, to an extent, we do. I mean, the most basic resource that we need is water.
Yeah, the thing is, the basic human resource we need is what? Not water, but what? What's the word in front of it?
Food.
Fresh water.
Well, fresh water, yeah, because fresh water only makes up about 0.5% of all the available water on the planet.
But my question is,
what is the difference between fresh water and salt water?
Salt.
The chlorine.
Chlorine coming from salt? If salt water is not potable. We can't drink it. Right?
I know.
You have to send it through a process to make it potable. To remove the salt.
Just what have we been relying on as a process to make it potable?
Desolation.
No, the sun. The sun has been doing it for us.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
So in other words, the difference between potable water and salt water is what? Energy.
Solar energy.
Huh? It's solar energy. Any kind of energy. Whether it's solar. Excuse me?
Renewable energy.
No, I'm saying any kind of energy. You can basically a what is it? I forget what. There's a steamboat basically. Navy used to make fresh water.
Still do on nuclear subs.
On nuclear, they still make fresh water. So it doesn't matter what the energy is. If you got enough heat, you can actually make yourself fresh water.
Okay, yeah, through precipitation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Condensation.
Condensation, yeah. And the thing is, there's enough me and my guys, we were talking about, my think tank, we were talking about all the money that you spent fighting the Iraq-Afghanistan war, you could have made basically the Sahara Desert a green zone. Talking about $4 trillion. And for Sahara Desert is the size is one and a half times the size of the United States.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. On that thought, I know you've mentioned that white supremacy is on the way out, but
it's gone. But I'm not even on its way out. It's gone.
The death rattle of it has been
it's gone.
And all stuff.
No, it's gone. It's gone. No, it's gone. It's not on its way out. It's gone.
Why do you say it's gone?
Because the Chinese are in charge. It's gone.
So do you think the Chinese will invest the money into making the Sahara green zone, since they've kind of screwed up the Chinese land side with all that industrial technology? And
eventually, well, the thing is, it's going to be up to people. How are you going to spend your money? You have enough technology to basically have enough resources basically for more than the people that are actually on the planet. It's not that hard. The thing is, you're fighting wars over the resources. You're basically fighting wars over profits. Now you're fighting over wars so the other people won't make profits. That's what the Middle East war is about. It wasn't about profits. It's about keeping the other guy from making profits. You're not trying to make anything or improve anything. You're trying to prevent the other guy from doing it. Now that's over.
Do you think we'll ever go a post-profit society? Cashless or whatever?
I don't think. Well, they're already trying to force you into cashless. They're already trying to force you into it. I don't know if it'll ever happen. If it's up to them, yeah, it'll happen.
Again, we have this underlying notion that the managers or those who pull the strings are perfect beings in which they can't make no wrong.
Right.
And I think that inhibits us. Because again, if you think that this is a permanently static structure, then you're not going to waste the time, energy, the emotions trying to change it. It's like trying to fight the sun.
Yeah.
So.
And I know because the thing is, I had never looked at it from that angle. I mean, I knew about it, but I haven't looked at it from the angle. And once I found out that the Industrial Revolution changed everything, then all of a sudden everything else made sense. They have been struggling because okay, people that have been on my side have gone. Somebody's breathing into the mic. Okay. The reason anybody that has gone through my videos, they probably already know this stuff. Okay. Culture is the intersection between the results for all you scientists out there, the resultant of the vector of what? Environment and biology, right?
Correct.
Okay. You change if your biology changes, your culture will change. If the environment changes, your culture has to change. In other words, if you go from a sub-Saharan rainforest where you can't really wear clothes, right? To the North Pole, what has to change? Your body can't change, can it?
No, your culture has to. How you respond to your environment.
How you respond to your environment, what kind of structures you build, what kind of clothes that you wear. You're gonna have to find something to keep warm. So you're gonna have to use it, whether it's seal skin or furs or whatever it is. You're gonna have to manufacture something that's artificial to actually help you adapt to the environment. So now what happens when you have a completely artificial environment and it's constantly changing?
You can't keep up.
You can't keep up. So because government is nothing but an extension of any government is nothing but an extension of the tribal chief. At its basic level, your government is a tribal chief. And as the population grows, then the tribal chief or whatever has to give it hand off power to more and more people till you have a structure to actually govern and govern and pull people together. So government is nothing but a result of your culture. So if your environment and your culture is constantly changing, that means your government has to constantly change it, and it has been running trying to keep up. It keeps trying things to actually adjust to what to the culture changing, to the environment changing. If you look at if you just look at the smartphones, how many laws are they trying to pass to cover what people do with smartphones?
I was going to ask about this with that bill that they passed, that defense bill that they passed, and the fake news segment of it.
Yeah, they're trying to counter. They're trying to. Well, they've lost control of the narrative as far as news is concerned, and it basically is actually to counter, really counter what Press TV, which is the Iranians, and China Daily and Russia Today is actually doing. They want to shut that down because they can't control the narrative. In other words, the propaganda doesn't work if you can just go on Twitter and read what the other side thinks, because there's always two sides to the same story.
Mm-hmm. Right, but I mean, but they just started enacting this on Facebook, but a lot of people don't even use Facebook like that anymore. For like to get.
Oh, you would be surprised. You would be surprised.
You know,
1 billion people use Facebook
every day.
Well, I would say. Let me rephrase that. A lot of younger people are using things like Twitter, Tumblr, Snapchat, things like that as their main social media service.
Yeah, but it's saying who's still the 800-pound gorilla in the room? All the way around the world. Who's the biggest gorilla in the room?
Millennials?
Huh? No. Facebook is still the biggest the gorilla in the room.
Oh yeah.
So you go after the gorilla first, and then you work your way down. Because if they do it to Facebook, then Twitter and Snapchat and all those other things are next.
They follow suit.
I
thought Facebook owned Snapchat.
I mean, what I'm saying is, if you go after the big gorilla in the room first, because a lot of your stories break on Facebook. When they go viral, they go on Facebook.
Unadulterated.
Yeah, and really got upset with Facebook that live streaming on Facebook.
Yeah. I remember that guy that got shot. Remember that guy that got shot?
Oh yeah. That went viral instantly.
That incident in Chicago is a false flag incident. You know, they set that up just to be able to add some salt to the wound of the live chat.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about those 4 teams and that guy?
Yeah.
You said that was false flag?
I'm asking, do you think it could be a false flag?
I don't think so. If it's live streaming, it's coming through you live. I mean, they could have set it up. I mean, anything. The thing is, you always have to take anything you see on the internet with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Anything.
But speaking from experience, though, Chicago teams are that ignorant to pull something like that off, though.
Oh yeah, they ratchet. I know.
They that ignorant to do it, you know. So
it just baffled me though that they would do that. You know, they did it. You know what?
That's they did it and filmed it. That they filmed it while doing it.
Yeah, because they don't. Because they're ignorant of the consequences.
Right. I mean, you have teens that will film themselves going on drive-bys or film themselves holding the guns or film themselves holding drugs.
Yeah.
And then, but not actually.
And then will legit act surprised when police kick in their door.
Yeah. Because it's not real to them.
Yeah,
it's not real to them. Yeah. It's not real to them. That's the problem. It's not real to them anymore. And that's and psychologists have said that there's a blurred line. Your subconscious really doesn't know the difference between Facebook and the reality.
Right.
Your logical mind knows the difference, but your subconscious mind doesn't. It accepts it. It goes right on in.
Yeah. But your logical mind has to be conditioned too, and a lot of times these things, it's like it's not even about anything beyond a reputation.
Yep.
Right? Like who cannot give a fuck the most?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. And it's like, and again, it goes back to something I agree with SWP. When you have a culture of people who have been brought up within poverty, right? So there's nothing that you can necessarily take away from as a consequence. They're apt to do anything. You know,
the thing is that if within poverty and a decayed culture, because if you think about what poverty is now, what poverty was even 60 years ago, people aren't starving on the street. Abject poverty is when you're starving on the fucking street. Abject poverty. If you go to a third world country, and you have people that are, I've been there, where you have people that are living in a cold water flat with no windows, no doors, and a tin roof. That's abject poverty. I mean, we live in relative poverty, but the thing is, you're your society is so decayed. It doesn't matter because you have rich kids doing silly shit too. So it has nothing to do with poverty. Your society has decayed to the point where there's no morals anymore. And that's why
I believe that. Yeah, and I believe that the reason you have like these rich kids doing it now, or like suburban kids doing it now, is because it's kind of like Frankenstein's monster, right? Like, you know, black people the last 30 years has been Frankenstein's monster.
Mm.
You know, they've been this creation of the crack era of a policy of benign neglect and things like that.
Yeah.
But they built a culture out of that, and with the advent of social media, they've been able to broadcast that culture, right? And these white kids out here, it's like I see white kids yelling "World Star" and calling each other nigga on social media, like you know, you see them, and so they're adopting these cultural norms because black kids have been able to make a culture out of it and have been able to make it popular and make it seem like romantic in a sense, right? You know, and so it's kind of like it's bled over. Like I think you mentioned that earlier. Somebody mentioned it earlier is that white folks are sick of black culture bleeding over into their culture, right? They can no longer control it.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm actually gonna have to do it, man. You know, I have to get off my ass and do it. They said that in 1890 in the Mohawk Conference about the same damn thing. If you don't lift the Negro, you know, said if you don't lift the Negro up into his proper place, he's gonna pull the rest of the society down with it. If you push him down, because they knew they were all tied together.
Right. And I forgot who said it, but it's like you can't keep a man down without staying down with them.
Well, the thing is, you can't throw a man overboard that you're chained together with in a society,
right?
Because people are going to seek the lowest level. So the thing that's how come in societies they always raise the level up.
Are you familiar with that project that they're doing in India with that school that they have 250,000 students? I think that's what it was. Basically, it's a boarding school where they take the kids from all the dark-skinned Indians, black Indians.
Yeah.
Put them up. I mean, it's like a mega school. You go on YouTube, you type in mega kitchens, and you'll see it pop up. But they've taken literally 250,000 students, brought them to one location, and are raising a whole generation.
Yeah, that's straight out of Nazi Germany.
They're gonna be something to see in another decade.
Well, they're straight out of Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany did that a long time ago. That's a mega Prussian school, but Hitler did it on steroids, where you're basically taking the children, you're making them state children.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's the only solution for black people is to like snatch all these kids and isolate them away from what we see as like a poisoned black culture, and raise them as a generation off of that.
It's really simple. If black women would stop fighting it, it's really, really simple. If you go fight for it, if you simply go down to the school board and demand that you have single-sex education for black boys and black girls, you will solve 90% of the problem.
I don't think they want to solve that problem.
Well, the thing is, if you want to solve it, and that's why I'm saying they don't want to solve it.
That's because the problem is profitable.
No, I'm saying it's not even. It's not even profitable.
It's control over men.
It's control over men. It's not even profitable. If you have one kid that goes to prison, it costs you $50,000 a year to basically keep him locked up.
Right, but that $50,000 is going in somebody's pocket. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter whose pocket it goes in, does it? Because
it's a net loss for society.
The thing is, whose pocket does it come out of?
Well, it comes out of the pocket it comes out of societal pocket, the collective pocket.
The collective pocket.
But hold on. But when you think about when you think about all the people who are employed by sending just black people through the criminal justice system, you're talking about white collar jobs all the way down to blue collar jobs, right? Your lowest level blue collar job, like a parole officer or something like that, right?
Where does the money come from?
The money comes. I mean, the money comes from the state, right? It comes from the taxes that.
Yep. But okay. Let's put it this way: well, I'm gonna make you the governor.
Right.
It costs you 10 grand a year to basically say if you want to send that boy to college to be a productive citizen, which is what you really want at the end of the day, right? That's going to contribute. Say you want to send him to college, it costs you 10 grand a year. How many for every boy that one of those boys you send to prison? How many boys can you educate and bring them out into productive citizens, tax-paying citizens?
Here's the issue, though. If I do send those boys to college as opposed to prison, those boys will then be competing with my boys for the limited amount of jobs that are available. As opposed to me sending them to prison, I could then create more jobs for men that look like me to be able to provide for their family.
I could tell you one thing because I live in California and they've been going through that. It's bullshit.
Yeah,
it's bullshit. When I was coming up, for the University of California, to go to a college in California costs you even in today's dollars would be $1,000 a year, which is nothing. When they started locking up black men into prison, now it costs you $30,000 a year. Who's winning? Is your kid winning?
Well, it depends. If my kid grows up to be a police officer or a parole officer.
No. In other words, if you want to send a white man wants to send his kid or his daughter to a college university, instead of it costing him $1,000, it's costing him $30,000. Who's winning?
Nobody.
You're actually losing.
Yeah, they're losing. But that's the thing, that we have that split, and that's where your common white man hasn't caught on to yet, right?
Yes, he has. That's like California. They passed that law going into effect. Nonviolent offenders are getting paroled.
Oh yeah, because
it costs you $60,000 to keep him in prison. In other words, your prison budget is more than your education budget. Does that make sense?
No, it does not.
It depends on what type of society that you're trying to create.
We're talking about the bottom line. Does it make sense that your prison budget is more than your education budget?
Oh no, it doesn't make sense. Right?
It doesn't make sense.
It's in
so if you can, in other words, if you continue down this line, guess what's going to happen to your society?
It's going to look like it. It's going to look like it does now.
It falls apart.
Right.
I know, but like, aren't degrees like useless anyway? I mean, don't we got so many people with degrees that the whole notion of having a degree is like
liberal arts degrees.
Stop giving them useless degrees. You can like Molly said, do that for 5 years. Like, you can't change that shit. Don't give them out.
You know, one of the things that's happened in Japan is they've stopped allowing people to go into certain programs and get funding.
Yeah.
You know, they only allow basically STEM folks.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
so it's like
it's an authoritarian country. They can do that.
Right. It's like you should, like, only degrees that you should really be pursuing or pursuing seriously are specialized degrees. Like, you shouldn't be going to a $30,000 a year school for an English degree. The fuck?
Okay.
Right?
Well,
you can learn that online. If you want an English degree, get it online.
If you're going to go to a $30,000 a year school, you should be going for a specialized program, industrial engineering, going for an MD or something like that, going for a JD, going for anything where on the back end you can recoup the money that you spent obtaining the certification or degree within a short span of time.
It's not even about recouping. You know, it's not even about recouping the money as far as salary is concerned. It's a benefit to society, because society is actually laying out all this money. You know, basically, it costs $200 some odd thousand to raise a middle class kid. The majority of that, bulk of that, is done by the society, educating that kid, socializing that kid to exist in that society.
But what now?
Society, huh? Excuse me?
But what now? I mean, at the end of the day, these useless degrees are already out in the ether. We have so many people who have fallen victim to scams, you know, by the universities. What now? They are out there.
The thing is, they're out there. You can't do anything about them. You can't do anything about the horse that got out of the gate.
It'll probably equalize itself.
You have. Where do you start? Where do you make your turn? Do you keep doing the same stupid shit over again? You keep digging your hole, or you start digging your way out?
Well, of course, you plug the hole. So
you plug the hole. You stop doing it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing about a liberal society. Women don't want liberal or don't want STEM degrees because they're no good at it. They want degrees that fit them, but they don't have a need for them. So, you know, basically send them chicks online. They want to say, I have a degree. Okay, go online and get your degree in whatever it is. Get your certification. If it was English or psychology, whatever it is.
You're taking out the socialization aspect and the lack of discipline aspect. Most people don't have the discipline to go online, you know, because you got Coursera, you got Khan Academy, you got YouTube. You can learn to do just about anything.
Or send them to a community university, community college. If they, you know, there's a lot of ways you can actually do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, of course.
If you want to socialize, there's a lot of other societies and user groups or whatever where you can socialize if that's what you want to do.
I mean, but that's the main purpose of education in the first place. Because even when people obtain degrees, whenever they go and work for a corporation, the corporation then has to spend so many hours and so much money retraining that person for that specific task or that specific position in the first place.
Yeah.
The purpose of education, or the purpose of the Prussian model of education, is to socialize people to be like proper citizens. That's the whole purpose of it, right? So if you have people who aren't being socialized, then education as a whole is failing, right? And so, and when
not necessarily. Well, the thing is, there's different ways of socializing people. I mean, if you want to buy, you know, Prussian model, basically by the time the person is reached 8th grade, they've been socialized and bound as far as an identity is concerned. You don't need to go to college to have an identity. Your identity is already formed. Your identity is formed within the first 5 years of being in school. They don't need that. So by the time you're in it, that's like most schools don't go beyond the 8th grade, because after the 8th grade, socialization has already taken place. You don't need it anymore. The rest is about developing skills.
Do you think we could go to a German model where they have apprenticeships and actually get these young folks doing something?
Yeah, easily.
I mean, yeah, that's what it's. I mean, that's what it should have been.
Trade schools are like that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, high schools should be like that, because a lot again working with the kids I'm into, a lot of times they're going through the things they're going through. They're in the trouble that they're in because a lot of times they don't have money, right? If you're going to go to high school, you should be able to pick up a trade. And it used to be that you could do that. It used to be in high school you could pick up a trade. You can because not everybody was trying to go to college back then, but you can earn money going through a trade school, getting your doing your apprenticeship, and then moving on from there.
Yeah,
you know, but they've taken out a lot of those. They've taken the option out of a lot of high schools. Only a few high schools I know of in Chicago that still offer trade programs.
Because the amount of tradesmen they needed were because they weren't building anything, they didn't need them. So basically, they took them out because it was more about socialization and basically socializing, basically bringing women up. It wasn't about building, because they thought they were going to export, because they were basically deindustrializing the country.
Right.
Okay, they didn't need them.
This is a question that I've had from watching the different guys on YouTube, and I think one of the guys on one of your last Hangouts probably mentioned this, but do you think there can be a change in our YouTube culture and to not rag on women so much, so the messages can possibly get
I don't think you're ragging on them enough, personally.
Well, I mean, what I'm getting at is there's certain things. Appearance, you can't fix that. You know, you are what you are. You can maybe get slimmer, but how you look, the color of your skin, all that colorism, all that sensitivity stuff, certain people still rag on women like that as opposed to
I don't think you're ragging on them enough because slowly but surely they're changing. Okay.
I got my answer.
For 40,
you really think women are changing? You really think so?
Yeah. Look at the natural hair movement.
I had to talk about my mama so bad about her Jerry curl. I got it out of her head. I was so glad.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Women don't like it, but if you don't like it and you don't like people talking about you, what do? You change it. Social pressure.
A lot of people got tired of getting called hairheads. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, we don't like what Tommy's doing, what he's saying, but it basically it's effective.
The natural hair movement, however, there's a lot of bed wenching in it, though. I'm not sure if you've noticed that, but it seems like now that they're on point, so to speak, it's like, okay, we are now good enough to date exclusively white men. I've seen that a lot.
Because the bed wenching is a social product that's been forced down from the government. What do you think they're sitting you next to Becky and Brad for? Just to go to a white school? No, they want you to mix.
In the area that I'm in, they have a lot of academies. So even though the schools have been desegregated for the last at least 30 years, the population here, what they do is they send their kids to academies just to separate them. And they've been passing a lot of bills to do vouchers for privatization to keep it up.
What I'm saying is, once they get rid of all the basically the urban center where black people, once they break that out and gentrify it, you're gonna be mixed in anywhere. Where's the kid gonna go to school?
That's what I'm saying. The academy.
Where are the black kids gonna go to school?
You're not getting what I'm saying. They have private schools in my area that they call academies. Like literally, they have them out in the woods where you have a white population that sends their kids to these academies. The only black people to be there, like that talented 10th, a good athlete, the 4.0 type student.
Yeah, that'll last for a while. But the big urban centers like New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Atlanta, the big where most of the people are, that's going to be mixed. And I see tons and tons of mixed couples.
I can tell you what's happening in Chicago. All right, because in Chicago, how it was about 20 years ago, was a result of what happened 50 years ago. You had the white flight from the urban centers out to the suburbs, right? But what happened is that those white folks that lived out in the suburbs, they still worked in the city, and so they had to take a 2-hour commute just to get to work. And so their kids are like, nah, we're not doing that. They started moving back into the city. So that's how the gentrification started. They started moving back into the city because they want to be closer to the main hubs, to the main resources. And then black folks started getting shipped out to the suburbs, right? So areas that are once all white suburbs are now
mixed.
They're mixed, but they're slowly becoming more black because white folks have the resource to now be able to afford to move, to live and work and commute within the city, right?
But they're still going to be mixed because poor whites can't do that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be mixed. So what's happening is that when you're talking about these mixed people that come about, like this buffer, right? This color line buffer, it's going to be composed of poor whites and poor blacks or middle class blacks. Right, it's not going to be like, it's not going to be like black people swirling with, with the top echelon of white folks.
No. But the thing is, what you see now, and my daughter was telling me, is that most of her college mates here in Los Angeles, that are black have married white men, college educated white men, or those lower class people.
Right, but check the pedigree of those white men though. Like they're not going to be like white men making like 6 figures though.
Why not?
Most likely they're not.
Why not?
Right?
Why not?
Because when you look at the nature of the thing, white men want to continue their lineage.
Stop. Okay,
right?
stop. Okay, let's stop. Stop believing that bullshit. Okay, they've been trying to force class over race for a very long time. They're not doing this just to do this. I don't give a fuck what the average man on the street wants. The society, the leaders, the managers of society wants a mixed class. They want the top 10.
Of course,
they want the top 10 people of the top 10 people of any race to mix together. Period. They've given up on that. Period. That's how come you see it. So swirling is being encouraged. If you can look on if you look at the NBA, man, if you look at what's going on in college and the NBA, how many mulattoes do you see out there on that court?
A bunch.
Right.
A bunch.
Right. You see a lot of mulattoes, but that's like the result of, again, like 20, 30 years ago, you took a bunch of poor blacks and instead of letting them.
These are athletes. They're not poor. And those white women, those college educated white women aren't poor either. And those kids that are moving back into the city have been conditioned that it's okay to live next to Negroes, right?
Not really. No, what I see in Chicago is that you have pockets of white people that live among black people, but they don't socialize with black people.
Yet.
And black people have been taught not to socialize with them because, like, if any drama comes white people's way, then that's going to mean a harsher crackdown from police, right?
Chicago is going where LA already is. I'm telling you where it's going because I see it. Because Chicago is 20 years behind where we were. Okay?
Now, is this mixed class benefiting LA in any way than it was segregated?
Is it benefiting in Los? Well, there's a lot more money in Los Angeles, some of it because of Chinese money. So basically, Los Angeles is becoming the Silicon Valley South as far as upscale shit and home prices and all that kind of stuff.
It's funny that you mentioned the Chinese because again, over here on the east side of Orlando, by the university, I've seen twice. I've seen a Chinese in a previous model Lamborghini, and I've seen one. I think it was a GT 350, a Shelby, and what was another one? I don't know, but I've seen them around town and reading certain articles on different locations throughout North America. There's been an influx of Chinese money, the purchase of real estate, unions between said population and all of that. So I think it's interesting. Perhaps again, I think when you brothers mentioned it before that they want to go ahead and put their put the money into some type of asset, physical asset before anything happens to the
yeah. I mean, what I'm trying to get brothers. I mean, you guys are like, I mean, here you guys online, you guys are like 10 years behind my think tank. So I don't expect you guys to accept it. We've accepted the death of white supremacy 10 years ago. I know it's new to you guys because I still hear it. Huh? Excuse me?
Deep South, so it's just in the Deep South, so it's just reinforced differently.
What I'm saying is, you look, the old models die, but the thing is, they will die. Because I'm not talking about something that's going to happen like 5 years from now. It's going to take a generation or two. But you're already seeing it.
Just like the death of a star.
Yeah.
I mean, like even still, I don't think it's necessarily dead. I just think it's adapted to the new environment. Right?
What's it? White supremacy?
Right, because I mean,
what's your definition of white supremacy?
Well, white supremacy, even if it's on a local level, right?
No. I asked you a specific question.
White supremacy is basically white control over resources and institutions, right? To basically enforce hierarchies and develop policies and laws that favor white people.
people. Okay.
Right.
Okay, but they don't control that anymore. The Chinese do on a global scale.
Okay, so is China now able to dictate policy here in America?
Yeah,
Are
they able to? They can. They just don't want to right now.
Okay, even if we're not talking about specifically a white supremacy, the Chinese have been no more friendly to black people than white people.
It doesn't matter. The thing is now we have a different model. So what I'm trying to get you to do is stop thinking about the old order and start thinking about what's going to happen in the future.
My issue is that the inferiority complex that was instilled by white supremacy will still be perpetuated through the generations. Obviously, in a manner in which is not going to benefit us.
How do we fix that? How do we fix that?
Training, education, culture.
Yeah. You change your world view. It doesn't take that long. Trust and believe. You change the world view.
BGS.
Yes.
You remember the early 90s when we had, I guess, positive rap and before, right before the hip hop gang culture came in.
Yeah, before gangster rap,
Yeah.
Brand Nubians.
Yeah, De La Soul.
Even back there, Lisa and Cult Jam back in '79. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to be able to ever have another renaissance like that? Because like the culture that I'm seeing now with this trill music and the mumble rap, I'm not seeing enough young folks with enough common sense or class to bring us up.
Cultural trends are really hard to predict. Something has to catch fire, and the thing is, your environment or the instrumentation will have to change. I think since you're going to have more world music, it might not happen in the United States. It's going to happen. It might happen elsewhere. For something new to arise. It's just, cultural. I didn't think rap would last this long, especially gangster rap. I thought it would burn out. Normally, black music changes like every 20 years.
It did, but like around, I guess, 2000, it got reinfused intentionally. Like the 50 Cent era. Energy.
It never really changed. If you think about
it, I mean, but
if you listen to NWA now, if you didn't know what NWA was, and you put it out on the radio like it was a new song with itself,
it would.
Yeah,
I mean, like people were reciting "Dope Man" like it was '88.
Yeah,
in like a year ago. Yeah, but the thing is, BGS, like you were just saying, like water seeks the lowest level, correct?
Yeah.
So rap as a genre of music, it requires the least amount of effort and talent by the artists, right? So we've hit that lowest level, right? You don't have to know how to play an instrument. You don't have to know how to read music. You don't have to know how to read.
Mm-hmm.
To be a rapper.
Yeah. All you have to have is a reputation.
All you have to have is a reputation. If you don't have a reputation, you go out and create a reputation.
Hell, most of these cats don't even know how to rap.
They don't. And so even what rap was back in the 80s and 90s, where you were still dealing with the kids who were still coming out of arts programs out of public schools, right? And they knew how to actually employ poetic devices within rap. You have kids that don't even know how to do that these days. They don't know anything about that, but yet they can still sell a record because the brains behind any rapper is the producer who makes the beat. And if you see even the producer now doesn't necessarily have to know how to read music. It's not how to
put beats together
and find a pattern.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's the lowest level. So it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, the thing is, because kids have been so dumbed down.
Right.
I noticed that, man, because I used to sell CDs, man, on the job, man. Bootleg CDs, and the kids would always say, "Well, I said the music's horrible." I said, "No, it's about the words. It's not even about the music anymore. It's about the words. It's about the lingo."
Good. And so it's like, I mean, to answer the other guy's question though, is there going to be a renaissance of like that born movement? Yeah, like that shit ain't gonna happen, Joe. Like,
well, the music will have to change, and then then that kind of stuff will come back. But you see that kind of revolutionary spirit, man, elsewhere, but it's not in English. Because it was rap and hip hop, man, that started the Arab Spring, yeah. That was revolutionary rap, man. They were actually killing those rappers, those revolutionary rap. But the thing is, America is a decayed society. It's dying as a society.
Right. It's like the Roman society,
Circus.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
American society is dying. I mean, there's 17 states where they have more white deaths than births.
Right. And it's like it didn't even take barbarians at the gates. They let the barbarians in automatically and just kept them there. Let them just eat the society from the inside out.
Well, the thing is not even barbarians. The thing is that, okay, what they've noticed with demographics is at a certain level, because of automation, that the society will die. People will stop reproducing because there's no need for it. There's no need for children, so they stop reproducing, and women just stop having them. And that was I pointed it out to Coltane because he said it was the birth control pill. I said at the beginning of the 19th century, the fertility rate for white women was 8, and the fertility rate for black women was 9 for a female. And before the 20th century hit, it was down to 3. Two-thirds of fertility rate was gone without birth control. That speaks to something greater than birth control. They've been basically, even before the pill hit, the fertility rate had gone down to 2 anyway. That's before the birth control. If it wasn't for the boomer generation, the baby boom generation, where the fertility rate went back up to 4 or 5, basically the United States as a population would have started to die long ago. The white population, basically, there's no way for the white supremacy to survive. Period, because all the indicators say it's going to die.
Oh, of course.
There's no way they can keep it alive.
Yeah, white people have a negative birth rate, like already, right? Without all the added factors. If you start looking at Europe and things like that, right? They already have a negative birth rate. And so when you start adding in things like adding in factors like higher class couples tend to have less children, and then you have a society of women just opting to have careers over children, right? And then add in a factor of men now deciding that they don't want to have children. Now you have so many factors that's going to lead to basically like a very low birth rate or just a really negative birth rate.
You have Mouse Utopia. That's why that's why I always point people to Mouse Utopia. That's why they did the experiment, because they wanted to see if the demographic cycle was just cultural or was it inherent in nature. They found out it's inherent in nature. A lot of people don't want to talk. They don't even want to talk about it.
So are we the beautiful ones then?
Basically, we're the beautiful ones.
As far as men.
As far as men, yeah.
Well, and then society decay is going to start imminently. Then surely, I mean,
it's already
around the corner.
It's already decaying. No, it's not around the corner. It's happening in front of your face.
All this broken infrastructure.
Broken infrastructure. The thing is, okay. basically everybody on here has done experiments about gravity, right?
Yep.
Right.
Everybody on here. What happens when you first drop the rock? How fast does it go?
Based on
9.8 meters per second.
In other words, that's the acceleration. But how fast is it going at the instance that you drop the rock?
Not
It started. Its VI is 0.
Zero. And as it falls, it does what?
It picks up.
It accelerates, right?
Yeah.
Its decay is already set in. It's already happening. All it's going to do is do what?
accelerate.
Accelerate.
Terminal velocity.
Okay, if you jump off a building, when do you know that you're actually falling? Does you know it instantly, or do you feel it as you pick up speed?
You feel it as you pick up
speed initially.
Initially, you don't feel it, but the thing is, as you pick up speed and start accelerating, guess what happens? You start to see it. You see, everybody sees it, but everybody denies it. To the point, it's going to get to the point where you can't deny it anymore. You see it.
I think that's why
I saw it 20 years ago.
Right, but I think what we also have to factor in though is human nature, or just animal nature, to basically find new normals. Right.
Okay. Is that fact or is that hope? I want to know the difference.
I don't know. I think that's
on your part. I'm not talking about, because I know what the stats say. I'm talking on your part. Were you making that statement? Is that hope or is that fact?
To me, it's fact. I believe people always find new normals. Just from my observations, people always find, they never get to like this point where they get to like this rock bottom. It's like, man, we gotta do something different now.
How about all those dead civilizations?
Yeah, I'm about to say he's right. The new normal will be everyone's dead.
I mean, we're talking to a Brit, man. They know European history. They know that's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Ask the T-Rex what the new normal is. Ask the dodo. Ask the Tasmanian what the new normal is.
What happened to Rome? I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not talking about people themselves. I'm talking about the civilization of the society that you live in.
Right.
I mean, that's what's going on in Europe, man. They're basically trying to. They know that you can't stop it in Europe. They know they can't stop it. They're trying to slow it down. They know that they go ahead, bro. Sorry. I mean, you're European. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was talking to Americans, because I was hoping maybe you guys had a solution that we've not seen here. Like what to do with all the millennials, because I've got a bunch of friends who are millennials and they are literally stuck in a rut. They have no idea what direction things are going in, and then I relay any information which I get from you guys to them, and it blows their mind, really.
What I'm saying is, okay, maybe sometimes I think I'm wasting my time. I really do.
Nah, brother, you're not wasting your time.
No. Okay, sometimes I think so, because I'm saying I'm putting this stuff out here for you guys. This is what's going to happen.
The problem that you're feeling right now is you have a population that you probably have 5 to 10% that's going to be receptive to this.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you guys. I'm listening to you guys. I'm putting this information out here. It's like, is this? And I'm saying, is this hope or is this fact? And you guys, I heard the brothers saying, men or human beings will find a way, or will adapt to a new normal. And I'm saying, is this fact? It's hope. It's hope. I'm saying is what I want you to do. You can hope, but look at the facts. It's not going to happen. I'm saying, well, white supremacy will find a way to survive. No, it won't. It's already dead. The thing is, they're negotiating terms so that their decline will be favorable, so they won't be so harsh. That's what they're negotiating now.
They're trying to get out of there with like a parachute package.
What do you think Brexit was?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Brexit was? It's the UK trying to save itself. That's what it is. And basically, people think it was their idea. The Queen is getting on Theresa May's ass about not coming up with a better Brexit package. She's on her ass. I sent you here. I picked you, and I sent you here so you can negotiate with the Europeans about how we're gonna get out of this shit. And she's not
They
happy.
didn't want to talk to her. They didn't want to talk to Theresa May. They sat her by herself during the actual meeting. Like,
okay, you know, especially for my guys. Okay, I know I get a lot of Brits, a lot of white Brits that don't understand this shit. I know my guys should understand this. Okay. It should understand. Maybe I'm saying maybe I'm not doing a good enough job and giving you guys enough information so that you can see it. Maybe I'm not doing it. I'm trying to understand what can I do so that you can see this, because I'm listening to you. I say with the information I've been giving you, you should see something different. Okay. France needs, the only way France can survive with its socialist policies that they've had over God knows 150 years is to get the resources from someplace else. Where have they been getting the resources from?
West Africa.
The 14 colonies in Africa.
Right.
The money, the resources, the beneficial trade policy, they've been getting that from them. They've been sucking basically the wealth from them to support their society, because they know if they don't give their people something, they're going to revolt.
okay.
When the Chinese were pushing the Europeans out of Africa, just like Japan pushed the Europeans out of Asia, the Chinese were pushing the Europeans out of Africa. What happens to France if they can't get their flow of resources from Africa?
They go down under.
If they go down, if France collapses and goes down, what happens to the European Union?
It's bringing everybody else with it.
It's going to bring everybody else with it.
France is that one drunk guy that's holding on to you. You're holding him up, but he also has a hold of you. So if he's big enough, or at least has enough weight, and he slips or he goes down for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, okay, I know I'm talking to a Brit, man. I'm talking to a Brit. He's a European guy. European is built on what? A three-legged stool, right?
Yeah.
Right. What's the three legs of the stool?
France, Germany, and Europe. I mean, England
and the UK. How long can you? What happens to a three-legged stool when you take one of the legs from underneath it?
flop.
Stability goes and you end up falling.
You end up falling. So basically, to save France. To save France, they started a war. Where'd they start their war at?
It was
Libya. Libyan war was there to save France. Germany did not want to do it because they don't benefit from it. Germany was in on it as far as Libya was concerned. Okay, we can do that. They wanted to extend that to Syria. Germany was against it. Germany was against it. So now France, the United States, and the UK prosecute a war in Syria, right?
Right.
Now you get all these refugees and all this blowback that's coming into Europe from the Syrian war, right?
Yes. That's for sure.
Okay, are you guys with me so far?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. So now you get all this blowback, and Germany and the rest of Europe trying to handle this shit, right? With the refugees and all this crap that's coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the main two countries that started the freaking war in the first place does what?
He bails out.
He bails out. Are you going to be happy with that country?
Of course not. They're going to just pay.
So if they're asking for a favorable deal, what are you going to tell them?
Go fuck yourself.
Go
Take
fuck
it in the rear.
yourself. And basically, that's what the EU is telling the UK. Go fuck yourself.
I guess it's because they don't really present it like that to us.
Okay, you guys are very smart people. Would you?
No, I wouldn't, to be honest. Not like that.
I'm saying this. I'm in America. I'm on the west coast of the United States. I am probably what, at 5,000 or 6,000 miles away from the UK, right?
Okay.
If I can see this, how come the people that are living there can't see this?
I guess
Sometimes
it's like
too close to the situation.
cultural fervor that happens. Really, it's like a fog. You're sort of in it, and it's kind of hard to see it from an outside perspective. But I do.
I mean, the Independent and the Guard. I mean, I have enough on my plate. Because sometimes y'all, the Brits that come on my channel, especially talking about, they still talk about that Brexit video I put up of Wolf, man. It must have like 15,000 views. And like 90% of them are Brits. I said, this is like 6 months old. You guys are still coming on the page talking about this, arguing against the same thing, even though you know it's not true. I said, read the freaking Guardian, for God's sakes. The Guardian, I've read about 3 or 4 articles about the Guardian basically telling you what the truth is. I mean, it's in the papers, for God's sakes, in your papers, for God's sakes. Why are Brits, I don't get it. I thought Brits were very pragmatic. Maybe I don't understand the society like I thought I did.
No, they've been trying to change that for a little while. Just so you know.
Okay, because I don't get it. If I can see it, if I don't even live in a society. If I can see it, how come they can't see it? And otherwise, if I was
distance sometimes.
If I was a real asshole, man, I would all them Brits writing on my page, I would just skewer them every day with shit going on about Brexit. I would skewer them, man. I would just be putting. They probably would flag my page. They'd be so mad.
BGS.
Yes.
You have a perspective that is further away, I think, and being away from it is like a person that's fat doesn't necessarily see themselves as fat.
That's no excuse, man. You live with this stuff every day. There's no excuse.
Yeah, I should probably read The Guardian a bit more. It kind of got ran into the ground at one point and seen as like one of our rogue elements here, so we stopped kind of paying attention to it, but it is pretty good.
I mean, at least put it in your Twitter feed. You don't have to read the articles; just read the headlines. Put it in your Twitter feed. I mean, I'm getting it on my smartphone. That's how I know about it.
I should probably get Twitter then.
I have an Android phone, a Samsung phone. It's on my what do you call it, Flip Page or whatever. I think Flipbook or whatever it is, and I get the headlines. I said, I don't. I said, do you guys really think that that Great Britain, who is one of the most class societies on the planet, is going to let commoners decide what they do, the fate of the country? Are you kidding me?
That's honestly how they presented it. Like, you would have thought that the Brexit was a personal issue, the way it was presented to most people. Even in London, every time I go there, they got the Lebanese and everyone jostling for position. London thinks it's its own little section of the UK, and that everyone else should follow suit, and everyone outside of there thinks completely differently.
Because I get a lot of, even from that Richard Wolf, and I didn't put up for them anyway. I put it up for my subscribers.
Yeah.
And that's just to inform them what was going on, and I didn't really put any commentary with it. And I'm saying and they come on my page like, well, you don't know anything about European politics, or you don't know anything about the UK, and blah 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 blah. I say, how can you guys be so fucking stupid?
Socialization.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, where was I, man? Let me get off of that.
I wanted to know about your take on your last video that you did.
Which one?
The one about the educated labels, when you were talking about when you were pretty much vindicating them. That was.
I did about 2. Or the very last one, or the educated lame rant.
Yeah, the very last one. You kind of got in women's asses, black women particularly, about it, like basically saying how they fucked up.
No, what I'm saying, basically, yeah, part of it was to them, but most of it was to the guys. Basically, stop listening to Sergeant Willie Pete. Stop trying to bribe women to like you. Man the fuck up. Just because Lakeisha has a fat ass, If she doesn't like you, go someplace else. Have some balls, man. If those women don't like you, if you're an educated lame and they calling you lame and corny, and you get that vibe, man, bypass her. Go find women that like you. Go find women that will follow your agenda. Stop trying to prove yourself to women that don't like you. Like Chrissy. You know, Chrissy, go. You know, a lot of guys tell Chrissy, why don't you just go deal with the thugs and leave us alone? You don't like us. You like rebellious guys that are street dudes and all that kind of stuff. If you like rebellion, go, yay. You know, if you want to play Maid Marian, go find Robin Hood and live in Sherwood Forest. You know,
but that sort of screws up their twin mating strategy, though. Like
yeah, but their twin mating strategy is not your problem.
That's
it only works if you agree to it, and if you want to agree to it, get something back for it.
I'm no backup dancer, so.
Huh? Excuse me.
I'm no backup dancer. I don't want to agree to that.
No, of course not. And the thing is, you know, they're wondering how come educated lames, so to speak. That's how come I use it. Because that's what they call you. Stop choosing these chicks that call you that. Stop choosing chicks that call you corny. Because like Ron Woods was saying, they call you corny behind your back. Because if they called it to your face, you wouldn't mess with them. So I'm saying at least women should be honest, huh? Excuse me?
No, I agree. It is weird though, because like I'm physically attractive enough to get these girls, but the minute I speak to them, they're like, oh, okay, he doesn't use text speak, he doesn't use abbreviation during his language. He doesn't allow me to get away with certain bullshit. He will correct me when I fuck up, blah, blah, blah. They don't find that quality very attractive, and that's cool. But any of the interracial relationships I've had, they seem to just be fine with that. I don't get why it's so hard.
Have you heard the term "let them eat cake"?
Yeah.
Have you heard the term "let them eat cake"?
Let them eliminate themselves. Because the chick that tells me that eliminates herself. But basically, I used to be harsh on them. When I was younger, man, I used to be harsh on them. If a chick didn't speak properly, man, I wouldn't even talk to her. She'd talk to me for 5 minutes, and she said, "Well, you were digging me. What happened?" I would never tell her, as soon as you start talking, you turned me off. Now, I know rap and hip hop has convinced educated lames that they want to be with the program. It's conditioning that you want to Lakeisha with the fat ass that's in the hood.
You know what? I think, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I felt that that Lawrence, to a point, felt that way when you first met the sister at the bank, or at least when they went out to I guess when they went to go grab a bite to eat or something like that. Yeah, but his current relationship with Issa,
it was so sour. Yeah,
exactly. So he said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and get out my comfort zone, if you will. And I think in the end, it has seemed, or at least it appeared, that it benefited him, at least in short term.
Because Issa was not with his program, and he was basically trying to humble himself and get on the program to please her, basically buy her loyalty. And when he found out he couldn't buy her loyalty, he said, fuck it. And he left. I've given, and basically that's what the Best Buy shirt symbolized. I gave you, I got on my knees and I sunk to my lowest level to do this shit for you. And this is how you repay me. So basically I'm leaving you with this shirt. It's a symbol. They left that shirt up there for a reason.
We talking about Lawrence again?
Yeah, Lawrence.
That was a classic ending, boy.
I'm telling you, my dog got it in. My dog got it in.
And he left with that bogus ass Best Buy shirt to let her know you was dirty for what you did.
Yeah.
Let him eat cake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to the educated lames. Stop letting people in your ear. Because was it Thig Dug that's how come I opened up, because he was on he's leaving all these comments, man. He said, we still have to build, and we have to be like that hero that hated hero, and we still have to build and leave a legacy no matter what. I'm like, man, bullshit. I mean, to me,
I
that's
like
bullshit.
Fuck that, man. Like if you end up if you constantly gotta buy your women,
Yeah.
right? Then she's never loyal to you.
No.
Then you don't have anything to build on.
No.
Because at any point in time she can leave out the back door or your whole the threat of going to another man over your head.
Yeah, over your head and things. She can she can bring down your whole empire, man.
Exactly.
You built all this shit, you done all this stuff, and she's not happy. All of a sudden, she just yanked the chain, and all that stuff, all that shit crumbles.
Nah, fuck. Let that shit crumble, and let her ass put her in a position where she has to crawl back and beg for fucking forgiveness.
Yeah.
You know, fuck that bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, and in the meantime, because once somebody betrays you,
yeah,
right, you can never trust them again.
Yeah. And your black women have betrayed. That's what people don't want to. That's what black men really don't want to say. Whether it's true or not, they feel a sense of betrayal from their women.
Right. It's like you've betrayed us, so there's no sense in trying to build anything. Because once we start, it's like if we start building something with you, if something doesn't meet your specifications, or if you don't approve of something, you're gonna be looking at somebody. You're gonna be looking to jump ship or on the way out, snatch the foundation out while you're going down. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you basically fucked up the children. You talk shit about your men for 40 years, and you think they're going to trust you? They're going to think they all of a sudden they're going to believe that you have their back? That's like most men don't accept anything but sex. They don't. Most guys do not trust black women. They don't.
Nah. I mean, because almost every black guy has witnessed a black woman running down her man or talking some slick shit or even outright manipulating her man like he's a dumbass.
Man, I used to be, the thing is, the reason I know, man, because if you work with them for long enough, right? You work with them for long enough, with enough of them, they forget that you're there. And you hear this shit. I've heard women talk about this shit. I've seen them compare county checks, but child support checks. I've seen them talk about how much more they could get out of him. And I've seen it.
Yeah, this comes from a deeper thing of what you said, like the dysfunction or the pathology. Like
the pathology, yeah.
Yeah, you said something like the only reason we were so loyal in the 30s and 40s was because we had to be, right?
You had no choice, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, thanks to MGTOW, Ickmore, and other things, like that's why I don't really think that this whole notion of a family and I mean, that's what kills me with these pro-blacks, right? This whole notion of having to work and try to live up to some standard to a bride that can leave you anytime. Based off her
I mean, I understand. Okay, I understand why they do it. I really understand why they do it. I understand why they do it. They need to be a cohesive community, right? They need a cohesive community. They need the men to come in and build a cohesive community, right? They need that, right? They can't sell black men on anything else. They can't sell them on the women. They can't sell them on the loyalty. They can't sell them on race loyalty. They can't sell them on anything else except man up and do it anyway, right? Because basically that's all they're saying, right?
That is true. That is all they're saying. I've even heard my mother say that about like my generation coming. Like, oh, yeah, I understand like the pool of women you have to choose from are pretty shit, but that's what your pool is.
In other words, you have to accept your fate, man up, and do it anyway, right?
I mean, but that's when you got motherfuckers who feel like the Joker in in Dark Knight Rises, like let that motherfucker burn. Like fuck it, let that shit burn. I was looking for him to come on, or people like him to come on that would give me their argument so we could hash this out, because they can kill the argument. And a lot of the guys, like Kirigakuri Jones says, you can't build with bad material. You just can't. Mm-hmm.
You have to build. You basically you can't build with people that don't want to go along with the program. And I said, Sergeant Willie Pete, if Sergeant Willie Pete was really about what he was really about, he could have find an educated pro-black woman that's willing to build right here, right now, but she's not gonna look like he wants her to look.
I mean, if she's a 5 and below, chances are she's a lesbian already, man. She ain't going.
No, that's fine. No, I know too many of them, man. They're not lesbian. Trust and believe. And there's plenty of thirsty guys that will fuck her. You know how we are.
And so that's why I wanted to bring up this into the equation. Like, is it just more profitable for a man to import a wife, right? Import the wife he wants from a society or culture where he is bringing up her standard of living, like not even just doubling, but like tripling and quadrupling it.
What do you care? What do you care? She's there for a reason. What do you care? Were you going to keep her in the garage? Bring her, import and keep her in the garage? What is she there for?
Reproduction,
right?
She's there. Yeah. She's there to fit whatever agenda that you give to her, right?
Right.
What's the difference between her and some chick here in the United States? Other than culture.
Again, she doesn't have that culture of people like poisoning your well, poisoning your program.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she doesn't have that programming. That's one advantage. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's an option. I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm saying it's an option. In other words, if these women don't want to get with a program, they don't want to rebuild the community, and they say, well, the first thing they say is you don't have a choice. These are the women that you have, and this is the pool that you have to pick from. So fucking what? We can say anything we want, do anything we want, because this is the only pool. We're in control of it. I said, fuck that. If that's the case, fuck it. Go to Brazil, get you a woman and bring her back. Well, see, she's going to leave you. I said, what were you going to do?
Huh.
What's the difference between a Brazilian woman leaving you after 10 years or 15 years and an American woman leaving after 15 or 15 years?
See, that reminds me of fucking Eddie Murphy and Raw.
The African bush bitch half, yeah.
Go get you Mufufu.
Yeah.
Eddie, you don't love me no more.
And basically, you can do, you dot your I's and cross your T's and give her a fair prenup.
But even that can be thrown out in court, can it?
Yeah, prenups don't mean shit no more, especially if there's children involved.
It's a little harder for a woman coming in that's not a citizen to basically do that. You know.
Yeah, that happened to Chris Rock though. That happened to Chris Rock. Chris Rock had a prenup with some bride, and after that divorce, he got raped.
No, he let it expire. He got divorced after it expired.
Oh, I didn't know they could expire. They could expire.
Yeah, any contract can expire.
That's why it's a contract.
Except a fucking marriage contract.
His prenup expired, and then he got divorced. Now, evidently, he was conscious of it, but he let it expire. I don't know why. No, evidently, he felt he's just going to give her whatever it is anyway, or maybe depending on how the prenup was actually written up, that what he would have to give her. Before or after it expired didn't really make that big of a difference. So I couldn't understand why he did what he did, but he let it expire.
He's a multi-millionaire. What's a few million in the pocket?
I don't know, because it didn't make any sense to me. I said, why would you get divorced after it expires?
Out of his control.
No, he could have filed for divorce, but way before it expires if he wanted to. What's she gonna do?
Did he initiate the divorce, or was it the wife?
He initiated the divorce.
Oh, okay, that's something different then. No, I can't call it. I was under the assumption that or the presumption at this point that his wife did it, but if he did it, then no, I can't think.
Nah, she's pissed because he did.
Goodness, yeah, I can't call it.
I can't call it either. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me. But it is what it is.
How many $1 million does he have in the bank? If he
I have
half
no.
of it, does it really matter?
I get. Well, he's in his 50s, man. I guess when you get 50, man, at some point it doesn't make any. When you pass 50, money means less and less and less. I'll tell you.
Right. He wanted his freedom.
Is the brother that old?
$100 million. Now I got 50. What's the difference?
Well, the thing is, you can make more money, but you can't make more what?
Time.
Well,
Time. And once you pay, you're a black man. Once you pass 50, what's the guarantee that you're gonna make 60?
Nothing.
None. What are the odds that you make 60?
Very low.
Very low. So you don't have time. And
There's still a lot of cash.
if you're unhappy,
let it go.
Are you gonna keep money and be unhappy for 10 years, then you're dead at 60?
It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. Do I have enough to be happy?
Yeah.
yes, I do.
Are my kids are taken care of? Do I have enough to be happy? So basically, here's your papers, bitch. Here's your half. This is what you're gonna get. I'm gonna go be happy.
You know, $25 million in Brazil.
And
I mean,
you know what?
Yeah.
There's been
You be
times
happy in the
where
United States with $20 million. But go ahead, bro. Let me interrupt you.
there's been times where I've heard women say that, you know, they go hard in the divorce court, not because at times they necessarily want to take the money, is that they've seen that the money doesn't mean anything to them, so they try to use that, they try to weaponize it more because he values. She realized it isn't the money. He's trying to get away. So now it's an emotional thing now.
No, the thing is, in other words, he's checked out. He doesn't want to be with her anymore, and that's the worst feeling for a woman. That's how come it. If you notice, I keep going back to Insecure because it's so accurate, man. There's so many things you can pull. Even Rom said there's so many things you can pull from it. If you look at the reaction to what happened, two things that bothered women the most of the last 2 episodes was the fight between Molly and Lawrence leaving the Best Buy shirt in the closet. Okay, the things that affected guys most was the actual fight between Issa and Lawrence, because Lawrence was reacting because he found out that Issa betrayed him. Okay, because the things that hit them in the gut most was basically not him, not him being upset with her or not him leaving, but the thing is him abandoning her and him pulling all his stuff out, and she's walking in to an empty house. He abandoned her, and women don't take that very well.
BTS. Sorry, this will be right quick. BTS. There are people in the chat are asking for a link.
Okay.
Like Issa would have rather had Lawrence like slap the shot ass.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As opposed to walking out the door.
Oh well, yeah. She would have fought him to keep him out from going out the door.
Yeah.
Well, she knows
that's why she stood in front of the door, because women make that move all the time. Dude trying to get up out of there.
Yeah.
You know he heated. You know he trying to compose himself, and you was gonna keep standing in the way. It's like, get the fuck out the way to the door,
If I let him out of the door, he's gone.
Right.
If I want him and I let him out of the door, he's gone. And she knows he's gone. So if I can keep him if I can keep him in the room, and I can keep talking to him, as long as I can keep him here, I still have him. Once I let him out of the door, he's gone. That's it.
I saw a video a while ago of this woman who paid an assassin to kill her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And even when he confronted her, and they were in the police station together, and he's basically talking to her about it, she's still trying to sort of manipulate her way back into his feelings so he wouldn't press charges.
Yeah.
It seems like no amount of damage women do, they will ever admit is enough.
Yeah, because that's like she rushed home. She thought Lawrence was in the house. I'm gonna sneak in the house, and he's gonna be in the bed. I'm gonna give him the best sex he's ever had in his life, and I'm gonna talk him back into coming back with me.
Goddamn.
Well, that's a pretty good strategy. It's just not gonna work.
Yeah, but that's how come he left. He didn't want to be with her anymore because even regardless of what you think, you're still open. You're still open to her. At least as in her mind, you're still open to her. And she was going to tell. She's going to use everything she could to get him back if she, you know.
I mean, everything she could, but the only thing she had, and like the only weapon a woman has in a relationship is pussy, right? And that's the only thing.
Her pussy and their their emotional, your emotional attachment to her. The pussy is only secondary. It's to get an emotional attachment. You know, her three things. The only thing is an emotional attachment. Her pussy, her children. The children are even bigger than her pussy. Most guys will stick it out way longer for the children than they will for sex, because it hurts more to leave your children than it does to leave a woman.
Right.
It hurts way more to leave your children than it does to leave your woman.
Yeah, because that sense of duty and obligation.
Men. If you read the book by Teresa Crenshaw, men, oxytocin is stronger with a man and his children than it is with a man and his woman. Mm-hmm. Way stronger.
And how do men really abandon so many children like we were led to believe?
If you never attach to them in the first place, and a lot of women will detach the children from the man,
using him as pawns.
That's how come women know they're not stupid. That's how come they want to keep the children, to keep the man around. That's how come they have babies for you. They know that you don't attach to them; you attach to the child.
You know what? My boss, he's a QA guy from Panama City, and he recently got a divorce. Again, what I'm going to say obviously has been read and heard, if not experienced many times before. His daughter isn't his daughter, and his current ex-wife is the one who initiated the divorce. So again, it's funny that you even bring that up, because I'm seeing this in real life.
Mm-hmm. It's a pattern. It's like that's how I can use a TV show, because the archetypes are always the same. It's a pattern. It's almost once you get the archetypes down, it's almost predictable. Somebody can tell you the story, and within 5 minutes you already know the outcome, because the archetypes are so consistent. That's like a lot of women don't want to tell me their story, because you will know instantly what happened.
Yep. Now there's a shame, there's an embarrassment behind it.
Yeah, of course. In my own family, I see it all the time, man. I see that shit all the time. The only reason my daughter can't do it because she has a father that's a Gnostic. I can't let you do that shit. I can't, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. Or you don't have to lie. You can't lie to me. I already know.
Mm-hmm.
So my daughter, because we didn't meet the guy until she was ready to have the baby, right? Because she was supposed to be at school. I know I should have known something. I got a speaker on. I should have known. I think Adam, you got your speakers on or something? I'm hearing feedback.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just mute you. Yeah, just mute. Because I should have known something, because I read her Facebook, and she's going to all these restaurants and stuff like that. I said, wait a minute, you're in college. You're supposed to be broke. How are you going out 2 or 3 times a week, and you going to happy hour and say, where are you getting the money from? I should have known. I should have known that she was dating a guy. But she's supposed to be there studying, and she's running around with her baby's father. And whatever happened to her birth control, it didn't work, so she had to have a baby. Now she's mad. because she wanted one of those guys from college. I said, what are you doing running around with him? You know, and every time I asked, well, I don't know. I said, bullshit, you know. You just don't want to tell me. Man? He's black, yeah. He's black. He, you know, I have to give him credit. He's a blue collar guy. He got a real good job. And he really wanted to marry her. He really did. So I can't fault the dude, whether you liked him or not. Because he might not be college material. He might be a good dude from the neighborhood, but he's trying to do the right thing by you. You just don't like him. I said, well, why were you dating him? And I know why. No, I know why. She doesn't have to give me an answer. I know why. You know, same reason Chrissy dated thugs when she was in college. She wanted to have fun, and people and guys in college, and I'm sure most of you brothers on the line can attest to, you broke.
Yeah, broke dudes excel at that shit. Broke dudes excel at entertainment.
If he's a blue collar dude, he got like right now money.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right now money. He said I bought, you know, when she was dating me, I bought her everything she wanted to do, and everything she wanted to have, I got it for her. So basically, it's a no-brainer. You got broke college dudes that you seeing that can't do nothing but buy you lunch at best.
Get you in on their meal plan.
Yeah,
real quick. You know,
beg mommy and daddy for stipend so we can go to happy hour or something like that. Right. Yeah,
it's like back when I used to have conversations with my mom, right? And when she was going to high school, when she was like a junior senior, she was dating guys who were in college, right? Yeah. Because they had cars, they had more money than the guys in high school.
Yeah.
So basically, she was dating up for the time, not even dating up, but she made a lateral move until she could make another move to the guy in college was ready.
No, she was dating up. Okay, she dated up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first dime that broke my heart, man. I remember, man, the prettiest thing I had ever seen in my life, man. She was perfect, nice breasts, nice ass, legs, green eyes, man. She had golden brown skin, just gorgeous thing. First time I saw her, I said, I have to have her. Man, I went hard in the paint after that chick. I mean, hard in the paint. But some dude in college with a car, with a job. Came picking. She was 16 years old. That dude came every day to pick her up from school. I can't, the high school dude can't compete with that. You broke.
Can't compete with that. Ain't no way.
No way.
Yeah.
And women, that's what I learned. That's okay. It is what it is. I mean, there's a bunch of pretty girls around. I said, that one, you know how you see a chick and said, I got to have her. Yeah. That's one of my first chicks I looked at and said I had to have her.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, exactly. A question. I'm dating a girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say, and I'm making money. I'm making about 4 times as much as she is.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
She wants to dump all the money into one account and split it in half.
No, what the fuck?
Get the fuck out
Is she okay? Well, tell us about the girl.
Okay.
And why are you with her? Why are you with her?
Yeah, because I thought, the thing is, I thought she was cool, stuff like I make a decent.
No. We want to know. This is a more hangout. We want the truth.
Okay, here's the truth. I'm gonna give it to you. Like, I make a decent salary, but I live really meager.
Mm-hmm.
And like I make 6 figures, but I live in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Okay.
Right? So everything was cool, but once you start seeing the tax returns and the pay stubs, everything changed. It's
okay.
Like, whoa.
I'm gonna ask you a question again because you didn't answer it.
All right, sorry about that.
Why did you pick her and why are you with her?
I picked her because I thought she was easy to manage and I liked her. I liked her a lot, but when that shit happened, everything changed.
Why are you living with her?
Well, I'm living with her. You know what I'm saying?
Does she have a big ass? That's what we're asking. Does she have a big ass?
Yeah.
I already got into that situation. I don't have any kids with her, but I'm like, yo, man, should I jet or should I bounce right now? What's up?
You bet. You kick her to the curb, man.
Out of there, boy. Get up out of there.
I reckon a lot of this is caused by what Cynthia calls low self-esteem.
Yeah.
So
I mean, boy, she plotting on you, man. Like she's saying what you really make. You should never. A woman should never know how much you make, man.
That's
Fuck
true.
that.
That's number one. But the thing is, you have to understand why are you with her, because you haven't come to terms with her. What do you need from her?
I personally don't need anything from her, but I put myself in a position where I don't need anything from any woman.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's nothing financial. You're with
Yo, BGS, hold on a second, man. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Yo, hey,
all right.
Is the pussy good, man?
It's good.
Is she sucking you up like you want to be sucked up? That's what he said. He's trying to be nice about it. I'm gonna just be real about it. Is she? Because you would have, because like, yo, I mean, there's only a couple reasons why I do with a female. Yo, is the pussy good? Is she low maintenance? You know, is she not giving you any problems?
Yeah,
right.
She's low maintenance, but I'm one of those I'm one of those black educated lames. So what happens is, I mean, now that she's figured out what's going on, I think she's trying to turn herself into a trophy wife.
Yeah, she's trying to trap you, yo. Hey, look, I wouldn't even fuck her again. Because she gonna try to get pregnant on your ass, man.
Does she live with you?
She lives with me.
That's why. She's you let her set up a nest in your house. Yeah. And you you made her a potential wife. So she's acting like what?
A wife.
She's acting like a wife.
Yeah, because the problem is like she's cool, but
why do you live with her?
I understand what you're saying. I neglected that. I live with her now.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question. I live with her because I like her. She's cool for the most part. But those things are giving me problems.
Come on, man.
No, you wanted some in-house pussy, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dog, hold up. Listen, man.
We all know what it is, man. We all grown men here, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
Hey, hold up. I'm in Miami. I'm like Trick Daddy. Hold up. I can afford to pay $200, $300, whatever, and get some pussy. I don't care.
Nah, it's not even about that. You wanted some in-house pussy. You wanted some pussy.
Pussy from a hooker and pussy from a relationship are two different things.
Two
different things. We know what it is.
Yeah, but I'm not educated lane that's not aware of that.
You basically, man, you fell in love with the chick.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
That's the only reason you playing wifey with a chick is because you love her. Now, why do you love her?
Because I love her because of the relationship we had in the past when she didn't know how much I made.
Yeah, you fell in love with her. So
yeah.
So now is the question. Now you have the relation part down. Now comes the business part. How much is that love that you have for her worth?
It's not worth what she's asking for. I can tell you that.
Then you got to cut her off.
Yeah.
Now I'm not doing it. If you're gonna keep asking me, basically, baby, I have to kiss you on the forehead and send you on your way. You might have to do, man, because you don't want to get stabbed or hurt, man. You might have to just leave her in the apartment and move out.
Well, that's what my homeboy told me. He's a cop. He's like, hey man, just he's like leave her. He's like leave her a check for $5,000 and move out.
You move out, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because worst case scenario, man, like she finds out you want to leave, she throw a rape beef at you. Second worst case scenario is that she get pregnant on your ass. And she make you stuff with her.
The first, because the dude just got stabbed and got killed trying to break up with his chick, man. These chicks are crazy because now the economic climate is so stressed now. that chicks like that will hold on. You catch an educated lame like this dude, man, that's close to six figures. She is not gonna let you go very easily, because her options are limited to find a dude like you. So what I'm saying is, I would leave her in the apartment and split. You know.
Yeah.
You know, and hopefully, does she know, because she knows where you work and all that shit, man. You know, but that's the easiest way to extract it. You know, pack your shit, man. Leave her in the apartment, and let her figure it out.
Yeah, but I'm saying to this is what I'm saying. Hold on, this is what I'm saying. I'm paying for your acupuncture. I'm paying. You go to chiropractors 3 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm paying for your food. I'm paying for your medical plan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just treat me right. That's it.
You've tipped your hand. She wants to be a wife. She wants 50-50.
Yeah, Joe. She ain't bringing.
No, but I'm saying this. Like, if you want to open up a business, I'll fund it. If you want to go back to school and get an education, I'll fund it.
She wants to be a wife. It's not. You're not getting what we're saying. You're trying to negotiate. You're trying to negotiate a friends with benefits. You're trying to make her an employee. She's a wife. You have made her a wife.
Like, dog, you have whatever leverage you had at this point is done.
As long as you stay with her, she's gonna act like a wife.
Right. Right now, you have a zero-sum game going on right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. If she's really ride or die, and you really want to keep her, make her a wife.
Yeah. Okay.
If she really ride, no, only person that can make that call is you, because I already know you love her, and everybody can hear that you love her. That's the only reason that you would be talking to us about it. Because any other chick, random piece of pussy, you'd just dumped her, but you moved her in. You basically tested her by her not knowing how much you made. So you were testing her to see how faithful she was. She stuck with you. And basically, I've ridden with you when I thought you were poor. Now I know you have money. I want my cut.
She wanted the payoff. But the only thing that bothers me, man, is that she wanted the payoff so quick. She ain't, you know what I'm saying? She want that 50-50 like right now. Like how long were you dating her for?
I dated her for like 5 years, but the whole
shit, man, come on,
shit, man,
get the fuck out of here, man. You made her wife,
man. Look, man. Yeah, she earned that paycheck. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. She earned that.
Yeah,
she earned that. Go ahead and put a ring on it.
Wait, sure, check your the common law.
Wait. Hold on. She earned that paycheck. She's saying I can cook for you, I can clean for you. I was like, hey, man, I could pay somebody to cook for me. I could pay somebody to clean.
But that's not what you did, though. You moved in some in-house pussy. You know, I mean, you could have paid for a maid. You know.
Yeah, but then you wanted a wife, and that's what you got.
Yeah, man. Shit. So I mean, go ahead and make that move.
I'm saying to her like, okay. I mean, like, I'm saying like, bitch, you can't even boil water. You can't cook.
Right? Why you can't? Why do you made her a wife?
For 5 years, I couldn't boil water. For 5 years.
Hey, look, that's obviously not a deal breaker, because you've been with her 5 years. She ain't been cooking for 5 years, you know. Yeah. So I mean, so what? That's not a deal breaker. So that's not even anything to bring up.
If it was
but
from the jump.
But my point is like, okay, fine. Well, if you can't cook, I'll pay someone to cook. If you can't clean, I'll pay someone to clean. If you can't do laundry, I'll pay someone to do laundry. But don't ask me.
She's a wife, man. Well, you don't have to give her any money. It's up to you. But you're gonna have problems.
Yeah.
You're gonna have problems. It is what it is. You're gonna have problems.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what it sounds like right now is that you balking, man. You balking. Like,
it's balking. Yeah.
How so?
I mean,
one thing.
You balking.
She's given you 5 years. She's played the wife role for 5 years, and you can bail on her at any time. So she wants her cut. She's playing the wife role, and you're not. You know, basically, if you don't want to give her the 50-50, go ahead and marry her. If you don't want to marry her, if she's not wifey material and you've been with her for 5 years, then it's time for you to break up. I know you don't want to because you've taken care of her for so long. She's been your wife.
She's an investment.
She's an investment.
Right. So you gotta decide, you know, she's an investment. You gotta decide you're gonna take it up to the next level, man.
Yeah.
Because right now she's gonna get anxious. I mean, like, how old are you? How old are you? How old is she?
35 and she's 33.
Oh man, come on. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. I mean, let's flip the script, right? Let's flip the script. You've been dating a chick for 5 or 6 years, right? You've been ride or die with her, and you've been living with her, you've been fucking, you've been whatever you were doing for her that she wanted to do, right? You've been basically playing a husband role.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you find out that you've been making $30,000 and she's been making $150,000. How would you feel?
Me personally, I don't care because I don't envy anybody. I live on what I can survive on.
No, I'm saying is if you've been her partner and you've been living off of your income or whatever her income is, and she has not told you that she's been making $150,000 a year for as long as you've been in a relationship, what would you think about her?
I mean, I'm an individual. I'm independent. So if she's,
you gonna say, "Bitch, you holding out." That's what you gonna say.
What he gonna say? I know.
You gonna say, "Bitch, you been holding out."
Exactly.
Because in the 5 years we know each other, I made what you made one time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You made.
Hold up, though.
You
like,
made.
Yeah, but not. I'm holding out on her, but I've also been holding out on myself. I could have done more things.
Yeah, but it says you haven't. But the thing is, you've been lying to her for 5 years.
I mean, she found out. She found out 3 years after. But the whole thing is like,
You've been lying to her. You've been dishonest. What is mode 1? You said you got to be honest about it. If you want to keep yourself secret and you want to keep yourself independent, don't move her in. Once you move her in, it's shared.
Yeah, Joe. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you wanted to maintain that sense of privacy and that sense of autonomy, I would have never moved her in.
Yeah.
Like, yo, you maintain your own space, I'm gonna maintain my own space. Therefore, you can reasonably say that what I make is none of my business. But since you making that much amount of money, then she's relying.
Why should she trust you?
Right, she's relying on your income for her substance, man. That's why that's why I would never move in the first place.
I'm like, she comes from the crib. Now she moves in. She sees I have watches that are worth $2,000, $3,000.
Come on, dude, you're dishonest. Come on.
No, wait a second. I said I have those watches when I have to go to business meetings. I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of person.
I'm not saying that, but you're dishonest about what you were making. You're dishonest about it.
Hey, you lying by omission, guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's by omission. You know what I'm saying? If you get to a point where you moving the chick in, right, then all things like that should have been disclosed. Because she's hanging her lifestyle on your hat rack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when at the time when she moved in, I disclosed everything I was making, and that's when everything was changed.
Of course, yeah. You had to renegotiate because you've been telling her that you didn't make any money, or you've been displaying that you didn't make any money.
I've been displaying it. I didn't tell her that. I've been displaying it.
Why did you display it? Why did you tell her that before you moved her in, so you could get it clear?
I told her that before I moved her in. Right before I moved her in, I told her how much I was making, this and that. Right before I moved her in, she said everything was cool.
Of course, it's cool because now she hit the jackpot. Of course, it'll be
right. That's a come up.
Yeah, if I'm dating Oprah and I don't know she's Oprah, and all of a sudden after I move her in and say, "Well, you know I'm worth $1 billion," that's a come up. I'm gonna be happy.
Okay, right. So if it is actually a come up, then why don't you treat the person that you're with like it's a come up?
Because you've been dishonest.
How am I being dishonest? This is the way I live. Like. That's the way you live on your money. But the thing is, when you bring her in, then she has to determine. She's looking at that money. We could live better. I'll live this way because I have to.
Not because I want
to.
Yeah.
And when I don't have to.
But here's the thing, though, man. Here's the thing, right? Is that you didn't give her like an
option.
You didn't give her an option, right? You moved it in, and to be honest with you, once you revealed all that, right? You should. It sounds like to me that you didn't lay down the ground rules.
You're right.
At the beginning, you should have told her like this is what you should have told her like this is what I expect. This is what I want. Are you with the program or not? Right. Yeah. It sounds like right now that you want to change up the program, you know, and.
But my situation is like, okay, when you moved in, everything is cool, but you're living better than you were before.
Yeah.
Evidently, man, you don't know nothing about women.
Exactly, man. I'm trying to let you know, man.
I've been in the books for years. All I do is read books.
Uh-huh. Hey, look, my guy. Here's a couple simple questions, man. Do you want to marry this girl?
Well, I'm not
as she is right now, with the bullshit that she gives you right now, can you put up with her for the next 30, 40, 50 years?
No. As she is right now, I can't.
Well, then leave her, man.
All right. So even before we get to the leave her part, he gotta give her a choice, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to lay out. You have to have like a serious like conversation with her, right? Mm-hmm. Like, look, this is what you gotta tell her, like, look, I want you as a wife, but this is what I want as a wife.
As a husband,
right? You know what I'm saying? You gotta have that real ass conversation with her. Like, this is what I want as a wife.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm big on different.
And of course, she gonna say yeah. She gonna say yeah, I can do that. But again, BJ, as you said, trust a woman's actions, not her words. So you put her through.
That's a conversation that should have been had a long time ago.
I got you.
The opportunity for that to happen has come and gone. You can try it and see but I'm saying
the only reason I'm saying this dude to try it is because he's in love with this chick. He ain't gonna leave her, yo. He's not gonna leave her.
Okay.
Because if he was gonna leave her, he'd have been left her.
He left her already. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's not gonna leave her, yo. So I'm trying to help him to actually regain some of his leverage. Because once he got papers on your ass, it's a wrap. Once you get a kid by your ass, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Right now, she has neither one of those, so you're kind of neutral right now.
I hope she's not crazy. Okay.
Okay. Hold up.
All women are crazy by default, yo.
What I'm saying is, if
you tell me she's not a special kind of crazy.
What I'm saying is, okay, you have to know how women mind works. They go through scenarios in their head all the time. She has a scenario for this situation already.
Exactly, boy.
In other words, he's gonna come to me and he's gonna give me an ultimatum. What do I remember? Issa going through scenarios in the mirror.
Yeah.
He's gonna say this is what I'm gonna say, and he says this is what I'm gonna say. She's gone through those scenarios already.
But yo, you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Dog, I live in Miami. This is the best. I live in Miami and California, the best looking girls, whatever the hell. I'm just saying, man. Listen, man.
Yeah, but it's saying that's not your girl.
What they got to do with the price of tea in China?
In China, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you talking about one specific girl. If you was concerned about all the fine ass bitches in Miami, you wouldn't be with the one you with right now.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So like, don't let that be like, you know, a factor, because really it's not. You know what I'm saying? It really isn't.
No.
But the problem is she's trying to flip the script, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second. I'm like, you know what I mean? If you're going to school, I'll support you through school to make some more money. If you're doing this, whatever, but.
Oh, you know what is you know what's going on now, man? You know what's going on, fellas? If you listen to him talk, it's guilt. You know what he did. It's guilt. So now you're trying to buy your own conscience back. That's what's happening.
Oh, wait a second. What I make is nobody's business until they
dude, listen to me.
You lost that when you moved her in.
Yeah, well, but you know what you did, and now the only reason that you don't leave her is because you're going to feel guilty about it. So in other words, if you're going to negotiate with her, you know, if you want out of this, and you want to save your conscience, because that's what's fucking with you right now.
Right.
You negotiate, you move out, say, I'm going to pay your rent, I'm going to send you to school for this amount of years, and after that, we're done.
No, she won't do that because she's not gonna agree with that because she knows that staying with me is the best thing. That's cool.
You don't owe her anything.
Dude, what I'm saying is, it's not about owing her anything. It's just conscience.
Exactly.
And
because here's the thing: you don't want her to go back to that. Well, how much is she making?
Me, I'm making.
No, we already know how much you making. How much was she making?
She was making about 20, and I'm making about 96.
All right, you want to feel guilty because she's gonna go back to a $20,000 lifestyle, right? Yeah. After living on $100,000 lifestyle, and which means she's gonna be broke as fuck, out here looking crazy as hell.
Right? He's gonna feel guilty. Right. After being with her for 5 years, he loves her. Basically, she's hit a deal breaker.
Right.
But he doesn't want to kick her out in the street, so he's trying to negotiate his
way
I
know
out.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, look, man, if you want to clear your conscience, break her off 20 racks and let her go.
Yeah, let her go. Yeah.
And let her go. Like, look, do what you got to do. Go to school, find you a place.
Yeah.
We done.
We're done, yeah.
It'd be cheaper to give a shit, to be honest, though. I'd probably not care.
No, well, it's not the thing is, with Adam, everybody's not as cold as you. Okay, he's been. If he had been with her 5 months, I could understand. Have been with her a couple of years, I can understand. He's been with this woman for 5 years. He owes her something.
He's emotionally bonded to this chick, yo.
Yeah.
All right.
So
off GP.
Depending on what state he's in, he might actually owe her something though.
No, I'm saying I don't think there's a common law wife in Florida, so he doesn't really legally owe her anything.
No, he don't owe her.
But I'm saying this is his conscious fucker. He loves the woman. Okay, he loves it. He would have been with her 5 years and moved her in if he didn't love her. And now he knows she hit a deal breaker. And he's getting ready to basically dump her, and he wants his conscience clear. So he's paying for his conscience. That's what he's doing. Because all the stuff he's talking, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. That's your conscience talking.
Yeah.
Right. My guy's like, look, is like, okay, she's been a faithful employee at your company for 5 years.
Yeah.
Right. All right. And now when it's time for her to probably get a promotion, you really want to cut her loose because she's not fit for the position that she want a promotion for.
Yeah.
Right. So the only thing, if you're a conscionable business owner, you cut her a severance package.
Yeah.
Me, I don't give a fuck. I'll send her a packing. Right. But you are obviously in love.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so therefore, in order for you,
if I'm with a woman for 5 years. If I'm with a woman for 5 years and I've been taking care of her for 5 years and I love her, because I must love her because I've been with her 5 years, I moved her ass in, I just can't send her packing with nothing unless she's done something, because I don't want to give her anything. I'm gonna send her packing, so I'm gonna give her something. I'm not gonna see her out in the street because I love her. And it's not really that she's really done anything. She's asking for what's rightfully hers. Basically, you basically made her a wife.
Okay. You're trying to renege right now.
You're trying to renege, yeah.
That's what I said. You're walking. You have to,
If you're an honorable dude, you do the honorable thing. If not, man, cut her loose. I can hear that you are because he's working with. Huh? This is what homeboy says. Cut her 20 racks and support. Basically support her move. In fact, I would leave her in the apartment because she's not gonna leave.
Yeah, right.
But whatever I do, she's not going to be down with it.
Of course, would you?
She's not, Joe, because she's look, man, she want them wedding bells, Joe. Yeah, that's what she wants.
She's invested 5 or 6. How old is she? About 30?
33.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
oh man! Oh dude!
She gonna be pissed off, Joe.
Pissed off, man. She's thinking about children.
She gonna be beyond pissed off.
Oh man. Oh shit. Okay, dude.
Because like,
don't try to move her out of the apartment, man. Don't try to move her out of the apartment.
Look, Joe. Look. How you gonna have to do it?
Yeah.
You gonna have to like just have that conversation with her
after you.
And the only way that you gonna be able to get out of that clean is by offering her financial compensation so she don't fucking stalk you, try to get you fired from your job, or try to fucking.
She gonna yell you. That's coming, man. The buyout is more than he wants to pay. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
The buyout.
But you gotta think about it. You gotta look, my man. You gotta think about it this way. You giving her 20 racks, but she can cost you 100 racks though. You feel what I'm saying?
You better.
She can cost you 100.
Move.
But you can just
before you have that conversation, move first. I'm gonna tell you, this is old man game. Move first.
Yeah.
Because dude, you have wound yourself in a web so deep, man. It's basically a damn near Gordian knot. Move first, because your life could be in danger.
Yeah, you're right, and that's what my friend that's a police officer.
He's
told
telling
me, like,
you correct. Leave her in the apartment. Leave her some money. Try, if you possibly can, move someplace where she can't find you, your residence initially. She's gonna find you eventually because she knows where you work. But at least she can't stalk you on your doorstep. Move first, and then have that conversation. Now move nothing like furniture or shit like that, but the stuff that you really care about. In fact, right now, start putting the stuff that I really care about in storage.
Right, Joe. Look, man. The TVs, the furniture, and shit. You can replace that shit.
Leave that shit, man. Leave that shit.
I'm trying to because what I'm trying to tell you, what BG is trying to tell you, is not just for your physical safety, right? Yeah. But for your lifestyle, Joe. Because chicks like that, when they get burnt like that, yo,
oh man,
like they come for your neck.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? She gonna come for your job, yo.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'll tell you, the move that you getting ready to make, you got two choices. You do this move and cut her loose right now, man, with the swiftness, or you marry that girl. Those are your two choices, because basically, man, the move you're getting ready to make, man,
it's gonna be ugly.
The thing is, if it were me, if I had to make this move, if I was in this position, I'd be looking for a position out of state. I wouldn't be in Florida no more.
Yeah. Wow.
I wouldn't be in Florida no more.
Yeah.
If she was 23, I could understand, but she fucking
33, yo. Like she got all her hopes and dreams on your ass, Joe.
Oh man, she wants a baby. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said I wouldn't even fuck her no more because she gonna fuck around and like she's already poke a hole in the rubber, yo.
One thing is, if you're gonna until you figure out what you're gonna want to do, man. You're gonna have to keep this reel going. In other words, keep the argument going back and forth like she has a chance to win an argument. Because once she figures out she ain't got no chance to win an argument, she's gonna take it to the next level.
Oh yeah, she's gonna definitely look. I'm trying to tell you, like once females decide they're gonna set you up, they got game like no other.
Yeah, and they're relentless. They're relentless, man. I can tell you, man. Even though it was my baby's mom's reason that we split up, and the last time I've been with her, man, is fucking 20 years. She's still mad. 20 years later, my kids are grown. My oldest is 30. She's still mad. She's still mad.
Thinking about the life she could have had.
Yeah. She's still mad. She's living with a guy, man. She's been living with this dude, man, for 5 or 6 years, and she's still mad. What you getting ready to do, man, I wouldn't, in other words, if you're going to do this, man, you're going to separate her from her, you're going to have to break her something off, negotiate with her, and not talk to her again in life. Don't let her know where you live. If you can possibly not let her know where you work. But then you want a clean break, man, because She could go out with a whimper, or she could go out with a nuclear blast. You don't know which is coming, because she's at that point. She's at that point. You basically have a wife, and you're about to abandon her before her kids come. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Because I ain't gonna lie to you. You about to fuck her up right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. She's gonna be in therapy for a while.
And the next 3 dudes that come after you gonna pay for this shit.
Oh man, she gonna be in therapy, man. She gonna have to go. She gonna sit on the couch.
And so, but I'm not really concerned about her. Like, she gonna be alright.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
she gonna be fucked up, man.
She gonna be fucked. Yeah, she gonna be fucked up.
She gonna be fucked up, man. She ain't gonna be all right. She gonna be fucked up.
But no, what I'm saying is, yo, like, you gotta think when you about to get out of something like this, you can't just do it. You gotta plan your moves like 10 steps ahead.
The chat room said the chat room says he's gonna call her as soon as he gets off.
Oh my god, no! Like, I'm trying to help you out, man.
She gonna call Deborah Cooper.
Like, you don't want this chick.
They going in, man. They going in.
Yeah. You don't want it, man. I promise you, you don't want this chick getting you fired from your job, Joe.
Oh man, no,
I don't have to call her. She's at the crib.
Well, what I'm saying is, I know she's at the crib. What I'm saying is, they're just going in, man. They're just going in on you right now. I hope she's not listening to this shit, man.
How old is she now?
I said, I hope she's not listening to this.
No, she don't know about this. This is a side of my life that I hide from her.
Okay. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you what the move that you're getting ready to do. You know, a real talk. The move that you're getting ready to do, you're getting ready to fuck her up, mentally fuck her up. And the thing is, that's dangerous to you.
Okay.
Because she's at a very vulnerable point psychologically, and you're getting ready to put a nail in that coffin. You're gonna fuck her up for a long time. So in other words, if you're going to do this, you're going to have to cut it off clean, and you're going to have to make a clean break, because you cannot go back.
Yeah, Joe, you have to. I mean, because she's gonna be fucked up. So she's 43, yo.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh fuck that. She's gonna be fucked up till she's 63. I'm gonna tell you, real talk. In other words, you are a diamond in the rough. She caught her a big fish, and she's got all these wedding dreams about what her kids are gonna look like and where she's gonna live and all
you
that.
You about to jump back out the boat, boy. It's over.
It's over. It's over, man.
It's over, because she ain't gonna never get down like that again. Yo.
She's 33, man. She's 33.
She ain't gonna never get down like that again. Any dude that's single making 6 figures, I ain't going for no 33 model. I'm going for a 23 model. I'm going for a 25 model.
You know how it is in Miami, man. You know how you are, because you want to get back out there. You know?
Yeah.
And that's the real reason, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get trying to get some new pussy. That's really what it is. That's really what it is.
No, what it is just she's hit a deal breaker. He has a lifestyle, he has a plan for his money, and she's fucking with that. That's the deal breaker. It ain't about no pussy. She's fucking with the money, and she's hit a deal breaker. And he's seriously thinking about leaving him. But the only thing that's fucking with him is his conscience, because he knows he's getting ready to fuck her up. He knows that. He knows that when he makes this move, it's gonna crush her. But the thing is, you got to know it's coming, and you got to prepare for it. Are you willing to go through that shit? If you're not, you got to marry the chick. Those are the only 2 choices.
Really, it is. Fucking hope she get eaten by a shark or some shit. I don't
know. Some dudes, man, take them off on the boat, man, and they don't come back because they know what's getting ready to fucking happen.
Life jacket, you don't need that shit.
Yeah, life jacket. No, take this alcohol. We drinking mojitos, man, until she's drunk and all. She just fell off the boat.
Fell off the boat.
Where do you know? I was drunk too. I don't remember where I left her. I passed out. 4 hours later, I figured out she was gone.
Well, Is she marriable? That's the thing.
See what?
Is she marriable? Is she wife material?
Dude, it doesn't matter at this point. You accepted her as a wife. If that's not what you wanted, you shouldn't have moved her in. Just because you love her and it's convenient, you know, you put yourself in your own box. So now the thing is, you have to make a grown ass man's decision right about now.
Your white supremacy.
And I wouldn't want to be in your shoes personally, man.
Hell no, boy. I broke up with a chick when I was with her for 3 years. That shit was crazy.
Yeah. It's insane, man.
And she was older than me. And the thing is, she was older than me too.
Yeah, yeah.
She was about 3 years older than me. So when I broke up with her, I was 27 and she was 30. She was hurt.
Oh yeah, she's hurt. Yeah, man, I've done it a couple times, man. I know, and trust me, they do not take it well.
I broke up with a chick after I proposed to her, and she went. I should have known she was crazy because she went and bought the wedding dress the next day.
Mm-hmm.
After I proposed to her, she went and bought a wedding dress, yo.
Yeah.
Breaking up with her was crazy as hell. Yo.
Oh man, I'm surprised you did. So how many tires did she slash before she finally left?
Yo, lucky for me, I was a college student. She was the one with the car. I just happened to move to Atlanta. Yo.
Okay.
So I moved.
Oh, you moved. Oh, okay. You moved. Okay.
I moved. Yeah, I moved like states away and shit.
You put some distance. Because if I was my man, that's what I would do, man. If I could at all move out the fucking state, that's what I would do.
I mean, my question is, my guy, is there a way that is your job transferable?
It's transferable, but you know, I have to wait for it and all kinds of stuff. I can move out of the country if I want. I got citizenship in other countries.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying.
Well, shit. Okay, if that's the case, then what I'm gonna suggest is some dirty dog shit. You already know where I'm coming from.
I know where you're coming from, man. Go ahead, lace him with it.
All right, man. Look, wait. I would say put your transfer request in, right? Out of country, out of state, wherever you're trying to do. Put that request in. When it gets approved, you know, be like the week before, I always say a couple days. I don't want to give it too much time. A couple days before you ready to make that move, break that news.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean because you gotta hit it. You gotta hit her in that stage where because she's gonna be crushed for a couple days. She's gonna be like fucked up where she ain't gonna be get out of bed. You know what I'm saying? But then she gonna get to that mode where she really thinking about it. Then she gonna get angry. Then she gonna start plotting revenge.
Yep.
Right. You need to be gone before she start plotting revenge.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You need to be.
And try to keep your digital footprint small because she will be looking for your ass. Because I know I would be. If I was a woman, I'd be looking for your ass for the rest of my life.
Maybe out of country, you know.
Calypso,
nice.
Oregon.
You know what I'm saying?
He said Calypso, Oregon, my nigga. In other words, we talking about she's gonna be looking for him. Hey, people say they going in, man. They going in. They having a good time.
My thing is like, okay, well, my digital footprint doesn't exist. I'm an IT guy, so it doesn't exist.
I know you're not. I figured you were, man. But I'm saying is, emotionally, we're just lacing you what's happening with her emotionally, and we encourage you. We'll support your decision either way, but you only have two. And the thing is, seriously, my dude, seriously, you got to think about your own. If the cop is not telling you anything wrong, she will kill you if she gets mad enough. She will kill you because you're gonna crush her. You're gonna fuck her up. You really, literally, psychologically, you're gonna fuck her up really, 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 really bad, man. So the thing is, you got to be aware of that. If you're gonna make this move, you got to be aware of it.
Okay.
Like is she skinny right now? Is she like in shape right now?
Yeah, she's in shape. She's skinny. I'm saying
she gonna be fat as hell, yo. 5 years from now, she's gonna be fat.
Oh man. Yo. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is you got to. We're just lacing you with what's going to happen if you do this move, okay?
Yeah.
So you don't get. So your conscience doesn't fuck with you. If your conscience is not fucking with you, man, you're gonna have to make. This is where you're gonna have to do it. And you're gonna have to leave her in the apartment. You can't try to move her out. She's not going to go.
No, I know. I already know that. I got to leave her in there.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And if you can get away with $5,000 and she splits, man, you got off light. If you can give her 20 stacks, you're getting off light, because
she can cost you 100. Fuck it, she can cost you 100.
Well, she can cost you everything if she can get to you physically.
Yeah.
My chicks kill dudes over this kind of shit.
Yeah, I know.
Constantly.
For less.
Constantly.
For less.
For less, yeah. Like that dude that look at that dude in Philly, man, with his ex. He flat jacked. She whipped out the jammy and blasted his head open, man, while they were driving.
While the shit was still moving, Joe. You know she a crazy bitch. The shit was still moving.
Or she's hurt. You know, she's hurt. Because the move that he's getting ready to make is probably the move that he made on her.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the cop is telling you, right, man, your life will be in danger if you make this move. Thing is, are you willing to uproot your life to do what you need to do? If you're not, man, you might as well go ahead and marry. You only got two choices. Yeah. You either pull the escape hatch, or you in for the whole flight. You don't have more choices than that.
Okay, well, are there, and women in general, am I going to get much better than that?
That's up to you.
Any woman in that position, she could be the nicest woman in the world, the sweetest woman in the world, the most kindest woman in the world. What you getting ready to do will make her the exact opposite.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, man, it's your fault. It's your fault.
Yeah.
This whole situation is your fault because you failed to lay down the law before you moved her in.
Moved her in, yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So going forward, no matter how you decide to move, whether you decide to marry her or cut her loose, right?
Yeah.
The next relationship that you're gonna get, because you seem like you went on relationship type of niggas. All right.
What is it? R&B soul type of nigga?
Hey, you got money as your leverage. You offer a lifestyle as your leverage.
As your leverage, yes.
Right? As your program. Don't invite a chick into your life, into your lifestyle, without laying down the law and without letting them know if you want to act outside this program, I'm gonna let you go right now. You have to give them the edict before they even step in, and then enforce that shit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It seems like I'm a relationship type dude, but I'm 36. I only had 2 girls live with me my whole entire life. I'm not like that. I don't give a shit.
Well, you had two girls living with you. You are a relationship dude.
Yeah.
Anytime you have a woman living with you, you are a relationship dude.
I never had a woman living with me, yo. I live with one short term, yo, and that shit got on my nerves, yo.
Yeah.
I can't wait to leave.
I mean, I'm a relationship dude that I've had. Let's see, about 3 live with me. 4.
Okay.
I don't do that shit no more because I know it's like being married. Basically, you are a husband and wife, just without the paper.
Exactly.
It's
a husband and wife without the ceremony.
Yeah, that's what you are.
So check it out, man. You're here. She's here. She's chilling. She's making 20. I'm making 96. She gets to go to acupuncture. She gets to go to chiropractor. All that twice a week. All that stuff. Listen, man. Why are you
saying this, man? This is irrelevant, Joe.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Yeah,
it's irrelevant.
Why are you
you are thinking like a man and not like a woman. We're telling you how women think.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? You feel me? Listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen to what we're saying. It's not about you as far as that relationship. It's about her being a woman. She is your wife, and that's what she thinks of herself. So that's why she's demanding 50-50.
All right.
Because she is your wife. She sees herself as your wife without the paper. That's how come she's reacting this way.
Yeah, but you asked for 50-50, but you ain't putting in 50.
It doesn't matter. It don't matter. You're thinking like a man. She's not your friends with benefit or your employee. She's your wife, and you made her your wife. And now you're gonna have to break up with her. Okay?
You got one other option. Put a bigger fish in front of her. Put a bigger fish in front of her.
Okay, if you can.
Another woman?
With a bigger fish, go for it.
What's that? What's the bigger fish? What's the bigger fish?
Another heard the monkey branch out. Yeah, monkey branch out. He's making 100K, man. How big a fish can you find in Miami?
You can find them if she's sharp enough.
She's 33 years old. She's making 20 grand a year.
No, she ain't gonna get a bigger fish.
That's what I'm talking about. We already know that that's the perfect scenario to get out of it.
She gotta be drop dead gorgeous. She gotta be a Miami 10.
If she was a Miami 10, he wouldn't be talking this shit. Okay.
Listen. I've been listening to you for a while, right? I go for the strong 7. I don't go for the 11s or 12s.
I know. And the upgradable 7s are the relationship. Those are the keepers. If you can get them. But the thing is, you don't want to keep her.
Well, when I met her, she was a strong 7, but because I treated her, she might think she's an 11.
She's your wife. It doesn't matter. She's off the market. You took it off the shelf, bought it, and took it home. She's your wife, whether you like it or not. Without the paper, she's gonna react like your wife. Okay. The law says one thing, but how she's gonna react when you do this shit is different.
Boy, you got yourself in a pickle.
What I'm saying is, this is why if you listen to me, Ram, you listen to Alan Roger Curry, you listen to me. This is how come I talk to dudes, man. Talk to young guys so you don't get yourself in that shit.
Hey, listen. The thing is, I wasn't born in America. I was raised outside America. Came to America.
Yeah.
So all these dynamics that are happening, I'm not used to. Okay. I don't know.
They're the same all over the world, man. A chick in Hong Kong. If this was in Brazil and you tried this shit, she put a hit out on you.
Okay, listen. Hold on. Okay, I was out somewhere else, another country. I dated a girl. Listen with her. Listen, the day my cousin died, she came home, ironed my clothes, packed my suitcase. Ticket was already booked. Bottle of water. Passport, $300 on the table. I came home, and I would give that girl my whole paycheck. I'd say, hey, here's a paycheck. Obviously, you're better at managing this stuff than I am. So, here it is. Boom, boom, boom. This girl ain't doing that shit. So I'm like, okay, if you're not doing that shit and I have to manage it for myself, then I'm not going to do it.
Why are you like this, man?
Wow, she did you a favor.
Yeah, she did. All I'm saying is, okay, take that same chick that you were with, and you're making the kind of money that you're making. How will she react if you try to leave her?
Oh, yeah, I did leave her, and I kind of got fucked up. But I was able to recover from it because I make decent money. So I ate ramen noodles for like a year and a half when I was straight. But you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, it's like I'm not getting what I want out of the scenario. So it's like, okay, fine. Well,
okay. Well, thing is, okay, we've laid it out for you, and we know that you have to ponder on this because it's a big move, one way or the other. And you're gonna have to sleep. You're gonna sleep on this and decide what you're getting ready to do. Well, I know what you're saying, that you're not getting out of it what you're putting into it. But the things you bought, just like a lemon car, you bought the doggone thing.
Sometimes I taste my food and I feel like it's being poisoned, man.
My guy, I feel like
she ain't gonna poison you, man. She ain't gonna. No, you're worth too much. She's not gonna poison you. But the thing is, unless she gets the sense that you're gonna leave her, then she might.
Right.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, yo. You can't be walking around. You can't be getting off the vibe that of detaching from her, yo. Like, ready to make a move.
I might. With this going on, I might have to edit the video, man, in case she runs across it.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
listen. I already know I'm an IT guy. I know my skills. I know her skills. She ain't gonna run across this. This is hardcore. It's not gonna get to that level.
But it's up on YouTube. How you know she's not gonna find this shit?
Because she don't go on YouTube and she's not looking for this kind of stuff.
I think I'm gonna edit it anyway, man, because I don't want this shit on my content in case you wind up with a toe tag on.
Fucking, we get some news and some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna edit this motherfucker. I might not even put this one back out. This might have to go private, man, because I don't want to. Because I don't want to be reading the headlines and some IT guy in Miami got off by his girlfriend. I don't want to see that shit. Because if it was me, I'd kill your ass personally.
Yo, you got, like, no matter what you do,
they're going in, man. They going fucking in.
Like, my guy, I got the feeling that you're gonna do something foolish, man. Like, yeah. I got this feeling that you gonna try to break up with her like you would a normal chick, and I'm telling you. I'm getting that feeling from you. I'm getting that feeling from you that you're going to just be like, try to have a sit down. I don't think it's working out. Have a conversation with her.
You know that old saying, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
Exactly. I got a feeling that you're going to try to make that type of move.
He's going to make that move because his conscience is fucking with him, man. That's what's happening.
Exactly. So he's not even thinking clear right now. He's going to self-sabotage right now, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have put this video on private, man. You know.
It's like BGS is worried about himself because he's like, well, BGS gave you this advice? All right, I'm gonna take his ass out. That's what she might do.
Man, we're laughing about it, man, but we are 100% serious. We're 100% serious.
Look at ass, yo.
We're laughing about it, man. All of us is having a good time. We're going in and we're joking about it. We are 100% serious, man. Your life will be in danger. Everything that you told us, and you've been with her for 5 years. You make what you make, and I know I'm not going to be able to live that lifestyle that you're going to put out in the street. Shit.
Not even that shit's going to not be able to live that lifestyle. Yeah. But it's like you going from $110,000.
Yeah.
220.
Yeah.
She's like going to be at poverty level, yo.
Yeah.
She's gonna be on Backpage.
Yeah.
She's gonna move to Liberty City.
Liberty City. What I'm saying is, man, you have to understand what the situation is. I mean, real talk, man. We're not really bullshitting, man. You're gonna have to have a hard think about what you're getting ready to do, man, and take it seriously. Don't bullshit with this. It's a serious situation, and one of you could get hurt because you're really gonna fuck her up psychologically. You really are. And the thing is, how much do you care about this chick? How much in danger will you be in? Because this is nothing to play with. You know, if
yeah, man, because she fucking irrational as fuck, yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be, man. Even if she, because I know chicks, man, this shit has happened to them, and man, it fucks them up for like 40 years. Really.
You know, I went to my company. They provide me counseling sessions, right? They provide me counseling sessions. Talking to this guy, and the counselor, he's like straight from Cuba.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. And he asked me what I said. He's like, hey man, is this relationship really worth working out? He said to me, like, is this really worth working out?
Yeah.
So I was like, I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know if it is or not. But I'm not the type of guy to give people 10 chances, 20 chances. But come on, man, come on.
Dude, yeah, what I'm saying is, you know, with everything that you told us, man, the length of time that you've been with, the income that you have, her age, because she's pretty much at the wall. She's 33. So in other words, if she's gonna have kids, she's gonna have kids normally. She got to do it within the next 5 years, and she knows that. And all her girlfriends are telling her that, and all her girlfriends are telling her that she needs to marry you, because a lot of that stuff about splitting up the cash and stuff like that is coming from her girlfriends. So you're getting ready to make this move. You might have a whole gang of chicks ganging up on you, man, looking for your ass.
This move, ugly, yo.
It's gonna be ugly, yeah. It's gonna be ugly. But he had two ugly choices: marry a chick that he doesn't want to marry, or make this you know, make this fucked up move. Either way, it's gonna be fucked up, man. There's no easy
I'm
way
just
to do it.
I'm just trying to tell you the most. Because here's the thing: if you're gonna make the move, man, you gotta protect yourself.
Yeah.
You gotta understand the nature of the person that you're dealing with, right? You gotta understand that she's gonna be out for revenge, man. And so you gotta. She's gonna either come after your life or come after your money. Come after both.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you gotta protect all that, man. Cause shit, ain't no like
If
you
she-
break up with her and she get you fired from your job. Now
if she was a high octane chick, she come after your money. Okay, but she's an 87, man. She's coming after your life.
but at the same time, though, she may know some high octane chicks though.
And what I'm saying,
That may
she really
that
doesn't
may
have a way.
advise her.
She doesn't really have a way to get to his money because he hasn't signed any contracts.
No. I'm saying by getting him fired from his job. Come, you don't do this shit. Going to his job, harassing, all types of bullshit like that.
But
You know,
that's getting off light. You know, that's getting off light because he's an IT guy. He can bounce back. But the thing is, she knows he can bounce back, so she's gonna come after him.
Yeah, she know. You know what?
It's gonna be personal.
You're right. She knows I can bounce back. She knows I can get a job anywhere in any state.
Yeah.
She doesn't even waste her time with that.
Yeah.
My whole thing is, if you break up with a man, bounce.
Bounce. Yeah,
Bounce.
don't leave the shit, man. Whatever it is that you can't take, leave that shit, man.
Go to Orlando, yo. Be an IT at Universal Studios or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. You're gonna have to bounce, man. You might, like I said, you might have to leave the state.
Your Miami card about to get revoked.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Miami card is gone. It's gonna be burnt, man.
You know what bothers me is that I ran into the same situation with a girl I was dating before, the one that did a lot of stuff for me. And the same friends that were offering her all the advice, when I broke up with her, no friends were trying to holler at me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, we're giving you the best advice we can, and you're trying to glide around it. Okay. What anything that you've ever been through is not parallel to what you're getting ready to go through now. I mean, nothing, because you have put yourself so deep in a box, man, that there's only two ways out, and both
like
of us.
What you about to do, basically, is like this: desperate people are dangerous people.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Desperate people are dangerous people. You're about to turn this girl that you with. I'm not even gonna call you a girlfriend anymore because mentally you already broke up with her. But this girl that's living at your place right now, you about to turn her into a desperate situation.
Yep.
All right. That's gonna make her dangerous. That's why I think it needs to be impressed upon you, is that she's about to become desperate.
Yeah.
You know, and then nothing to lose.
Yeah,
you got everything to lose.
You got everything to lose.
You got everything to lose.
Your meal ticket is walking out the door. Do you want the golden goose go out the door, and so some other bitch can get him?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Didn't you talk about this last time about why if you're like some high octane brother, don't fuck with like low level broads because of this? Did you say something like this, BGS, in the last hangout?
Yeah, that's one reason that you don't. That's one reason, because she has nothing to lose, and a lot of athletes get fucked up like that. In fact, there was a quarterback, man, who was from Tennessee that got fucked up like that. He was dating, he was messing around with his side chick, and he was getting ready to break up with her. She blew his head off.
Steve
McNair, yeah. I don't know how stable your chick is, man, and anyway, a chick like that, when you fuck her up like that, she can be unstable in a heartbeat. So in other words,
you never see your bitch personality until you try to break up with her ass.
Oh man, oof. I mean,
shit,
I don't envy your position, because I know you're basically a good dude at heart, man. You just can't marry her. But the thing is, you put yourself in such a position, there's really only one way out, whether you're a good dude or not. So no amount of money is basically gonna cover this over, because it's not even about the money anymore. She wants to marry you and have your babies.
You're her third leg of this stool. Once you go out,
yes,
that stool is going down.
No, actually, he's taking 2 legs.
Oh,
okay, money, and relationship at the same time.
Now, here's the thing: remember this is your fault.
Yeah,
you didn't.
His fault. Yeah, he fucked up.
You did not train your bitch.
He didn't. No, he should. In other words, there's a danger. There's a danger to playing house, and this is one of the dangers to playing house. A lot of young people fuck with it like this and don't realize it. Because when I was young, I didn't realize it. That there's a danger with playing house, and you've been playing house for 5 years. You basically married a chick without the paper. So now you're trying to get a divorce without babies and without any backup, without any money.
She ain't got no parachute.
She ain't got no parachute. Yeah. And she will, and if she can, she will pull you. You throwing her out of the door, and she will pull you with her if she can. And trust and believe. One thing I learned: if you don't learn anything else from this, take it from an old dude that's been through it. You would think that there's no level that they will stoop to get at you. I'm telling you from experience, there isn't. They would take out their children. They would take out your life to hurt you and get to you. So be aware of that. So I'm not telling you what to do, and we're just giving you odds of things happening. But my dude, you getting ready to fuck her up. So at the very least, she's gonna cry and she's gonna be some emotional distress. If you get away with that, and you can give her 20 racks and get away with that, man, God bless you because you're getting off light. But I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
Break up with it in a public space, man.
Don't break up with her. You're gonna break up with her, you're gonna have to do it over the phone because you don't want her finding you.
Ghost. Absolute ghost.
Because because the thing is, what you're getting ready to do is so fucked up. I'm gonna tell you, my dude, what you're getting ready to do is so fucked up that it doesn't matter if it's a public place or not.
Oh, yeah, she gonna act a fool, boy.
She gonna act a fool. She gonna act a fool.
If you don't mind me asking, what race is she?
He's gone, man. He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Oh, okay. He's got to think about it, man. I'm not, I know we laid reality on him. Maybe he couldn't handle it because he's, we tried to be honest with him.
Man. Fuck,
huh?
He ain't say goodbye. It's ungrateful.
I know yeah. He might have dropped off or something like that. I don't know, man. But what I'm saying is, this shit is real. Even though we were making jest of it and they were going in on this shit is real, and we weren't joking with him. He doesn't like that we were telling him what he's getting ready to do is fucked up. And if you're going to do it, you got to realize that how she's going to react. I mean, real is real, and like I say on this forum, because women think I coddle you guys. I don't coddle you guys. If it's real, it's real. What he's getting ready to do is he's getting ready to fuck her up mentally for a lot of years. So if you're not willing to do that, you shouldn't do that. If you care about her and you care about her being fucked up, you should go ahead and marry her because you're getting ready to fuck her ass up mentally for a long time.
You think she'll be an alpha with her after this?
Oh hell yeah! She's gonna be worse than an alpha. She's gonna be one hell of a bitter bitch, man.
She gonna be a thought, boy. She gonna be.
Well, she gonna be bitter. If she was pretty enough, man, she'd be the worst gold digger you ever want to see.
Well, she's not that old, man. I mean, 33 isn't like a death knell. I could see if she was like 38 or 40.
Her reproductive age is between 15 and 35. She's 33 without children.
Here's what's going on, man. It's like
she's gonna have to get now.
But she's gonna be devastated for all of 2017 and 2018 and 2019. By the time she feels confident enough to go back out in the market, she's gonna be in her mid-30s.
If she already at her mid-30s, really. But go ahead, bro. I know that he wants us to agree with him, but we have to give him the honesty because you're gonna go in like, okay, we're just gonna break up, and I'm just gonna leave you, and I'm gonna move your shit out. I said it ain't gonna go down like that, man.
Shit, boy, that shit gonna be like goddamn the Babadook. It's gonna be like like some fucking horror movie, man. It's just gonna be
yeah, stupid.
Man. Oh, like, dude. Okay, you know, I said I think he got scared when he said, can you move out of state? Can you change your job? Can you move out of the city?
But you know how really, and the thing is though, because like a woman in her 30s and she's been dating you, like they've been dating for 5 years.
Yeah.
They moved in after 3 years, so she's been living with him for 2 years.
Right? No, he said he's been living with her for 3 years. He moved in after.
Oh, 3. Okay, my bad. 3 years.
Yeah.
All right. So she's already decided in her mind that he's the one she's going to be with.
Yeah.
Right. She's been making preparations to be a wife.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Only thing that was missing is the ceremony.
And ceremony and the papers. Yeah.
That's the only thing that was missing. I mean, she's probably got her girls near talking about, girl, when he's gonna marry you. You know, she got a mama talking about when she's gonna give us some grandkids. You know,
what the baby's gonna look like. And
exactly, she already have baby names chosen. I'm trying to tell you, this is how thorough they get when it comes to this marriage stuff. Yo, they get real crazy with it. They, obsessed with it.
When he first started talking about it, I said, well, she's about 26, 27 years old. Okay, you do this, that, and the other. He said 33. Everybody said, oh, shit. You done fucked up.
It's a whole different ball game, yo. It's a whole different ball game.
You done fucked up, kid. Yeah, you done fucked up. You got a chick that's nearing the wall? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Because you know how they get when they're 30.
Yeah.
33?
Once a chick hits 30, she really starts to reorganize and reorganize her life. She starts thinking about settling down and being married, you know?
It's too late to mash on the brakes now. You're still going to hit it. So...
Well, you're gonna hit the wall. Yeah, he put himself between the wall and that car, man.
No.
When she hits it, basically he's gonna be smashed between it.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, man, I'm thinking about putting this particular hangout private, man, because I don't want that shit out there until I can edit it. Because
I'm trying to see the comments from this shit, man.
Huh? Oh, they've been going in. They've been going in since we started talking, man.
It's been a whole fucking hour, yo.
Yeah,
it's been a whole hour, yo.
Well, that's why people like this hangout, I suppose, man. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
we get all kind of stuff, man. But but he was actually serious, man. I said, dude, okay. I said, you only had the cop told him right. She's gonna come after you.
But the problem, because he said he went through this before, right? Which means the common denominator is him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's not laying down the law in this relationship, so he's coming off like a pussy and letting these females run over his ass. And then they find out he a meal ticket. Shit.
Oh man, yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, the thing is, he wants to be in a relationship. Guys like him need to be married, because you basically, you want to be married without the ceremony. That's why he moved her in. She's a wife.
Don't give me 6 figures. Hey, what? Move in.
Yeah.
You're not even gonna know where I live.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not even gonna know my real name or have my real phone number.
You can't if you making 6 figures and you just dating her for 5 years, not moving her in, but just dating her for 5 years. You know how hard it is to break up with a chick and you making that kind of money?
Shit.
Just breaking up with a normal chick. Man, you're at least gonna lose your vehicle, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Is the best time to break up with a chick was when you're broke. Well, I can get another one like him.
Right.
But there's two things it's hard for a chick to walk away from.
I'm back.
There's two things that are hard for a chick to walk away from is money and dick. If you piping her down and you got money, man, shit, you're gonna have to pry you away from her with her cold dead hands. She's not letting you go.
Well, I had to cut a chick loose, cause I piped her fucking last week, and she's like, "You my man now." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, I've seen that, man. I've seen that.
What?
In fact, That's how I got my side chick when I had was getting ready to leave my baby's mom, man. In fact, it was under the Christmas tree, man. Shit. And I'm walking. I said, well, "Man, I gotta go." I said, I done fucked up. Let me get out of here. So I kissed her goodbye. I'm trying to go out the door. She running after me. She said, "I don't care." I said, "I might not be your woman, but you my man." I said, "Oh shit, I'm fucked up."
Yeah, fucked up.
I'm fucked up. But she was a good woman, man.
But like women develop obsessions, man. And once they develop that obsession, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Once you penetrate that core, man. People think the shit that I'm laying out is bullshit. Once you penetrate her emotional core, shit. That's like I might stop dealing with young women after that one. They said, "No, I can't do this, man, because something's gonna happen to me. I keep doing this shit." I'm running because she was 25, and after that, I said, "I'm not fucking with any more women under 30."
Shit.
Because I was at like 32, 33. I said, "Oh no." I said, I saw what happened to her. I said, "Oh shit, no." I said, "I can't do this one. I can't do this shit no more."
Okay. So everyone's saying that I didn't lay down the law, right? My situation is that.
I said that.
Yeah, he said that. Okay. Let me because we've been. I know you've probably been listening to us offline. What you are?
I listen to you.
You're the type of person that actually needs a wife. What you have done the last couple of times is get a temporary wife because that's what you like. You're probably raised that way. 2-parent household?
Yeah, 2-parent household.
With mom at home?
Mom and dad, yeah, mom at home and all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah. In other words, you're basically the marrying kind of man. But the thing is, you're in America and you have one foot in and you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Because you basically married her without the ceremony. But that's the kind of guy that you are. That's how come you're feeling guilty about it, because you know basically you married her without the ceremony.
Hey, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Could he not just give her an allowance and call it a day?
Okay. I'll go for that.
I'm good. You good? You
man,
happy.
I'm tell you,
this is what you can spend.
Would you take 10 or 15% when you can have 100?
Hey, I know it's worked great for my uncle.
Did it work for him?
Well, look, man, we can't.
Was he married?
Yep. $1,000 a month. The new vehicle every 5 years.
But he married her, right?
Yeah.
We divorced her, right?
Hey, homie, I already gave an allowance. I gave an allowance.
Yeah.
No, you gotta put your foot down and shut up.
What I'm saying is, okay. Oh, they came to an agreement, right?
Yeah.
He was married to her, right?
Yep.
He's still married to her, right?
Yep.
They had kids, right?
Yep.
In other words, they had the house, they had a ceremony. Eventually they broke apart because they couldn't really live together, right?
Nope, they're still together. 30
What I'm saying is, does he live in one spot and she live in another?
Nope. Still married.
They're still married.
Yep.
Okay. In other words, that's not his position.
No, I'm saying he gave his wife an allowance.
Yeah, he can do that. He can do that.
Saying if he's giving her an allowance already, he just need to put his foot down on the deal breaker or disappear.
Yeah, basically. In other words, he's gonna have to stay in. The thing is, eventually he's gonna either have to marry her or disappear. Because really, what she's pushing for is to be married. That's how come she's asking for half. If you're not going to marry me, I'm sure she's probably already asked you to marry her, hasn't she?
Yeah.
In other words, okay, I'm going to be the woman for a second. I'm going to act like you guys are my girlfriends. Okay, this is female talk. Okay, she's saying that I'm 33 years old. I've been with him 5 years. I've been wasting my time. Well, how much does he make, girl? Well, he makes $100,000 a year. Well, how come he ain't married you yet? He been with you for 5 years. Don't you live with him? Yeah. Well, he ain't gonna never marry you, girl. So you basically wasting your time. So why are you still with him? Well, because I love him and I want to have his babies and all that. Well, if he's not gonna marry, he's making $100,000 a year, girl. You need to protect yourself. He gonna be, if you're gonna be a wife, you need to be paid like a wife. So that means half.
Hold on a second. Do I need to protect her? Is she's protecting herself from me, or do I need to protect myself?
She's protecting herself from you leaving her.
Listen, man. I don't really need nothing from her. So
no. She's protecting herself from you leaving her. So she wants. If you're not gonna marry her, she wants compensation.
That's what it is. I'm a company that she works at. No,
you're her husband in her mind, and if you're not going to make it formal and make a family, she wants compensation. You feel me?
She needs something, man, because she can't go back a year.
She wants what's the one thing a woman wants out of marriage?
A lifestyle.
She wants security. She wants security.
Yeah. Hey, but all she needs to do is do what she needs to do, and everything will be cool.
There's no guarantee for that. The thing is, there's no guarantee unless you make it formal and put it on paper, which is what she wants. She really wants you to marry her. And if you're not going to do that, she wants you to compensate her. This is not male speak. This is female speak. I'm telling you how she's thinking. And then everybody's on the line that's quiet because they know I'm right. She wants to be compensated for being a wife. You feel me? What do wives get? They get what? Half. That's how come she's asking for half. She's 33 years old. She wants a husband, children, and a picket fence, and a nice Miami house, wherever Miami house she wants, because she doesn't want to get married. She doesn't want to be with a man at 33 years old and raise kids in a 1-bedroom apartment where you live. So at this point, do you want a family or do you not want a family? Because you're 35, and this is at the point where you decide whether you want a family or not going forward. And you've been with her 5 years, so basically you wanted a temporary wife. So is this time to trade her in for another woman? What you got to, in other words, you have to decide what it is you want, because she's going to be a woman and she's reacting just like a woman would react.
You're hitting him too hard, man. He's laughing.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. I'll back off. Let's talk about something else, man. What else you guys want to talk about on TV?
You said Monte throwing the towel, boy. BGS back off, man.
Nah, for real.
All right, okay, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You know, I apologize because the women think I'm too soft on you guys.
You said ease up, please.
Okay. All right. I'll ease up. Let's talk about something else. Yeah. Go ahead, Ruben. What were you saying?
Nah, the only thing I said was I was gonna tell him he needs to type in Jordi Harris, because he could end up like that.
Shit!
He killed that dude about 5 different ways.
Yeah, oh, man. I want to say that I don't know. I don't know if she's that way. The odds are that she won't. Okay, that she won't do anything. She'll break down and cry. She might slash his tires or some shit like that. But she's not gonna do that. But the thing is, what he's thinking about doing. In the position that she's in, it's gonna really fuck with her. And the thing is, you got to be aware of it. Like the cop says, don't leave her in the apartment and leave her some money, and split.
Yeah.
Because there is no easy way to do this shit. There isn't. Now, if you guys can come up with a better way to do it, I'd like to hear it.
There is. I've done it before.
Okay, what is it?
You quite readily just move on. You leave her in the apartment. Straight up, that's one thing you definitely do. But at the end of the day, you just have to tell her it is what it is, isn't it? Like, you could come at me with a knife or whatnot, but chances are that's not gonna work. So I was cool when I done my chick after like 5 years.
Yeah. Okay. How old were you and how old was she?
I was younger. I was 20. No, I was 28.
How old was she?
He was 33.
20. What's the difference between your situation and his?
I guess. Oh, one more thing. She could move back to her family back in Germany, whereas.
Yeah. And she was young enough. She was 23.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between a 23-year-old and a 33-year-old?
Oh no, my chick was 33 years old.
Huh? She was 33?
Yeah.
She was 33. All right. And you were 20. Okay. Had you been? Were you living with her for 5 years?
I was living with her for 8 years.
For 8 years. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I was in a long-term relationship with her. Yeah, it devastated her for now. She is quite bitter, but we still talk every now and then.
Yeah, but you were younger though.
23 and she was 33.
No, she said she was 33. He was.
You were younger.
28.
I was younger. I was 5 years younger.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say that's some cradle
robbery.
Saw you.
Yeah, it was. I met her when I was 16, and she was like 21.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, man. You guys together for a long time. Did you guys? Was it mutual, or you decided you didn't want to be with her no more?
It was. I decided I didn't want to be with her because I just felt like I was just bored.
This man broke up with his babysitter. That's crazy.
Too much. Yeah. That's a long time, man. Yeah, boy. Yeah,
that's a long ass time, boy. That's like close to alimony payments right there, man.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not as dire as everyone makes it seem. Like the guy, he's definitely gonna get murked if he dumps her.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah.
She's making $20,000 a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's making $100,000, right?
Yep.
How easy is it for her to find another guy making $100,000?
If she can find him, she just won't be able to date him.
Yeah. And so now she has him. She's had him for 5 years. She's living with him for 3. In her mind, what is she doing? She's planning her wedding, her kids, where she's going to live, what kind of house she's going to have, and she's pressing him to marry her.
Cool. If she was doing that right, he wouldn't be having this debate. So obviously she knows that she should be, informed that she's fucked up somewhere down the line, isn't it?
Yeah, if she was a man, she would.
There's a man in the house, though. Why hasn't he told her?
Huh?
There's a man in the house. Why hasn't he told her?
He's told her. He's told her what the deal was. She's hit a deal breaker. He's ready to leave.
Cool.
And it's not going to be. It's not going to be pretty.
No, it's not.
And she's not German either. German's a little bit more practical.
Yeah, that's true. She took it really, really well. Even when she saw me with the next chick, she was like, "Okay, how it is."
Yeah, yeah. But it took some time, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did you break up with her in person?
Yeah, I did.
Really?
I took her to the airport myself.
Put on the flight. Yo, she was in shock, man. She ain't understand what was happening.
That's what you need. I think Germans call it a blitz, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
what basically the relationship probably had been going down for a while, so it basically ended.
Oh yeah,
she probably knew.
That shit was plummeting, man. If that was stuck, it was plummeting.
Yeah, she knew. Yeah, in other words, the relationship was already dead before you broke up with her, right?
As a doornail, yeah.
Yeah, so that's different. That's different. It's like almost like a divorce. This is not a divorce. This ain't one of them. Yeah, this ain't one of them.
Okay. Well, that's what he needs.
Ain't one of them.
He needs to make it seem so shit to be with him that she wants to leave. Why don't he just do that?
Well, he can try it.
That ain't gonna happen, man.
He's already lied. He's already said, "Look, I make way more money than this. I haven't told you. I'm clearly capable."
She already knows. She already knows, and she already made plans for that money. That's the reason they're having the problems now, because she wants a certain lifestyle he's not willing to fund. That's where the disagreement is.
The only thing that he could do is like basically fuck like 3 bitches right in front of him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That might work. That might work. It might get you killed, but that might work too.
They won't get her. She'll be so disgusted. Like, how can you do this to me? You know,
you're messing with the money, dude.
You know,
you're messing with the money. It's dick plus money, man.
He's employed one week to fire himself from his job, so to speak.
Yeah,
and
I like that whole transfer out of country plan myself.
That would be the best move. Have Adam set you up in the UK, man.
I wouldn't even tell her till 2 days before I left.
Yeah. I would say, I would tell them I'm going on over in Europe, man, on business for like a month or two.
Nah, I wouldn't even tell her that much, yo.
No, they're sending this. I'm leaving you some money. So why are you leaving me some money? Because I got to go out of town. They're sending me over to wherever in Germany or the UK to work on a computer. I'm gonna be gone for 2 months, and I'll be back. And she'll be having a nice, good time on the money that you left her. And then you know what? Say, well, it looks like I'm going to stay. They transferred me over here, so this is my goodbye to you.
No, because I'm gonna tell you what she gonna hit him with. Okay, where's my ticket? I'm moving over. You know?
Yeah.
Cause she's only making $20,000. That ain't shit to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, that's leaving a door. That's leaving the door open. You gotta close that motherfucker.
No, that's not leaving the door open. In other words, the door is shut because there's no way for it to get to you. It's gone.
No. She will.
How's she gonna find you?
Here's what's gonna happen. She knows where he works. He'll just find the Germany branch of where he works.
Yeah, how's she gonna get to? How's she gonna find him?
Shit, she'll borrow money. Yo, a woman can come up with some money. You know this. She'll come up with some money to get a plane ticket.
Well, then you have to go ghost.
You know what I'm saying? No, what I'm saying is,
ghost.
What I'm saying is that what he needs to do is just, if he's gonna make that out of country move, he needs to just tell her 2 days before it happens. That way, she's devastated. she's devastated. She can't even make a move. She can't plan. She's in shock. So, and by the time she comes out of it, he's already gone.
You hope. Why would tell her?
On the plane and go.
I mean, because you got to do the decent. You got to do the decent thing and break up with her.
See, he wants to do the decent thing. Okay.
You got to do the decent thing and break up with her. Otherwise, she's gonna be looking for your ass. It's gonna be like,
she's gonna be looking for you regardless.
You know?
She's gonna be looking for you regardless. You break up with her and 2 days later you fly off. No, she's gonna be looking for your ass regardless.
Nah, but she's
gonna look for you.
She gonna look for you in Miami for a while, you know, before she figured out that damn, he's motherfucker not even in Florida. Look, he's not even in the country.
She'll figure that out.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, just that, you know.
Yeah, what's up to him? You know, personally, man, if what I would do if I were him, man, I'd go ahead and try to work the shit out. You know, fuck it. Now go ahead and marry the chick, man. Work that shit out.
Shit. I mean, what was his problem?
I think that's what he's gonna do anyway, man. Yeah. It doesn't sound like he wants to leave her. You know?
What was his problem with it in the first place?
Oh, okay. She wants a guarantee. She wants to put half of his income into a separate account for her. What does that sound like?
Well, I think basically
that sounds like marriage. That sounds like marriage. You know?
Yeah, she wants a guarantee. Right. That in other words, if I'm not going to be your wife, I want a guarantee because I want some kind of security, and that's coming from her girlfriends probably.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like an idea that she came up with.
Is that where she decides that she wants to leave, or?
Oh no! In other words, a guarantee in case he leaves.
I mean, so basically, she just told you the price: 50 racks.
50 racks. Yeah.
50 racks for your freedom.
No, 50 racks. In other words, I want to be with you. I want to marry you, but if you're not going to marry me, I want half, just in case you decided to do.
Right. Right. 50 racks is what she can live with and not like go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
But can I ask this? During the 5 years that he was with her, he couldn't see her worth though.
He saw her. He gave her what he thought she was worth, and but now she feels she's worth more.
You know what? I don't know if you've ever seen a gambler at a table.
Hey, what? Come on, hey, Paul. Man, you can't just drop in, man. Not say that you're here, man.
Yes. Yo, sorry about that.
Paul. Go ahead, drop it on us, Paul.
But if you want to understand what she's doing, if you ever met anybody who's a compulsive gambler, you know that as the money runs out, they're starting to bet heavier and heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When the stack is fat, they're all good, they're all relaxed and everything. The same thing is happening to her. She's starting to recognize his value with the 6 figures. She's starting to recognize her declining marketplace value.
Exactly.
Right? I don't know exactly what the ages are, but
35 and 33. He's 35, she's 33.
Right. So he's hitting exactly that point on the testosterone curve where his testosterone is starting to drop.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
She's looking at it. Her marketplace value is starting to crash.
Yep.
And so she's like, well, if it doesn't work out, I need some money for an exit strategy.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah.
Right. Because she can't wind back the clock and go back to being 22-year-old Miss Fat Booty all over again.
Right.
Right. That is not what's going to happen. Now, to me, you're in IT, go somewhere nice.
Yep.
Get gone. Prague is a beautiful city. Go to Tokyo. Tokyo is real nice. Head over to Rio. They got some nice big fat asses, like heat in the winter, shade in the summer. But don't try to pull this really nice soft breakup where she comes home and you got like Al Green and Teddy Pendergrass on the radio. She's thinking you're getting ready to propose, and the words, I just don't think it's gonna work out.
Fucking dead.
Yeah. Paul knows, man. Paul knows.
Alone, I'm so tired.
No. Yeah. You can't do that.
No, she needs to be listening to Bobby Womack.
Yeah.
Bobby Womack when she hits the apartment. That's what she needs to be listening to.
Right.
Yeah, you probably gonna be listening to
because there's only 2 ways out. And Paul's basically saying the same thing that I said. There's only 2 ways out. Either you marry this chick or you get ghosts. There's no other way.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's got to understand, like, you can't just be sleeping in the bed like, yo, it's over.
Yeah.
And
no.
Just because you told her it's over.
Yeah.
But maybe he's probably in that paradox that he spent too much money that he should have. So now his pride is getting in the way.
Well,
in other words, you're not understanding the situation. Okay, you're not understanding the situation. Okay, if he was just a $10,000 dude, it wouldn't be as critical. She would still be hurt, but it wouldn't be as critical. There's no way in hell that if she hadn't found a $100,000 dude in her 20s, she's definitely not going to find him in her 30s.
True.
In other words, this is her last best chance, and she is not going to let it walk out of the door if she can possibly avoid it. There's only one way out for him. He's going to have to disappear because she's not going to let this shit go.
Absolutely.
She ain't going to let it go.
No. And if he's going to continue to hit it, you know what? He better become an expert marksman and learn how to pull out and like blow the shit on the drapes, blow it on the carpet, hit the cat, do whatever you have to do because she's going to.
I won't even hit it no more though. That's just because she already wants a baby. She's already shaky on him being married, so a kid is the next best thing to lock him down.
Okay, the best thing to do. This is maybe Paul can chime in on this. This is an old man move. You have to keep whatever's going on going. In other words, as long as you're talking and arguing back and forth, she thinks that she's got the upper hand. You got to let her think she has the upper hand.
Exactly.
Until you getting ready to make your move, because if you start to slice things off like you're getting ready to exit, it's going to go bad for you.
Absolutely. If you go for dinner every Friday, you keep going for dinner every Friday.
Every Friday.
If you're talking to a mama every Tuesday, you're going for dinner every Tuesday. You know.
And when you give her money, you whine every time you give it to her. Okay,
Yeah.
just like you've been doing. If she has to beg you for money and it comes out of your pocket like you got cramps, you got to keep that up because any little deviation, she's looking for it.
Right.
So in other words, if all of a sudden you giving her money without no slack, she said, "Oh shit, he's getting ready to do something."
Right, son, this
because
up.
it's too easy.
Right.
It's too easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
You have to have your exit strategy totally in place. Meaning, if it's a rough situation like that, not only are you going to bounce, but you've already got the apartment set up. You've already got the new cell phone going. You've already got the new job going. So that the last time you're in that apartment, you're leaving, she's at work. And the last time you're at that apartment, you think you say out loud, "Damn, baby, I'm gonna miss you." And you look at that big fucked up TV and you walk the fuck out because that's what you're saying goodbye to, because you're leaving that behind too.
You leaving everything behind. You only take the stuff that you can actually not replace. Like say if you got watches or rings or pictures and
Fucking
stuff like
autographed basketball jerseys.
That's what I said. Should be shipped. That should be shipped to wherever it is that you're going because you cannot go back.
Right. And he's got to understand that the way that men and women enact violence differently. Right.
Yeah.
So men like a direct approach to violence. Right. We like to get up in your face. Women like to work by proxy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to get caught. Right. So don't stay in the same city and feel like, well, just because you're walking around and you don't see her, everything's cool.
Yep.
You know, if she's really angry, she's gonna call every dusty, violent crackhead she knows.
Yep.
That she ever knew. Make up any lie she can to get them to come after you.
And she only made 20 racks, so she know a lot of them.
Right.
Miami's a dangerous city. Yeah, Miami's a dangerous city.
Oh yes, it is. You know, but you know, I know she's looking at it. She's being subjective. You know, it's her way or else. You know, but I was listening to him, and this seemed like like he invests a lot into her, and that's probably why he felt like he wasn't so quick to to listen to you guys and probably bail out the situation.
Well, you know what? It's like a stock, okay? And it's what they call the sunken cost fallacy. The stock starts to slide down in value, and people make a mistake of hanging on to it because they say, well, it was worth X when I bought it, and I don't want to lose this money. But at some point, you have to walk away.
Cut your losses,
Well, can they call that a Pookie and Ray Ray stock? Because that kind of sound like in the hood type.
No. It's a term. In other words, you have to have a stop loss. That's what we call a stop loss.
Right.
At a certain point, if your stock goes up, at a certain point you have to cut off your losses. That's a stop loss.
Right.
So this is a stop loss.
Right. Exactly. You don't
want to do. Otherwise, the stock will take you down to zero.
Right.
But no, what I'm saying towards some of these people that be sitting here like Chrissy and just something like we could kind of that the Pookie and Ray Ray stock
Well they were buying penny stocks to begin with.
Right.
That's true.
Okay, but
so basically you're gambling on a moonshot when you buy a penny stock.
You bring up a good point with the Pookie and Ray Ray thing, and I was talking to my mom a couple of days ago, and I just said Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man, and she broke up laughing. She was like, "Where'd you get that?" But it's kind of a similar thing in that, like when you're selling something like a house, right? The housing market is going up, is going out of control. Right. You're always looking for the greater fool, meaning you don't want to be the one left holding the bag before the thing crashes.
Right.
Right. So with the whole thing with like Obsidian a few weeks ago saying, no, we're not going to be the garbage men.
To clean up, right.
The reason that the women got angry was that they were basically saying, look, we're holding you with the Pookie and Ray Ray stock.
Yeah.
You can't sell it to us.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not going to buy it. And the women's strategy is dependent on the educated lames
being the greater fool.
Coming through, being the greater fool and buying the stock.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So they don't want to get stuck with it.
Yeah.
And dudes are adapting, man. I mean, I've gotten some red pill stuff from people in the last couple of days, just in casual conversation. Not even spitting anything at them.
Yeah.
And so it's starting to seep into male culture.
Yeah.
And men are learning how to ghost hard. It's actually amazing to watch. And it's not even like I'm in the States. I'm in Canada and I'm watching it happen.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah, remember, Paul, I was telling you that's what the power of MGTOW.
Yeah.
How it was going to spread. Everybody saying, well, it would take a political movement to make it spread, but it's not the case.
No, they're missing
because it's already there. Yeah.
They're misinterpreting it. And the analogy that I've been giving for ages is that, everybody's good at visualizing World War II. So if you look at World War II, and the MRAs are like the army. They want to approach it directly. That's why they're always going after feminists. They visualize large-scale engagements where they finally win.
Yep.
Right? The POA guys are like Navy SEALs or Marines. They're just like storming in and blowing sperm everywhere. Right? They're like, that's our strategy. Just go in and empty your balls.
Right.
Right? But if you look at MGTOW is more like the French resistance. It's like, we're going to live with you and we're going to melt into the background, but we're going to disrupt your stuff just enough that it makes it difficult for you to do what you do. MGTOW in and of itself, MGTOW, the word, the phrase, the whole thing could disappear tomorrow, and that's fine because the ideas themselves
have seeped in like a virus.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the big advantage. Because I watch the complaints that people have about MGTOW, and something I see that happens over and over and over is that they'll say, I'm not a MGTOW, but.
Yeah.
And then they'll go on to cite, but they have a good point about this and this and this. And then they have to like step back and go to their strategy. I mean, that's fine. The ideas are getting in there. But that dude, man, he's got a.
He got Paul to call in on it, so it must have been something. He had to weigh in. Paul weighed in.
I was trying to work and I was dying. I was just like, oh Lord. I was just like, I hope this fool don't like get off the phone and be like, baby, we got to have a talk right now.
That's what I was saying. I feel like you was going to do something crazy.
Like, don't do anything rash. Like, really, you just have to be like the mafia. You just like, when you take the guy to the restaurant, you don't do anything different. If you always order the cannoli, you order the cannoli.
Yo, he's gotta be like old boys and Goodfellas when Joe Pesci thought he was about to be made.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be like that, where she thinks she getting married when she come home on Friday. She opened the apartment empty.
Yeah, you got to do a Lawrence, man.
Leave it with a Best Buy shirt.
Yeah, like everything is. Yeah, I feel for that guy. But BGS, you've been. You must have had a lot on your mind, man, because you've been busy the last few days. I've been having trouble keeping up with all the work you've been doing.
Oh man, well they've been pissing me off, man.
But that's been ranting. They pissed you off because I think that's you really reached a lot of people with your rants. So
man.
Yeah, I like to do more foundational work, but I know people like my rants and stuff like that.
I wouldn't even call them rants though, because rants sound like rambling without a point, right? You're just venting without an end game in mind. I mean,
right?
You're talking, it's like you're hitting points, and it's like shit. Well, fuck.
When I rant, I talk. It's like I'm talking to I talk to you guys like I talk to my children. Okay. If people don't believe it, but I'm saying when they hear, other than the few curse words, I use less curse words. But when I'm ranting like that, that's how I sound when I talk to my children.
I think
I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to lace you with the truth.
Right.
In fact, I was talking to Karazin. In fact, I actually complimented her because she was telling some chick about her having 4 children out of wedlock and wanted a swirl, and she was giving it a real. I said, bravo.
Yeah.
And we got into an argument. I said, I'm trying to compliment you. But they said, well, if they don't like my tone, they can't argue with my information. But they said they don't like my tone.
Well, in my mind, if I'm arguing with somebody and they say, "Well, I don't like the way you say it. I don't like your tone."
Yeah.
You just told me that I won the argument.
Right, because they come. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what are the women say when they come in? It's not that they argue with my argument; it's they don't like the way I put it.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not. I said, number one, this is a man's channel. I'm not talking to you.
Right.
If I was talking to women and I wanted to, I know how to talk to women. I know how to talk to them the way they like to be talked to. For the most part, but the thing is, when you coddle them and rub their hand like I do my daughters sometimes, they don't get it. You have to basically, what is it, the donkey kick? You have to donkey kick them in the head, man.
Well, it's a donkey punch. Don't ask me how I know that.
Donkey
it's
punch.
a long story, and I was drunk.
Donkey punch, yeah. It's a donkey punch.
Jesus
donkey punch
Christ. but Black Knight, for me listening to you, and especially a guy that me also, I stay in Chicago. Listening, it was kind of just like, a guy that did wrong, who felt like he didn't done wrong, but he's in court listening to a judge saying you did wrong, and laying out the outlines to you what you did wrong,
right?
And this is the way you need to do right.
Yeah, I'm telling them, they're listening. Because you would think, that they would disagree, but they're listening.
No, it's like, like it's no sugarcoating shit. It's like, look,
Yeah, and that's what Kerosene say. You should sugarcoat stuff and be compassionate and stuff like that. I said I'm a Gnostic. We don't sugarcoat.
Right. As me being a male, at the end of the day, still I look at things. I'm an adjective male. I don't look at it as shit. I don't subject anything. It's always an adjective with me.
My sister's a Gnostic, right? She's a Gnostic Christian, right? She doesn't sugarcoat.
Right.
And a lot of phrases I use, I get from her, like putting your big girl panties on.
Right.
And she just said to me, "Put your big girl panties on, Cupcake."
And I think that's what woke me up with you. Like, when you asked me before, you actually was talking about the males towards, fucking up and doing the things they do. You need to man up. That's what I liked about you. I'm like, okay, he's giving it to us raw. I need to fucking man up. And that's what I did.
Yeah. I mean, I always start off that way because I actually, even though there's a woman component in it, it's actually toward, even though I'm talking to women or about women, it's actually toward the males. I'm giving you what a woman should do.
Right.
Okay. And how she should act. What I'm saying is, I said at the very beginning, and Paul knows this because he's been following me on MGTOW. First thing you got to control is your dick.
Right.
Amen.
You got to control your wand first. If you don't do that, your wand, you are Harry Potter. If you don't know how to control your wand, your life is going to get fucked up.
Right. I agree.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's gonna happen when you're younger, right? You got a lot of testosterone. You don't know any better. But if you can make it through, your 20s and get into your 30s without having your stuff going sideways or getting kids you don't want or anything like that, then you've got a chance for your brain to catch up.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I agree. But see, I came in, I'm an older male, so I just made 40. But I caught the ass end of him when I was before I turned 40. I still was the type that didn't control my dick.
Well, that's all right. You hit 40 now.
Right.
You can pretty much relax.
Right. But the finally, seeking on YouTube and hearing, certain people, making content. And then once I heard him, I said, okay. I latched on. I said, all right.
Because Paul, when he was making content, made very good content.
Well, thank you, man. I still have some stuff I have to do.
I know.
It's just we had some considerations in Canada.
It kind of started from, because I mean, when I got on, if I'm be honest, and hopefully nobody, it was Tommy. It was Tommy. Tommy.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna say his whole name.
Yeah. So everybody knows who he is. All you have to say is Tommy. Everybody knows who he is.
But I mean, it kind of was funny,
he's an entertainer. Yeah,
it was entertaining me. Exactly. I was laughing because I was a news guy. I wasn't a YouTube guy. I didn't YouTube what, it just kind of started from somebody saying, about him. You need to watch him at the job, and I watched him, and then seeing the other. You know, when you watch a certain person, now again, you the other people you need to watch. You know, I started to kind of follow a couple other people. Obsidian. That's how I found him, and then from him, that's how I found you. BG.
Okay.
So, but you know, I listen and I'm just like, you know, no, I'm not really digging, you know, his style. I'm not knocking him, but I followed him for a while. Actually, I was on the show a couple of times.
Obsidian?
No, Tommy.
Oh, Tommy. Okay.
All right. Start doing your digs and shit like that.
Okay.
So, you know, I follow along. You know, I was on the show talking to him. I called in. We talked because he was talking about Chicago with the women and all the violence. And,
I remember you. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, this, you know, actually me and him got into it. But I looked past that. You know, it kind of made me start my own channel because, you know, with the as me being a felon, I was a Pookie and Ray Ray. You know, I was able to change my life.
Okay.
You know,
you ought to shout out your channel real quick, man, so we know who you are.
I know it's just Anthony J. It's nothing serious, you know.
Okay, all right.
You know, I just, you know, if anything, look me up on Facebook. That I got more content there, you know. You know, I help people on the streets. You know, get out of jail. I got a Facebook page for that. You know, getting out the joint. Like I had an opportunity to get out the joint and change, get a second chance.
Yeah. Okay. You were a former Pookie and Ray Ray. Okay. You were the former street dude. What do you think about Chrissy and going up against the educated lames and shit like that? What do you think?
Had a big problem with it. Actually, I before then, you know, when she made a video with the colorism thing, I came at her, you know, and I disagree with her. And I looked at it like this way. I think some people always think about the edge, and not to be, you know, anybody with your channel. I mean, with your podcast, BGS. But I just want to say that I think some people get the thing misconstrued with the educated lane. Because I looked at it like a lot of people prior that had felons or that call in the game was educated lanes back in high school, especially back in Chicago. A lot of people was in high school that, you know, really was smart kids that really had that, you know, want to go to college and do something with themselves. But back then, women weren't looking for them. You had, like I said, I'm a 70s baby, you know, but my upcoming was with Tupac and the Thug Life thing.
Yeah.
But I was around, I was, you know, a suburban child at that time, going to high school. I stayed in my father. He was separated from my mother, but we stayed in a nice suburban area. But a lot of us seeked that thug life because a lot of women weren't. They weren't in high school. They weren't really digging us. They pushed us aside, even knowing that we're in a suburban area. You know, we would thought, you know, the ones who want to get good grades and move on and go to college, do better for themselves. No, the thug life just, I mean, it took a threshold over there in the suburbs. A lot of kids picked that up. A lot of kids want to be Tupac. A lot of kids kind of want to be big. And that changed the culture in the high school. So where are you going to find that at? It wasn't in the suburbs. Kids was going out there in the city. The suburban kids was going to seek that in the city because we wanted the finest woman. Best looking girls. But a lot of times what was happening was the city guys also was finding their way out there to the suburb schools. Why was they doing that? Because they mothers didn't, you know, the single family home mothers didn't want their kids, their sons out there because they know these sons could get killed. So they were sending them to the suburbs, anybody in their family to get them out there to the suburbs to get an education. But what was them kids doing? What they was bringing? That culture, what they had from the city out there to the suburbs. And the kids from the suburbs, they wanted that. So they was latching on. And that's how they turned around. They gave up that want to, you know, I seen kids that was smart as hell, including myself, say, fuck that. What I mean, hey, Tupac, you know, hey, I get around. He got all the girls and see everybody latching on that. It wasn't about us having wanted pussy, but we wanted the female, that cute girl, the one we got a crush on. So we took on that image, and I mean that shit. I seen a lot of guys that turned around, that want to fight, that wanted that. Some died,
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, that was an educated lane.
Yeah. Well, what about the guys that don't want to be or what about the guys that don't want to be Tupac or Biggie and want to be themselves?
Well, they. I mean, honestly, they got bullied. They got bullied. I see. That's why most in the 80s, when I went to high school, it was 1990. Most at the start, it was okay to be, you know, smart.
Okay.
As time went on, like I say, like the Tupac and the gangster rap started to pick up steam. It changed.
Yeah.
It changed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know why it changed, man. Because I think I did another video about the crack era. I know why it changed.
So, but a lot of people is not looking at it because it's the gap. Like how you was looking at it from. I listened to that video and that was true. When the crack came in, and that's what started the single family homes.
I know.
And
the thing is, the bling, the lowest common denominator in the bling is what actually kept attracting people, even to this day.
Exactly. But at the same
and that's what, it was the bling. But somebody else want to jump in. Yeah, somebody else want to jump in.
So it killed here in Chicago. It basically really brought down some neighborhoods that actually was like the suburbs. You had very profound families, like doctors,
middle class families. Yeah, so, it did.
But what happened? They moved to the suburbs. They started to create their own area. That took the educated. Well, it wasn't lane because they ain't consider that lane. Just took the.
I know back then. Well, I just gave it a name. What I'm saying is now that. You know, after 20 years, now these guys that were the gold standard are considered corny.
Well, I'm glad for now I could talk to you about this because now being older and yes, you know, me being a felon and yes, I went to college. I got my degree, you know, applied science. You know, I deal with the technology, but I have two boys myself, and I had a problem with that with my oldest son that he was getting bullied. My son had glasses. You know, he talks proper. You know, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck talk proper mean, but whatever. He, you know, as I teach him, you know, you should know how to talk to anybody. It's not slang. I don't know what the fuck is slang. I don't talk slang to you. So you
that's what they're being. That's what they're being taught. Okay, that's what they're being taught in school. And well, when any mother or anybody that's going to bring up a so-called educated lame, they say, what do you need to do for them first? First thing you need to do is teach them how to fight.
Right. Thank you. And as you see, for the most part, though, when that did happen at the beginning, I'm just going off my oldest son. When he was getting bullied. He was getting bullied because he had glasses and the way he talked. When I went up there to the school to kind of address the situation, you know what the principal said to me?
What?
You know, when he first started at the school, he said, "Hey, you the first father that I seen up here at the school."
Yeah.
This school across the street at that because he was with his mother across the street from a project in which in turn most of them are a street. Let's say a street 50 yards away. Where the males were out there shooting dice, smoking weed in front of the school. But they're there.
He shouldn't be in the environment. Yeah, he shouldn't be in the environment. Yeah.
They say that none of them come in that school to check on their kids.
No, I know.
But
that's part of the problem here.
At the same time, and also their mothers was out there on the side of the fathers doing the same shit.
Yeah, of course.
To hear a teacher say that to me, but I mean, I sat down in the classroom. I talked to the other student, and you know, it basically stopped the bullying because all that student wanted was attention.
Yeah,
then he wasn't getting that home, but his mother and father is probably one of them that was outside smoking and drinking and gambling, and not giving a fuck.
That's the problem on the inside. Yeah.
So I kind of, you know, it's just something I kind of wanted to look more into it. So I kept going up there to the school. You know, I just wanted to fight because I mean, it fucked my mind up, you know, because I'm still out here now living in the suburbs now, you know.
How come he's not with you?
Well, because at the same time, that's what I'm fighting for because I'm a felon.
Okay.
and the courts fight you on that because you're.
How old is he?
Well, now he's 11. This happened when he was like 3.
Oh no!
And it's been an ongoing fight. You know, I'm trying to. You know, it's more so like
that's the problem. Money. That's the problem that I don't understand, especially about black women. Okay, you say that you love your children. Now, an Asian woman, if she was living in the projects and her father, the child's father, was living in the suburbs, she would not hesitate to send that child to the father in the suburbs.
I mean,
wouldn't it be a thought? Wouldn't it be a thought? Same thing with a Hispanic or even a white woman. She would not hesitate to send that child to a better situation. Black women, for whatever reason, do not do that.
No, but let me say this too, though, because I'm paying child support, and that's why it's been an ongoing battle.
Yeah, there's money. I already know, boss. I already know because I went through the same thing.
So it's me and her. It's just like she's thinking like, you know, and I'm like, what has child support gotten you so far? You know, I'm still doing okay, but you still stand in the hood.
But that's the only thing, man. And a friend of mine told me when I was going through it a long time ago, and you know, at the time, I know what he was saying. I know what he's saying. In other words, just get your kid and leave her with the child support just to save your child. I mean, which is fucked up. Which is fucked up. I know it's fucked up. What I'm saying is literally, you know, that's the best advice I can give you because literally it's about the money. It's not even about the kid.
No, it's not.
So the thing is, what is your child worth to you? And that's something that you have to put through your mind. What's the child worth to you? You want to save your boy?
I think I looked at it like this, and not to cut you off. I mean, I have to look at my child. I got a visitation every weekend. Yeah. And, you know, I'm looking at somebody, you know, a child, you know, a split vision of me. And I just don't look at it as with money. I feel like, you know, hey, this is a human being, and he deserved a chance, like I deserve a chance. You know,
all I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, you know, and I know it's not even about the money. It's about the moral of the thing. Why should I pay her when I have the child? Why is she holding my child hostage? But at some point, you know, my children were never in the situation that you were in, thank God, because even though her mom, you know, she didn't want to give the kids up because of money, but she at least had them in a decent situation. If it was my child, go ahead.
Black Nasa, let me say this. Like I said, I was a Pookie and Ray Ray. So I mean, it's something called karma. So you know, it comes back on you.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why I've been listening to you. I'm trying to be that voice on the side with my channel, my Facebook, to say, okay, if you want to be a Pookie and Ray Ray, and you get one of them chicks pregnant, this what the fuck can happen.
It's gonna happen, you know? That's what I was saying. I'm trying to. That's why I was really talking to the guys more than I was talking to the women, because they're gonna be what they are. What I'm saying is that I was saying that first I addressed the guys and then the women. So then when I addressed the guys about stop messing with women that don't like you, don't accept you as you are, pick different women that do, regardless of whatever it is. And they said, well, you should be loyal to your race. Of saying it is, at some point you're gonna have to break that cycle. But, okay, you cannot.
I understood you 100%, but you know.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. What I'm saying
missing though, Black Gnostic is the Pookie and the Ray Ray speaking out, saying, "Hey, it ain't shit fucking with them either."
Well, I know that. But I'm saying it's not even about the guys. It's not even about the guys.
Yeah, I agree. It's about the women.
It's about the women and who they decide to choose. And I'm saying is, I have no problem with Pookie and Ray Ray, or Man, or even Abdullah on the corner. The thing is, I'm telling the educated lame, stop trying to force these women. Stop trying to speak against these guys, you know, regardless of what the situation they're in, because those women choose them over you. Because that's the biggest fight between guys, between the educated lames and Pookie and Ray Ray.
But that's how I feel about and I'm not trying to cut you off with me going to school and teaching the other misguided kids to say it's okay to be smart.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that your situation, that I know that's probably what you're going, when you go home and your mama cussing and all the other bullshit you're going through. Yeah. But, you know, here's a male figure here telling you it's okay to be smart.
Yeah.
Not just telling my son, but telling the other students, the other boys that too.
Yeah. And I was telling the women, see, that's it. That's the crisis that's going on. You know,
I know.
Because even when I put up my bill about should the educated lames leave, I'm saying I'm having a hard time making a case for you chicks. And you talking all this shit. And saying I'm having hard because the educated lames are tired of being called and corny, tired of not being liked, and they're tired of getting kicked when they coming down trying to get you to like them.
But they're going
to leave.
Because I agree with you. Why the hell should you be somewhere where you're not wanted?
Well, you are not wanted. But the thing is, the pro-black people are saying that you should do it anyway.
But you know what the pro-black people are? They like me. But I know I'm smart enough to be conscious to know it was needed. And I don't call them, and like that's like me calling my son an educated lame. No.
Right.
I want him to be educated. And I want him to build what he feel needed to build with his family.
Yeah. But the thing is the pro-blacks can't address the women about this shit.
But let's be honest though, it's money involved. That's why.
Talking about the pro-blacks?
Yeah, the pro-blacks. I could talk about.
Oh yeah. I know that.
I keep going. The pastors, money to be made.
Yeah.
You know, that's why they don't take the women don't take accountability. I mean, they're going to start to. I mean, with all the other things popping up now, they're going to have to. And that's why, like I said, you know, but me, I have to learn also, you know, I didn't know that how to treat, you know, to respond to my kids other say it's okay to be smart. But I just felt like I was the only one to finally I got on here and I started seeing other people talking about it.
Right.
That just motivated me even more. And that's why I say, that's why I follow you. And I appreciate you for what you've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I hope you keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's why I'm here, you know.
Could I interject for a second?
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. Jump in.
Sorry, hang on. Let me change my audio just so I don't feedback here. I think, you know, you just brought up something about the educated lames and Pookie and Ray Ray kind of fighting with each other. Mm-hmm. And I think that part of the reason for the fight is the degree to which you feel that you have no value. That assigns the degree to which you're going to fight.
Yeah.
Right? And when you have a situation where you now have a majority of children within the black community being raised by women don't assign value, especially to boys, in the same way that men do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I can look at a 10-year-old boy and see his inherent value.
Yeah.
I can see the way that he is going to become.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think that women, and it's probably just their nature, they look at the value of what he is doing today.
Yeah.
Right? So I think there are a lot of men who don't feel they have value because there wasn't a man around to say, well, you do have value. I can see what you are going to be.
Well, okay, this is because women are really media sensitive. Like, one thing I can agree with Chrissy, women are media sensitive. They are fashion conscious. They are style conscious. In other words, it's in style to go with a man and Pookie and Ray Ray thug that's got tattoos and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And whereas when I was coming up, that was not the standard. The educated laymen, as we call them now, was the standard.
How do we redirect the culture?
How do you redirect the culture?
Yeah.
Basically, there's only two ways to redirect the culture: is by changing the biology or changing the environment.
And the thing is, the biology.
You can't change the biology. You have to change the environment. And the environment, Trump is going to do his part because he's already started. because these chicks won't have the ability to make mistakes like they have been over the last few years. The second thing, the environment of that's why I know people love rap and hip hop and gangster rap, all that, but that's part of the environment that keeps feeding into the same thing over and over and over again. Nobody will address it because you like the music. You like the music, but the thing is, it feeds this cultural environment that causes women to like who?
Yeah. Can I interject just for a second? Also, what I think to help it change the environment to start having more fathers in the school. You know, I think that's crucial. You know, to be more involved in the schools, even though there's such a shortage. But just to go there, you know, and because there's a lot of kids, you know, coming from these single family homes with their mothers, and they don't know they don't know a man role. They don't, you know.
Yeah, because the environment is that the women do not need the men.
It's a matriarch. It's a matriarch. They
need the children for a check, but they don't need the men. Yeah.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that note, I have no children. I'm 35. I'm probably not gonna have any kids the rate I'm going. Not select. Tried doing the mentoring thing, and the single mothers that I've interacted with don't want you to say nothing to the kids. Like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you try and get in there and put the boy on the right path, unless it's something dealing with a martial art or something where they're expecting that kind of energy, they're like, oh no, don't say nothing to my child. So how do you deal with that situation?
The one thing that will work, if it's implemented, and it's got to be implemented on a wide scale basis to all children, is separate the boys from the girls in school. If you have a Chicago Institute for Boys, they found out that model works. When you separate the boys from the girls, all of a sudden the boys change.
It does.
Right on the head.
It does.
It's simple. It's a simple, easy fix because you're not changing anything except separating the boys from the girls. If you went hard in the paint and says we want to correct our communities, and this is how we're going to do it, and it's not going to cost you any more money. If you just do that as a start, I would say you can correct at least 50% of the problems, at least, probably more.
But also,
doing that.
What you got to do though, also, is you have to start understanding the culture these boys are growing up in, right? You're not. You're not a mentor. You're not a big brother. You're not their father figure. For most of these boys, like they're looking for you to be like either right, or they're looking for you to be.
But the thing is that's too complex. He asked me for something that you can do right now that was guaranteed to work.
Okay.
It's simple. And I'm saying all that other stuff is very true. If you can get the fathers back in the house, you can get the families back together. But that's a harder fix than just doing one simple thing.
No, that's not what I was saying though. Right?
Okay.
Like what I was saying, it's harder to get the fathers back in the house because that's the dynamic between two grown people, right? And that's just a bunch of bullshit right there, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is change the nature of the relationship you have with that young boy or those males, right? Essentially, what you're trying to do is put them in your pocket, So what you got to do is you got to break down. Most of them are like, most of these young men, they part of gangs. They grew up in a gang culture, so they have gang hierarchies, right? And so you got to become big homie. Like you gotta become a true big homie to them, where it's like they actually see that you're looking out for them, that you're gonna steer them away from the wrong stuff, that you is someone they can come to when the shit get heavy, because the big homies they have out there aren't people like that. Big homies out there are just.
Say something though, but it's more so about the environment.
The environment, yeah.
You can't be big homie with them on the streets.
No,
can't do it on them. Because I was there before. Don't do that. You get them. That's why I say you get them at the schools. That's how you change this. Tell them it's okay.
And if you do that, the mothers won't get into it as much because they're still going to school, and what goes on in the school will be controlled in the school. Because if you try to do it outside the school, you're going to get interference from the mothers because I'll tell you, man. 25 years ago, they were trying to do rites of passage with with troubled boys right here in Los Angeles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was on board. The police, the community, everybody was on board. It was the women that fought against it because they didn't want to give up control of the boys. And they want to control the boys. Yeah.
Can I say this? Why you think most of these inner city kids be so good at basketball? It's a getaway. It's
a getaway, and plus because mommy thinks it's her lottery ticket.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? That's true. But it's a getaway. It's a getaway from their environment. It's somewhere they're comfortable at.
Yeah.
Somebody that's in there that's motivating them.
Yeah.
That's in there where they at. Because I've been there. I played it. I know.
Yeah.
Let me say this one thing too, if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
bro.
Jump in.
I think that the main key to really get this situation resolved is us as men. We're gonna have to start being a lot more responsible with our seed. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn to value your seed and not to just go out and just plant it in any ground, because some of these sisters is just, it's not the woman's job to lead. That's why they get it wrong.
Okay. Let me jump in real quick. 42% of men do not have any children.
That's good.
35% of men are married. That means there's 12% of men that are actually producing all these out of wedlock births.
Yep.
How do you control that small percentage of men?
And they're, from what it seems like, they're the ones who are having the majority of the problems then.
That's true.
Yeah, that's why
That's true.
Yeah, my advice is for them. If they really want to, change the situation, especially the young boys in the hood that are coming up, they're going to have to learn the value of their seed. Go ahead.
Okay. You're
in the hood like that, man. It's like you gotta understand that most of them are fatalistic, right?
Yeah,
a lot of them out here dropping. A lot of them out here dropping babies because they want to leave something behind.
Albert is speaking. Let him finish his thought.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with the brother. I'm following the same line he was getting on.
Okay.
Men have sex for escape.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Procreation and escape. If you're a guy who has nothing going for him, you're gonna have sex. Unless you have had that experience of having to raise a younger sibling or something that puts you off on having kids, you're gonna be like, I ain't gonna have nothing to do with these kids.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to learn that sex is about a lot more than just enjoyment. There's a lot of responsibility behind that.
If you are in an apartment and you have no cable TV and you have limited funds to go out and do anything, and there's nothing in your built environment to do, a chick is an easy escape.
How long have we been saying that?
But how long has that been going on? I mean, that's been going on.
It's been going on since the 60s. They've been saying it since the 60s.
Thank you.
Saying what?
About men controlling their seed and women closing their legs and not having babies. They have birth control and all that other stuff, but it keeps going on. My man wants a fix that you can do right now.
Mm-hmm. Start getting these boys jobs, man. Start putting money in their pocket. Once you start putting money in their pocket, you can talk to them on another level because they see that you're not coming with no food shit. If you start, because a lot of, these boys probably been part of programs since they was like around 8 years old. People have been in their ear talking to them on a moralistic, ethical level, but morals and ethics don't put money in your pocket.
Right? Money and job programs will work, but that takes a hell of a lot of money and it takes a hell of a lot of investment. What I'm saying to you, if you want to do something right now that's not going to cost the government any more money, that will work and has been proven to work, that is where you start.
You're talking about the separation of boys and girls in school, right?
Separation, single sex school.
Yeah, and see that actually that's an ancient understanding that goes back to biblical times. Women and men were to learn separately.
Yeah,
that was to stop a lot of the problems that you see today.
Exactly, and it's already been proven. Chicago's they have at least one school that does it, right?
Yeah.
Chicago.
Yeah, I think that's a
Dallas.
wonderful
idea. They have one in Dallas. Chicago Institute for Boys.
Yeah,
I think that's a great idea.
Institute.
Because the other ones they made it co-ed.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but the one that's successful is the one that's all boys. Remember?
Yeah, it's the
that's
rather than say males, that's the higher.
That's urban prep.
Right, but that's the highest percentage of boys going to college is from their school.
That's awesome.
They 100%. You can't do better than that. If it works, how come it's not being replicated? It's something that's simple and it works.
Sorry, man.
Get the women to buy it.
Go ahead.
If I may interject again.
Go ahead, Paul.
You've already answered the question earlier when you said that the women didn't want to give up control.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have this system that works, and now you have the boys, and you replicate that across the school system, even if it works, it's sad to say, but some women won't allow it to happen.
Of course not.
They feel that it will lead to a loss of control on their part.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is, it's one. Logically, they cannot argue with it because it does work, and every other change that you're going to try to make has been doomed to failure because one, it's money involved, and women will fight against it. You have to go through with something that's simple, low cost, and
highly effective.
It's difficult to argue against it.
And you have to make. Can we at least say this? If they do a fight against it, then it shows their real agenda that they have been lying.
Exactly. That's what you do.
I mean, but they'll just deny it though. Like when you had like the Detroit 300, like everybody was on board except for the women because Ray and Pookie boyfriend was getting their asses beat, and they didn't want that no more.
Well, in other words, you won't have that. They can't argue. They have to go to school someplace. So in other words, change the school system to where it will work. All I'm gonna do is dropping him off at school, and I see a change. He's still coming home. Nobody's beating his ass. Okay. I still control him in my house. I'm still getting my welfare and my child support.
And the SSI check.
And the SSI check or whatever else is going on around. The only thing you're changing is that the girls aren't in the classroom with him. And by the time they figure out that they've lost control, it's too late.
That's true. That's a great idea. Yeah.
I feel sorry for a lot of the children, a lot of the young boys too, when they have to go home and deal with a household full of women. They don't have, because really the father figure is protection in the household for the young boy, whether a lot of people don't know it or not.
But you cannot change Western society. To do that, you have to change all of Western society. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
If you're giving that kid something to look forward to, I think he'll look past that.
Yeah, he will.
Look forward to go to school.
Yeah,
he'll look past that.
He'll look past that. Yeah, because in other words, what options do you have? Your options are limited.
Exactly.
If you just feed them like consistent nice meals, they'll come to school just for that. A lot of them aren't getting that at home.
True. Well, most of the boys are craving is manhood, man, more than anything else.
Right.
If you put them in an all-male environment, and they've known this for a long time. That's how come men change when they get into the armed services. They're in an all-male environment and a manhood environment. They naturally start to change. So if you replicate that, not to that scale, but in an all-boys environment,
this is true.
They'll change. They'll change.
But it seems like the basis. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No, when you get women out of the equation, a lot of times men will figure it out.
It seems like there's a mass agenda for feminization, though. Like it seems like they're trying to, exactly, and that's kind of going to fight against you on that because they're blurring gender roles and it's tragic, and that's why I think it's very important.
This is what you go with them at. Okay, this is what you go at them with. I said number one. Okay, say I take Chicago where they're killing each other. I said a quarter of these boys, 30% of these boys are going to prison at $50,000 per.
Yep.
That's a cost to you coming out of your education budget, right? Number one. Number two, your increased police force that you have to police this area comes out of your budget.
Yep.
Right? Okay. You go to the women. You don't want to get shot at. You want to feel safe on your street, right? You want your neighborhood clean up where it's decent, where you can actually go out without worrying about whether your child is being shot. where there's going to be dope slung on the corner, all that kind of crap, right?
Yeah.
All we ask you is one simple thing. Send your girls. The girls will be better because they'll be in their own environment. Your boys will be better because they're going to be in their own environment, and you will take the dangerous rogue males off the streets and train them properly to be proper men.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds beautiful, but that's if they really make that change.
How do they argue against it?
Well, sorry to interject, but I think in terms of marketing, what you'd actually have to do is spin it backwards and come at it kind of sideways, because you already know that you're dealing with a feminized environment.
Hook us up, Paul.
So the way that you have to actually spin it is to say that we are doing this for the girls. We're doing it to make the girls safer. We're doing it because we're concerned about this, that, and the third.
Rape. You gotta say rape.
Yeah.
But can I add on what Paul is saying with the feminization, what's going on also, and just also from person being in Chicago, you know, the sales was still high with all the murders and all that. The Christmas sales and all that was still high.
Oh yeah,
really good at the malls.
Yeah, they walk over the bodies.
That's why they want to keep that agenda with the women.
Yeah,
because who's spending the money?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah. Well, women spend most of the money, but you do have to spin it back.
Yeah,
because you have to basically make it difficult for the women to argue against their own self-interest.
Yeah,
exactly.
And then you spin it that way for the women, but the thing, you spin it against the money angle for the state, because they're out of money.
Right.
How we solve this problem and spend less money?
Right.
Because you try a jobs program that costs money, mentoring programs that cost money, right? All that costs money.
Exactly.
The school budget is a school budget. If you save money. If you save money and the save money from the police and the prisons and all that, that can go in the school budget. And the state's going to say, we can get a better outcome with less money. That's a win for us.
But I think they're trying to privatize a lot of the prisons out here. But
that's already been done in a lot of prisons.
The thing is, regardless of whether you privatize the prison, whatever it is, at the end of the day, who pays the bill to put those people in prison?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all day. Yeah, that's us.
The state.
Don't they make money? Don't they make money now off prisoners?
They make a lot of money. Oh,
yeah. Don't they make huge amounts of profit from having prisoners?
What I'm saying,
when they make stuff.
When they make stuff, they get 20 cents an hour, right?
They get pennies.
No. I'm talking about.
No. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Because we already done the math. When they make stuff, they pay the prison $20 cents an hour, right? Okay, they make a profit, but the thing is, it costs the state $50,000. You have them in there. Who's picking up the cost?
No, gotcha.
Who is basically bankrolling the corporation's costs for prison labor?
Citizens that are not in prison.
In other words, all they're doing is basically giving tax money to the corporations. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. It's just a cycle.
It's a cycle. In other words, at the end of the day, you're still spending the same money.
Isn't it in the long run? Like, okay, so say they lose money on the prison industry, they make money because for keeping our people deceived, there's a huge profit in that, right? Keeping us just deceived. And think about it like this, right? If the men are locked up, the women, unfortunately to say this, but this is a fact, women are very controllable, gullible, and they make, without a man figure there, they make bad decisions. So from statistics that I've looked up, we spend more than any other nationality of people.
Okay, this is the game, and this is the game that they sell to white people. You have to pay us to lock black people up so that you can feel safe.
Yeah.
You have to spend money. In other words, this is blood money coming from white taxpayers. To make you feel safe, make your cities feel safe, and get these bad niggers off the street. You have to pay us to keep them off the street.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you clean them all out, we're willing to pay $50,000 a head just to keep them off the street.
Yeah. Well, I say the majority of white people are as deceived as we are, because they're sold an idea that they're in control when they're not even the ones in control.
Yeah,
you know
but the thing is, when does it end? When does it end? When do you think it ends?
Well, when you're asking when does it end, do you mean? Because I'm Hebrew, so what I'm saying, we have a specific understanding. So are you asking?
No. I'm asking you just as not as a religious standpoint, but as just as a practical standpoint. When do you think that idea ends?
Well, it's still very profitable. Again, when a father's not in the home, right? Just
no. You're going way off. You're going way off. When do you think it stops? When the money runs out.
They're
out of money. They can't afford it anymore. What do you want to do? Close down all the schools to lock black people up?
That's true.
I think that
it's not.
Us as
no. Stop looking at. Let's get out of the book for even the book. And I'm going to do my study thing on the evolution of religion. Even the book is a practical book. Stop looking at it as an esoteric. Up in the sky. It's a practical book. Stop thinking esoteric and think practical. It ends when the money runs out. When there's no money to lock these people up, they have to release them. They're releasing them in California as we speak.
But they said that here in they're doing the same thing here in Chicago. They're going to start releasing them.
Non-violent prison, right?
Well, prison and the county. They say they can't afford.
Exactly. Holding it's not rocket science, boss. When the money runs out, the money runs out.
Well, I think there may be another consideration in why they're being released.
I don't. I talked to a professor, my sister's professor. This was like 2009, right after the crisis. I was talking to him. He had a project even back then. And he said exactly the same thing. It costs you $50,000 to lock the man up in prison and keep him there. It costs you $10,000 to rehabilitate him and actually gain money from him, which is part of the equation. How much money? I'll give you another example. Before the three strikes law, California's school budget, was like $6 billion, right? And the prison budget was like $2 billion. 10 years after the three strikes law, the prison budget was $9 billion and California's school budget was $5 billion. Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
When do you stop? When does the insanity stop?
Wow.
When the money runs out. It's not rocket science.
Right. Wow.
There's racism. Racism has a cost, and they're not willing to pay the cost for racism anymore.
Can I ask you this, Black Gnostics, with the three strike rule, did some of them guys get pardoned? How did that go?
They would actually, well, after 20 some odd years, when they couldn't when it happened is when the Supreme Court came in and says you got to give these prisoners health care. You can't treat them like cattle anymore. And the cost went from $50,000 to $70,000. At that point, they said, start putting these people back on the street. They couldn't afford it anymore. In other words, racism has a cost.
Right. Exactly. I agree.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. It does have a cost.
Yeah.
Wow. I think that.
I need to start taking notes.
Say what?
I need to start taking notes.
I mean, what I'm saying is, so you guys get 10% of when you guys see me online, that's only 10% of what goes on outside in the real world. We've been studying this shit, man, for 15 years, so we know this stuff backwards and forwards.
Well, so, I mean, like, from some of us, like including myself, that's coming from the streets. We've been blind, but you get somewhere and it opens up your eyes, then it's time to start researching.
Yeah. If I start putting out all the research, it'd be like a fire hose.
Well, I wouldn't mind some more research.
I wouldn't either.
I know you wouldn't, Paul, but most guys.
I know a lot of guys.
I've been loving it, so I'm waiting for this Bible thing to happen because that's what I've been.
I scanned it in. And it's probably going to be on my book channel. I just have to. I think I'm gonna start doing like 10 pages a day. So in other words, I don't have to do a big block.
I would love to participate in that because, like I said,
it's gonna be on the book. It's gonna be for people that are into religion. You got to understand. You got to come with an open mind.
Mm-hmm. But you
gotta leave your dogma at the door. I'm gonna let you know ahead of time.
And I'm just gonna say this as an opinion. I'm not gonna say this fact, but this is how I feel as my opinion that religion does play a part also, especially in Chicago, to these single homes.
Religion is part of culture, just like anything else. It's a cultural instrument, just like anything else. I mean,
but here in Chicago,
talk about the preacher pimps,
right? You got a church on every corner, just like you got a liquor store.
All religion is formalized spirituality. That's all it is. It's a practice.
He's talking about the preacher pimp culture.
Oh yeah. Well, But basically, that's basically the corporatization, capitalization of religion. They're capitalizing on it. The Roman Catholic Church did that years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the capitalization of the single black woman because most of those.
No. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than just that.
It is.
Yeah.
So I've been studying up on that, and
the Catholic Church was doing that, off the Romans back in the early days, and
that's true.
Right after the Romans, really after the Romans left, with the pagans.
Yeah, even before that. Yeah, that's the religion has always been used to profit off of its people.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
In Rome, it was a state religion, but right after there was a series that talked about that. I wish I could find it because once the pagans came in. Mm-hmm. The pagans came in, and basically the Roman allegiance just left them bare, and they were defenseless. And what the Catholic Church had to do was, since we have the knowledge and you don't. Well, let me finish.
Go ahead.
If you follow our religion, we will teach your your chiefs or your kings. We will educate them.
Wow.
Yeah. The biggest the biggest hold that the Catholic Church had on getting in with the crown is they had the books and the knowledge. So say we will educate your upper class, and that's what they did. That's the deal that they cut with the pagans because they didn't have education.
Wow. Basically, when the Romans went in and persecuted Jerusalem, they stole all of that's what every pretty much ruling power did. They stole the quote unquote knowledge and twisted and turned. And the Romans were pagans themselves. That's where Sunday worship. Yeah. That's pagan. Christmas, all these holidays, all that stuff is pagan.
The cross is pagan.
Yeah, that's right. The cross is pagan.
Well, they when the Greeks came and conquered Egypt, basically that's where all the books came from. And then when Greece and basically Rome melded.
Yeah. And then Rome conquered.
Because all the upper class Romans spoke Greek. They didn't speak Latin.
Exactly.
Right.
So basically, that's a transfer of knowledge from Egypt to Greece to Rome. But the thing was, when the upper class Roman left, the patriarchs left out of Rome and left the people bare not to the pagans, but the hordes come in, the Gauls and the Germans coming in. The Catholic Church cut a deal, and they cut a deal is that you guys are uneducated. We have the knowledge. If you bow down to the Catholic Church and make the Catholic Church your religion, we will educate you. And it has been the case for a very long time, up to the point where they started printing books.
The Christian Crusades was through wars. Yeah.
So can I ask you guys this question? So can we say with Christianity, was that basically how they destroyed the kings and queens and type of myth thing, when that came about?
No. Basically, if you think practically and you kind of leave the religion out of it for a second, it's a transference of knowledge. Who? Basically, there were two ways of being educated, or really one way of being educated up until like the 1500s.
Okay.
The 700s when the Moors came in, I should say.
Okay.
Basically, from time Rome left to the time of the Moors coming in, the only way you can get educated is through the Catholic Church, because where are all the books, even today? The Vatican, right?
Yeah.
Vatican has probably the biggest library on the globe, right?
Yeah.
That's it. They it's not about the religion. They transferred knowledge from basically the old world of the developed world to the kings and queens of the upper class of the basically the barbarians.
Yeah, it's always been about the control of knowledge.
Control of knowledge. That's what the Reformation was about. The printing of books. They couldn't control the knowledge anymore.
Yeah.
But can we say this, not to cut you off one more time before I go ahead and go to sleep? I go to sleep. Get on out of here. Is the Bible basically already written stories already?
I like it. It's a collection. It's a collection of basically a religious essence. A religious essence that's been passed down over hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah. See, the Bible was never a religious book. The Bible was a book of laws, statutes, and commandments that a people were supposed to keep. Religion is that's like Christianity is religion. Being a Hebrew and just by reading scriptures, it teaches.
But it is a spiritual book in form.
Oh yeah, there's spiritual things in there.
Right.
But it has a twofold process.
Yeah, knowledge. It's a book. It's it's a blessing of knowledge, understanding, spiritual understanding. There's a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But being that these other nations got their hands on the book, they've created religions and all different types of things.
Of course, that's what people do.
Yeah, exactly. But that was never the intention.
The thing is you can't. That's what all people do, and that's why I said that's probably why I need to go through this book, because it shows you where it came from, how it developed, what its essence is, and how it spreads. People think that all these religions are all different. They're all different forms of religious culture. And by going through all the artifacts and the symbols, because Churchward does a very good job of tracing the symbols.
You said what?
Churchward does a very good job of tracing the symbols, because the symbols are the one thing that you can't change. A guy, in other words, if you get Horus Behutet in Egypt, you get Shango in West Africa, and you get Thor in Europe.
Right.
Okay, they're all the same god. And you get Vulcan in pagan Rome. They're all the same god, religious symbol. They carry the same power. They carry the same symbols. The thing is that, just like anything in culture, when does it change? Because the environment changes.
Yeah, when the people change. Yeah.
No, when the environment changes, the people will start changing the symbols. You could actually go to China and look at the Dragon City. If you know the symbols, you understand what the Dragon City meant. The secret city. The secret Dragon City. The fact of the dragon tells you the age that particular civilization was founded, because the Drago is a symbol, is a star. It's a polar star. So in other words, Drago, or the dragon, it means that whenever that pole star was the central star, or the center of the rotation, right? That's when the civilization was founded. So they became dragon people.
Right.
Yeah.
So in other words, when you start deciphering the religious symbols, you understand it. Even Hebrew, or the Pentateuch, was the derivative of what they learned when they came out of Egypt. It's a subset of it. They couldn't give them all because they were not literate people, so they gave them a subset. Ten Commandments is a subset of the 42 negative confessions.
Right.
Now, see, that comes
prior to, not to cut anybody off, of already said confessions that didn't happen prior.
Yeah. Right. So basically, you have an illiterate people, which the Hebrews actually were at the time. You can't give them the whole thing because you don't really have the priesthood that you had in Egypt. So you give them a simpler breakdown. Yeah.
You got a set time when you be talking about this?
I will announce it. I will announce it when I after I do maybe the first 2 lessons, or maybe even the first lesson. I'll announce it on my channel, and I'll tell you that it's over there, and I'll tell you when I'm actually gonna start putting up the videos.
Okay.
And then I'll set. I know I'm gonna have to do like a hangout because. The way I was taught the book, it was actually in a class, and we were actually all together, and we're going through the pages, and our teacher was actually we're actually going back and forth.
Right, it was indirect. It was direct, basically.
Direct. So it's a little harder to do it this way. But I'm saying this, I have to do it this way, like give you the do the vlog, the podcast, put it up where you can see it, and then maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks. Give a hangout so we can come in and ask questions and can chop this stuff up.
Okay, all right.
Because there's a profound misunderstanding about religion altogether, and people don't understand it. And that's what made me a Nazi. Because when I was in Guatemala a couple of years ago, we were at the pyramids, right? Mm-hmm. And the guy that was telling us about it. I knew exactly what he's talking about when he was talking about the 2 pyramids, male and female, and then the supporting centers that went across the grid from east to west and stuff like that. And I know exactly what we were talking about 20 minutes about. Okay, this is that. And this compares to what Egypt was done, and blah blah. We were just going back and forth what the symbols meant. So once you understand the symbols, then all other religions can be deciphered.
Right,
because the religion.
That thing had kind of started, with me. Just to do this quickly, and I'm out of here, guys. Is that slavery and the misconception about how people was talking about really how slavery start. So that kind of led me to first off with the Bible, how that was, how that collided, had something with slavery, and then go do the research and come find out something totally different. So,
I mean, because you can't take a book out of its time. It's very difficult because we were talking about that in Obsidian's Hangout, and they were talking about how the Bible was didn't like oral sex and didn't like anal sex and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And they said, huh? What I'm saying
doesn't say that.
Well, if you don't have
says that the marriage bed is undefiled. So whatever you do between you and your wife. That's the marriage bed. You can do whatever you pretty much want to.
If you let me finish, I will let you know what it is. Why they didn't agree with it. If you make a rule like that, you have to understand the time that it was made. If you have an anal sex and you have an oral sex in an unclean environment like the desert is, what's going to happen to you? You're going to get sick and probably going to die. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where that understanding came from because, I mean, now I know it. Maybe in Christianity they may teach that.
Yes,
but as far
as there's a very practical reason for them saying that during the time. Okay, sometimes some laws that came over don't fit the time because we have a different environment and a different age. Some don't. Some do.
I missed each other on that point. I think you were trying to.
Because as far as
I understand what he's saying, but I'm saying this came up in the Hangout.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that as far as when you read scriptures and from the biblical perspective, because the Bible the Bible is about the Hebrew people, not about Christians. Christians is something that is completely outside of what the Bible speaks of.
I understand, but the book was written. You cannot. It's very difficult to take a book out of the time that it was written because it was written for those people in that environment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, scripturally speaking, the scriptures are supposed to be forever. You know, so I still keep the laws.
I know you do, and I'm saying you have to take the religion out of it and think about it practically. If you were designing a book for a people, how would you design it? Will you design it for somebody 2,000 or 3,000 years ahead of those people right there, right then?
The people, well, I mean, you got to look at it like this. The Bible was a book of law, statutes, and commandments for a people to follow forever.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was for those people right then and there. We have extended it. Okay, we have extended it.
Is there now when you're saying
and some things fit and some things don't. And basically, the Egyptian priests knew that when you have a different environment, you have a different age, you have to change not only the symbols but also some of the rules to fit the environment.
Well, I know biblically there isn't any symbols.
Well, so like I said, not eating certain things.
Yeah, that's true. The law of clean and unclean foods.
There was a reason that you couldn't eat certain things back then, right?
No, the Bible, the Most High just says, "Do not eat this." There was no reason given besides the Most High saying, "This is the law."
The way you understand a religion or a book, you have to put yourself back in the time that it was written, right? Context. Why would they say certain things are clean and unclean, right? If you look back on it, you couldn't eat. What's the worst thing to eat in an unclean environment? Which is what? Pork, right?
Well, no, there's a lot of other things. Snakes. There's a lot of things that Most High says not to eat.
In other words, why does he say that to the people that are there?
He said it because he says that we're a special people set apart to him. Okay. He says not to follow like the other nations do.
Take the religion out of it and look at it practically. Look at it like a manual, like a survival manual, and then look at it.
I can say, you know, that the pig, it's a dirty animal. It rolls around in its filth. I'm
trying to elevate your consciousness so you can look at it. Why certain things are written. Take the religion out of it. We can put religion in it. What I'm saying, take the religion out of it and look at the context that it was written and why God would write something like that or put these rules in. Why would he do that?
Because they're eating it. Right there.
I can tell you. Because eating it will kill you. Okay? Eating pork that has trichina worms in it will kill you.
Well, no.
If you don't grow pork clean,
no,
pork is filthy and it will kill you if you don't eat it clean.
I understand what you're going to get sick. I do understand that.
No, you don't. You don't. No, you don't. You don't understand what I'm saying. No, you don't. I can hear you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't.
I know about the different diseases that you can get from eating pig. I completely understand that. You can get the same thing from eating.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get you, and that's why I'm saying is, if you're going to come to my book study, you can't bring that crap with you, okay? Okay. You're going to have to come with an open mind, because I'm trying to tell you there's an underlying force in the universe that everybody knows that. And no matter what you call it, but the thing is, you're going to have to get down to the practical way that religion is actually spread, disseminated as a cultural item so that you can understand not just your religion, but all of them.
BGS.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I was curious about outside of Christianity is the tree of life and how they line up with the molecules and the not molecules, but the elements on the periodic table. Are you familiar with that?
The Kabbalah tree of life. Which tree of life are we talking about?
Well, the Kabbalah tree is part of it, or maybe I'm mixing it up with the flower of, the flower of life. Basically the rings that interlock with each other that you find in different symbology.
Okay, basically, if you include the Godhead, you have an 8, right? You have 7 steps. You have basically you basically if you look at the Kabbalah tree of life and you separate it into the 7 steps of unfoldment with the Godhead, you have basically eight atoms, right?
Yeah,
eight atoms. 8 atoms make a complete ring, right?
Yeah.
So that's how it lines up. Atoms are an energy level, or basically they're not even energy level. They're how can I put it? It's I'm trying to think of a way to put it where you guys can actually understand it. There's no such thing as electrons per se. There is an equivalency of charge, and the equivalency of charge basically lines up in certain patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to what's in the center. It's 4 or it's 8, and most likely it's 8. And the Kabbalah tree, the tree of life, if you unfold it the right way, is basically 7 steps of unfoldment with a Godhead, and it's 8. I think I've broken it down before in one of my videos where I broke down the 7 steps of unfoldment, and I split up the Kabbalah. Basically, it's 10. There's 3 levels. There's 4 levels, and there's 7 steps. And the Mahut, or the Malhut, or basically the concentrated, what they call the concentrated physical form, is at the bottom, which is the and basically you have 7 steps, 7 levels going down to form the Malhut, and basically going back the other way back up into the Godhead. But that's also the 7 steps of unfoldment for to actually create anything. You get the idea and the energy coming in, it becomes solidified as the Malhut, and then it comes back out and becomes manifested out on the other side. But I've done that in a video. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with it, and I haven't, because I've been doing political work, because actually that's what I wanted. I didn't want to do political work or this kind of stuff at all. I actually wanted to retire. I wanted to get my religious books and my religious statement, go off someplace and sit on the beach and just study. And for the rest of my life, that's really what I wanted to do. This stuff is necessary because of the state of the world and stuff that was going on. So basically, I'm here with the politics and what's going on with people and stuff like that because it's necessary for my people. Because it's really not what I want to do. Really what I want to do is the religious side for my own personal growth. So I don't have as much time to actually go through it like I want to, because I got physics books and math books and religious books that all go together.
What got me interested in it was a video I saw that they were breaking it down, and they showed how you go from the elements, and that you could look at like I said, the flower of life, and look at how the elements are constructed out of it from.
I mean, basically because it basically is number, number, which like my teacher says, it's a rhythmic unfoldment. In other words, there's a certain, each particular number has not only has a charge, but also has a quality. And so in other words, one electron, which is one number, has not only a charge, but an essence and a color. So in other words, if you know the essence of a 1, then you know its color, its charge, its character, what it does, where its place is, and same thing with 2, 3, 4, 5, all up in the 8. I mean, I got a book that goes from 1 to I think it's 1 to 11, 1 to 10, 1 to 11, and then 1 to 11, and then from 12 to 22. And it goes through all kinds of symbols and what the number means and what it means in religion and all kinds of stuff, man. Really all kinds of stuff. It's really deep if you go that deep into it. Most people don't. In fact, I'm supposed to do a astrology thing for Char Willie. I've been promising her to do it for like 6 months. She's been bugging me to explain like the esoteric side of astrology, not necessarily the mechanics, but the meaning, and from a Gnostic standpoint, which is which is something altogether different. If you understand what it is, it's it starts with the great year, and that's where the zodiac symbols actually come from, and then there's other stuff that goes along with it. Go ahead. Somebody want to jump in?
Well, I got a question about that great year. Is it 12 cycles or is it 13 cycles?
It's 12. It's 12 segments, but it's 26,000 years. In other words, your zodiacs are basically they found that your zodiacs are galactic, are basically galactic clusters. You have galaxies that are clustered into these particular regions, right? And they come out in symbols like Virgo, Gemini. Those are all galactic clusters, and they provide a certain energy, give off a certain energy that affects it affects the planet in such a way that during that particular span, because it's designated. I think it's where the sun rises. No, there's a certain time of the year, and there's a star that rises in Egypt that determines what phase of a great year that you're in, and it change. There are different phases of it, but it takes 26,000 years for the whole rotation, because the Earth wobbles in such a way that not only changes pole stars, but also it changes its actually place in alignment to the cosmos. And if you look up the great year and look up the different ages, they're called ages. There's 12 of them, and they're determined by the length, by the size of the galactic cluster. And like some of them like can be as short as like 1,800 years, and some like as long as like 20. I think the longest is like 2,600. But in other words, it takes you have 12 of them, and it takes 26,000 years to go through the whole cycle. So it just depends. And the priests used to change the religious symbols according to the age. Like for instance, when the Hebrews came about, even though they are a lunar people, that's how come they have all their holidays are based on the full moon. They're a lunar people. But also when they came about, when their religious texts were formed, I think it wasn't they had come out of the it was the age of the ram. I'm thinking of what the name of the ram. I think is it not Capricorn? What is it? Aries.
Aries. Yeah.
Aries. So that's how come all. Yeah. That's how come all the symbols basically in the Bible, for the most part, are basically about sheep. Until you get to the New Testament, which is the Christian Bible, which is based on what? Pisces, which is fish. Yeah. So all your symbols are based on fish. The old symbols are based on the Lamb of God, and all that stuff is based on Aries. And the next, when the age changed over, it became fish.
So okay, going with that concept, what is the with the Muslims? Aquarius.
Muslims are basically offshoot of the Christians. Basically, the Jewish religion basically split into two, which basically symbolizes what? The Pisces, which is the two fish. So it broke apart.
As opposed to Gemini.
Gemini is something. Well, Gemini is something different. I can't remember what the symbols for Gemini actually were. I have to look it back. I haven't looked at this stuff in a long time. But but you can tell the symbols, like the old Memphite. Memphis was the sign of the bull. So Memphite theology, which is a lot of stuff that I study. The symbols were the bull, with the horns and all that stuff. Were the bull. Even when Moses was coming out and they were carrying the golden calf. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he told them to get rid of the symbol because what? This is Aries. We're living in the age of Aries, so you can't use the golden calf. That's an old symbol. We got to get rid of that. It's a new energy out, and we're not using that, and we're splitting off from that. So all our symbols are going to be this. So we went from Taurus to Aries. In other words, the sun signs go one way, which is, I think it's counterclockwise, and the great years of the energy with the symbols go clockwise.
Okay, kind of separate question, but
yes, sir.
Related. What's up with the whole Saturn and the hexagram thing and the cube? Is that related to any of this?
It's as far as which religion are we talking about?
Well, you see it represented in the Muslim religions and in the Jewish faith. Basically, if you look at the 6-pointed star, if you look at the symbols, you draw it out. It's basically means literally what means dual pyramids. What is as above, so below. So in other words, you basically have one pointed down to earth, you got one pointed up to heaven. You bring them together, you get the 6-pointed star. So it's the double pyramid, which represents heaven and earth. So, as on earth, as in
heaven. The 5-pointed star. If you look at Wicca, the 5-pointed star is basically the symbol for man. You have the top pointed star is the head. You got the arms and you got the legs, which is grounded into what term am I going? Because I just picked up the book and I opened it up and said, "Oh yeah." I started looking at it. And I said, "I understand what they mean. The 5-pointed star is a symbol for man. In other words, it's and even Iron Ball says it. It's basically not necessarily an atheistic religion, but it's based on human beings rather than a higher power.
You're on your own maker.
Basically you're on your own. There is no God. What you do thou do what you wilt. That
Aleister
kind of
Crowley.
Aleister Crowley. That's what it means. In other words, and so whatever decadent shit you do is the decadent shit you do because there's nobody up above to prevent you from doing it. So that is Satan. Basically, the same thing that Satan says: do without what you will, because there is no God up in heaven to prevent you from doing with no kind of morality. So, I mean, there's all kind of stuff that's mixed up in it, and people take things and symbols that screw shit up. So, I'm saying that's probably deeper than we probably even want to go. But there's all kind of stuff. If you look at the symbols and look where they derived them, and you carry the stuff forward, you can understand what it started at, what it means, and what they did with it. And that's basically what you want to do. If you can understand the seed, you can understand the fruit, right?
Okay. Well, this is going back to our earlier conversation.
Yes, sir.
The fruit that we've been bearing with the culture.
I
don't understand the seed with our culture, because it seems that we went from a pretty conservative culture to one that has no boundaries, no morals, no nothing.
Yeah, it's decay, and then that's
interesting.
That's just a natural cycle of civilizations. It is what it is, and we're at the decay phase, which is basically dying. Our I don't know if it's our society or civilization as a whole, Western civilization as a whole. But the thing is, it's decaying, and there's very little that you can do about it. When homosexuality and that kind of stuff kind of got rampant, you knew that that was a sign that it's pretty much society is pretty much dead or going to die. There's no reversing it now because you've let everything. You basically broken all the boundaries. No morals. You don't have any morals. And the thing is, and when I was talking to homosexual people about gay marriage, and they thought I was against them being gay, I could care less whether you're gay or not. It's what are you going to do to the society? And I asked them point blank, They said they wanted to be normal. They wanted to get married. I said, okay, but are you going to once you get in, are you going to defend the boundaries? In other words, of the society, and not let all the other stuff in? They didn't know what I was talking about.
I was watching the news recently, and they were talking about some stuff, and it seemed like they were getting ready to allow something more pedophilic in nature.
Oh yeah, yep. And that has been something that there's been something that cultures have been against for the most part since Saint Augustus in Rome, because he ended that practice in Rome. Back 2,500 years ago, and basically they have been more or less sticking to it, but now it's going to rear its ugly head, because basically loosen all the morals. It's just a matter of time.
And what's interesting is all of these things that people are now just figuring out are destroying the society has always been scriptural. You know, it's always said not to do this. This was wrong, but it's like people have to enjoy themselves.
Well, you don't have good people. You don't have good practical people explaining why you shouldn't do it. You can't say. A long time ago, man, when I was like, I think I was 16, man. I was we went to a Bible retreat, and I'll never forget it. Went to a Bible retreat, and we were going through the Bible. He said, "How do you approach a person that's not a Christian?" First thing I would do is pick up the Bible and start quoting the Bible. He said, "He's not a Christian. You can't use the Bible as a reference. How do you talk to people that don't believe in what you believe in? You can't use your book as a reference because they don't believe in it."
Oh, are you asking me?
I mean, yeah. I'm explaining. I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, my instruction, through scripture is to go after my people. And when I say my people, I mean the Israelite people, those who were brought in slavery during the transatlantic slave trade.
But is that the question that I asked?
Well, I don't go after. Okay,
no,
so
that's not.
Somebody doesn't believe in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
If somebody doesn't believe in the Bible, and they want me. So this is the thing. If they've already made up their mind not to believe in the Bible,
no.
Okay,
I'm a Gnostic. You can't dance with me like that.
No, but I'm asking.
No. That question that I ask. Okay. How do you convince of something on a moral question or a question like that if they don't believe in what you believe in? How do you do it?
Equivalence.
Okay, so let me ask you this: have they already made up their mind not to believe?
No. It doesn't matter. How do you do it?
Okay, if they have never heard the scripture, then I'll try to explain it to them.
No. I
mean,
I'll give you, because you're not getting me. I'll give you an example.
Okay,
I'll give you an example. The 10 Commandments. Okay. Something very simple.
Gotcha.
Can you explain the 10 Commandments and why you shouldn't do it without the Bible?
Yes.
Sure. I mean, not to commit adultery. If a man is married, that's a sacred covenant.
No. It's not about the covenant. Society. If you're married and you start sleeping with other people's wives, what's going to happen to the society?
Bastard children.
You have not only that, but the thing is, the reason that you have husband and wife is to keep that bond together, right? If everybody starts sleeping with each other's spouses, what happens to that bond?
Breaks down. You don't trust each other.
It breaks down. You don't trust each other. Society breaks down, right? That's number one. That's you. Have I mentioned anything about the scriptures?
No. But no. My question is this, right? So say I don't, this is the thing that's weird, because when it comes to scriptures, well, this is the answer. When it comes to the scripture, it says to steer clear of vain philosophy. So like
I am a Gnostic. Don't have to preach that shit to me, okay? And in other words, why is fornication against put in the Bible? You shouldn't fornicate. Why?
Because you're supposed to have a covenant between man and woman.
No.
Why?
Because that's what the Most High. See that I don't go.
Why? No. Why? Why don't you have premarital sex?
Because the
you
Most
wind
High
up with children that you don't know how to take care of.
Exactly. Boom. Have I mentioned anything about what's in the scripture?
But that's the thing. My whole duty is
dude. I'm trying to get you someplace. I'm trying to elevate your thinking past the book, and so you can talk to anybody in any religion, right? That's the whole point. I mean, if you want to be Hebrew Israelite, I can accept that. I will leave you alone, and you can do your religion. If you want to know what I know from my standpoint, this is training. There's a practical feature to everything in your book.
I mean, I can understand that, but my thing is, what's good enough for me is that the Most High says, "Don't do it." That's always been good enough.
But how do you help people? Your religion does no good if it doesn't help not only you but other people. It doesn't do any good.
Let me give you the answer to that. You know,
okay, why?
The answer to that is that not everybody's going to get it. Scripture says that only his lost sheep hear his voice.
No, the thing is, that's what Scripture says. What if I pick up a book, if I pick up a Buddhist book and I can understand it and relate the Buddhism and the principles of God in Buddhism to a Buddhist, if I can pick up your book, and I haven't done it in a while, but if I can pick up your book and relate your book and explain your book to you, and I can pick up a Jewish book, Kabbalah, relate the Kabbalah to them and whatnot, then you know what a Gnosticism means, and it's not for everybody. If you want your religious practice, you want to stay in your silo, you can. But I'm giving you, we're on the line. I'm a Gnostic. I'm explaining to you, this is how you do it.
Oh yeah,
and basically you want to,
All right,
agnostic. All right, bro, go ahead.
Been real.
All right. What I'm saying is, and we're going to close this out. I'm taking you through how it's done, and this is why the books are written the way they're written. They're not just written willy-nilly, not written about the Most High, because God doesn't need you. Okay, He doesn't need you. You are His creation. He's writing the book for you as a practical standpoint for something. Right? And that's the way you have to understand the book. The book is not just a religious book. It's also something practical for you. Those 10 commandments, which are very simple rules, are there for a reason. They're not just there because, I don't want to do the wrong thing about God. No, those rules are there for a reason. Thou shalt not kill is for a very good reason, is it not?
Well, it's thou shalt not murder, because there was a lot of killing that went on. There was a lot of killing in wars, and that stuff the Most High called us to do. So there's always a time to kill, but murder is a completely different thing. That's with an evil intent.
Why do you not do it in a society?
Not do what?
Murder in a society.
Well, I know you're going to come again from the agnostic practicality.
It's not. I'm not an agnostic. If you're gonna call my name, call it right. An agnostic does not believe in God. I do.
So what is it called?
A Gnostic. No.
Gnostic. So no A in front, just a Gnostic.
Well, if we put an A in front of, what does that mean?
I have no idea. I just thought it was called agnostic.
No, an A in front of means not to.
Okay.
Not to know. An agnostic means he doesn't know. Not that he doesn't believe, which is an atheist, means I don't believe. An agnostic means I don't know. A Gnostic means I know.
So Gnostic. So that's
yes.
Got you. So I'll say Gnostic. Okay. So from that perspective, if the question is why should you not murder, I don't.
It's a simple question.
It's a bad thing. You're taking lives away from society.
How can we put people away from murder in this society as we speak right now?
Well, they say it's against the law. That's their law.
Why is it against the law?
I have no idea why this government decided to make that against the law.
Come on, really? No, why? So in other words, it's okay for you to go blow away your neighbor and murder him?
No, because it's a crime. It's against the law.
No, why is it against the law? I'm trying to get you someplace.
If there was no law, why would you not murder?
That's the thing. And there's always been groups of people that decide to murder. That's why a law had to be put in place.
Why would you murder your neighbor?
It breaks down the moral fiber.
It breaks down the moral fiber of your community. If I go across and I murder your son, what are you going to do to me?
Try to get revenge.
Exactly.
Right? That's what. But let me ask.
And also, that's why he says what? Vengeance is mine, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this.
Cut the cycle of revenge, right?
At the same, well, check this out though, because the punishment was the Most High allowed the family to stone them. So if
it's revenge,
well, it was their punishment. It was like, there was several punishments that the penalty was death. Like,
I understand. I'm trying to get you to the essence of it, and you're dancing around it. I'm not trying to change your religion. I'm not trying to convince you of something that you don't want to believe. I'm trying to get you to the essence of your book.
Got you. It's the thing with morals, right? Why I don't deal with morals is because morals change.
I'm not dealing with morals. I'm dealing with practical on the ground circumstances. Is it good to allow your people to go around killing each other?
And see, that's the thing. I can't say that because good is subjective. In a man, let me explain. In a man's sense,
come on, dude. Is it a practical? If you're the chief of a tribe, is it practical for your people to go around killing each other?
Okay, let me answer it. I'm going to answer that question.
Okay, I'll answer it.
Okay, now practicality is a very strange notion because of this, right?
No.
Hold on. You just said chief. I thought you were going to allow me to answer it.
I know, but it's okay. I'll let you answer it. But
thank you.
Kind of sorting it up without semantics, okay?
Okay, check this out. Native Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they had a society, but at the same time they did blood drinking. They sacrificed children, but they had a society, a quote unquote moral society. You know what I'm saying? There was many pagans that had a lot of societies, but the things that they did, if we looked at that through our quote unquote moral eyes, we would say, no, there's something wrong with it. That's wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
Did they go around murdering willy-nilly each other?
I don't know. A lot of different societies maybe.
Oh, okay. Let's go on to something else.
Okay.
Else. Because you're not gonna get to the point. You're not.
Because I can't.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You don't want to, but it's okay. Let's go on to something else. Because I go through this. I go through
false answer.
Dude, I go through this. Dude, I go through this all the time. And today is not the day. All right.
Okay.
I'm not going to debate with you for 4 hours, and you're going to dance around the point.
No. I'm not trying to, but because I don't know if there was a society that engaged. I can't answer that.
With what you know. If you don't know, then if you don't know, you can't give me an answer. If you don't know, stop trying to give me an answer that you don't know. Because that's what you're doing. You can't give me a practical situation and you didn't say I don't know. That's not an argument. Then say I don't know and move on.
Okay.
You don't know.
Then what with that particular thing, I have no idea if there was.
You don't know. So you had to bring a different case. You don't know. There's a practical reason why you don't go around murdering each other. All societies do that. There's a reason why. Because you won't have people if you allow that to go on. There's chaos. There's no society at all. There's no civilization, society, or order. You can't allow that to go on. Just like you can't. That's like you can't. That's like when it says about children obeying their parents. If you want to survive, you obey your parents. If you don't, you're probably going to die out in the desert. Or wherever you are in that wilderness, you have to obey your parents to survive. There's a practical reason that they put that in there. That's what I'm trying to get you to address.
Sure, I understand practicality. I do understand
that. These are very simple rules that you should pick up right there.
But what I'm saying is what my zeal goes further than practicality. That's the only difference.
I understand.
Goes further.
I understand. What I'm saying is these rules are grounded in practicality. They're not willy-nilly. They're not necessarily spiritual. You can take it there, but they're grounded in practicality. There's a practical reason for why the rules are put in. Once you build the base from there, then you can go into the esoteric. You can't start with the esoteric and come down. It has to go from the practical and come up. Otherwise, you lose. Otherwise you lose people. Why do you think I can do what I do? How come you think even atheists follow me? Because it's practical. It's not up in there. It's not religious. It's not what God says or anything. There's a practical reason why these things exist, why these processes exist, and how you can use them for a practical purpose. They're fundamental and concrete. And that's how you use them. It's fundamental and concrete. You can't use them fundamentally and concrete. They are no good. A lot of people do that. You have to bring your religion down to the essence where they're fundamental concrete, because you cannot use airy-fairy idea. You have to bring them down, the ideas down, make them concrete, and make them tools that make your life better.
Sure, I completely understand that. But what happens when that idea of practicality changes and the community no longer keeps this law or keeps that law? Like
but
what happened?
The fundamental reason that you do it will still be sound. And when the priest knew when a fundamental law was no good, you changed the law.
See, there you go. That's the break. Because
That's
if you look at this
beings.
society, well, if you look at this society, look how they accepted homosexual. You know, it's okay for all, you know, the different homosexual acts now. Now they're also starting to get into pedophilia. There's, you know, bestiality, you know.
But see, if you explain to people why homosexuality and bestiality should not be adhered to, and explain to them what it's going to do to their society, they will understand. Back then they knew, because there are practical examples of it, like Sodom and Gomorrah. What's going to happen to the city? It's going to decay and descend into chaos. You can't have that shit.
Well, I mean, even in ancient Egypt, they were practicing homosexuality.
Homosexuality.
Yeah, it's been around forever.
Why do you think they banned it?
Who banned it?
Why do you think there's rules against homosexuality?
And where? I mean, Egypt's been destroyed.
No, you go to any place in Africa, homosexuality is banned. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. But what I'm talking about is ancient Egypt. I said ancient Egypt's been
doesn't
destroyed.
matter. Human beings are human beings. Why do you think they ban it?
Well, I mean, that's awesome.
You don't know. Just say, dude, you don't know. You don't know.
I'd say a lot of it, though. You know, okay.
Just say you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. The reason is it breaks down the barriers of your society, just like it's doing ours. That's how come Africa doesn't want it, because they already know what it does to society. If you don't have any rules or boundaries for society to exist in as normal, and everything becomes normal, what do you need rules for? What else are you going to let in?
Yeah, you let in. That's what we see. What's going on? Yeah.
You let in. You let in fornication or sex before marriage. Okay. Now you want to let in homosexuality. Right now you want to let in LGBTQ. You can change your sex and whatnot.
All
that. Go to the bathroom. What's next? On and on and on. So now you know why they banned homosexuality, right?
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you do it. That's practical, right? In other words, you took your rule, you took what's out of the Bible, you understood it from that standpoint. Okay, now I'm into the mind of God, why he would put it in there. You basically get into the mind of God, the Most High himself. That's why he put it in there. It wasn't just because I said so. There's a very good reason why I did it. But now you understand the mind of God. God is not a religious symbol. The mind of God is a religious symbol. Is a practical reason he does everything. The whole universe is practical. The whole universe is practical. And once you understand that the whole universe has a reason for being, every law, every molecule, every process has a reason for being.
That's correct.
Then you understand the mind of God, and it opens your mind up to the greater universe, which is what I'm trying to do. If you want to stay in the book and stay in your silo, you can. That's kindergarten. I'm trying to graduate you to college. That's what I'm trying to do.
I mean, I understand some of the things that you're saying. With my thing is this, right? I don't know how many people out there are betting men, are, you know, who are into gambling or this or that, right? I look at it like this. Say that I'm wrong. Say that, you know, none of this is real and it's all, you know, just fairy tale and it's all about just going and working for your goals, right? Then I look at it like I lived a life that I'm happy about. I think I made decisions that I thought a lifestyle that was beautiful. And I don't lose anything in my perspective. But hold on, let me finish. But say that I'm right. Say that that book is right. I would rather gamble on the side of caution.
Okay, that's good for you. But I'm saying is
that's how I look at that one.
You know what? You know what? Who says that? Also, my grandson. He's 4 years old.
Oh wow.
Okay, he says the same thing. Do you want to stay in kindergarten or you want to graduate? It's up to you. Most people want to stay in kindergarten because they don't want to do the work. Narcissism is work.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I from studying and understanding that I've been blessed with, you know, I no longer call my people black, none of that, because I understand our struggle.
Dude, I understand. What I'm trying to get you is to elevate your thinking beyond that. I mean, okay, I don't have to do this. I already have it. Okay, I'm struggling with you because I want you to understand. I care about what, you know, I want to elevate you. Because I ain't got to do this. I can basically get my books, do my studies, go out to some cultural center, sit there and have people pay me $10 a session to come do this. I can learn astrology and get 50. Okay, I'm here struggling with you for free. And you, so in other words, respect me enough not to give me gobbledygook. I'm a Gnostic. Everything you're telling me is childish. I understand what you're talking about. So in other words, there's nothing you can say to me. There's nothing that you can say to me about your book, about what you believe, that's going to mean anything, because I moved beyond that. I was a Christian. I moved beyond it for a reason, because I want to elevate to thinking about how the Most High, as you put him, thinks and why he does certain things, how the universe works, because that's what I want. If you don't want that, that's fine. But don't come give me the gobbledygook, okay? I understand it. And there's a practical reason behind it. I'm trying to tell you what the practical reason is behind it. And that's from your book, right? Not from mine, but from your book. Your book. I've broken down your book to where you can understand. And if you told this to everybody else can understand it. And I'm trying to get you to elevate to a higher thinking about how the Most High will form your book for his people. It's not just he says. That's bullshit. He put that down just like a father would give a rule down. He's not telling you not to cross the street because I said so, because your little ass is going to get hit by a car if you do it against the light. So stay your ass out of the street. He's not doing it just like a father would tell you. I'm telling you to do such and such because these are the consequences, that if you don't do it this way, this is going to happen. If you explain it to people that way, people can understand it. It's not just because God says so. No, there's a practical reason why he put it in the doggone book. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. You feel me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I completely hear what you're saying. I sure do.
You hear it, but you're not. I said, did you feel me? Not did you hear me?
Well, again, I look at it like we both have.
Did you feel me? Did you feel me or not?
I feel where you're coming from. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to know. That's why I'm gonna teach the book. But I'm saying, if you're gonna come in with that, don't come in the room with that. If I'm gonna teach the book,
I respect your, I respect your beliefs. Anything that your beliefs is your beliefs. I respect that. I'm not gonna, when you're having your class or your course. Teaching, that's your thing, so I have no problem with that. You
know what the most pestiest people are Jehovah's Witness, right?
I say Witness, that they have a lot of zeal. They just don't have it according to knowledge. Yeah, but go ahead.
What I'm saying is, if I want to argue against a Hebrew Israelite, right? I would take 6 months, read the book, look up the symbols, and come and argue with you. There's nothing you could do with me.
Okay.
Well, nothing you can do with me because I'm breaking down your book from symbols and what the symbols actually mean, which is where the power is. The book was written in symbols by priests, by high order priests that knew what the symbols mean and how to put them together, what the meaning of each particular symbol means. Like the creation story is all over the world. All over the world. I went down into southern Mexico and saw the Garden of Eden and the creation story in jade from their perspective. Go ahead.
When you read, I don't know if you have the pseudepigrapher, the Book of Japheth, and the pseudepigrapher, it talks about how that happened. You know, about I don't know if you heard the story of
what's your version of the creation story?
The reason why it spread all over the world is because when you read about the fallen angels, the angels that
okay, well now we getting into other stuff. What is your version of the creation story?
Oh, it happened the exact way the book says.
What is
I have no version of it? It's just the way the Most High said it happened.
What is the symbol? What's your understanding of it happening? That's what I want to know.
You're talking about on the first day the Most High created,
the very beginning,
heaven from the earth.
Yes.
My understanding is exactly the way the book says. I don't add or take away.
Another way. So there's no deeper understanding.
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of different theories here and there, but what the book says is perfect for me.
For you, okay, well, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need to discuss it anymore. You're happy with what you're on. So in other words, deeper is not where you want to go. Okay, well, the discussion is basically over. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to something else.
Yeah.
Let's go on to something else. Anybody else?
Have you read the Bhagavad Gita?
Partially.
Yeah, my girlfriend got it. She got some Buddhist rolled up on her, and she ended up buying it.
Okay.
And then I took it off her. So I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking, is it worth reading? I mean, it's free.
Yeah. The thing is how you got to remember, religion is cultural and basically geographical. So in other words, if you look at the books, all the symbols are basically relate.
Yeah, mine not.
Okay.
To me just
yeah, they're all basically the same. Yeah, even the. Even I remember, what is the book? Even in the Bible, when it said the Spirit of God walked across the basically the heaven, the waters, and they were dark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, the male energy, which is God, or the God which is Ptah, and the noon was the waters, where they call the great waters, and everything is dark because there is no light. Right, and then when Ptah created a particle, and which is Atum, which is Adam, and it spoke, and it spoke with its tongue and said, "Let there be light." In other words, the process of creation actually started, but the waters, walking across the waters and separating. After that, he spoke and it started separating the wet from the dry, the light from all those. In other words, he created all the other guys that said, which is water, light, dark, all that stuff. You can see it in the Memphite theology. So it all goes all the way back. The waters of heaven go all the way back to basically to the Pygmies, because they looked up at the. They looked up at the pole stars, and they thought that was they thought it was a vagina where the waters of heaven come down through. So they looked at the black sky is heavenly waters. So in other words, how did this stuff get there? And basically, Ptah came across, and it was all dark and watery, and he spoke. Atum, he created Atum, and Atum spoke, and the process of creation started, and which is basically the same thing in all your texts for the most part. Same thing with the separation of the what is it? I'm having a block right now. What I'm saying is, the yin yang has the same thing. the separation of the male and female, light and dark, and all this. That's why. And I think in my esoteric series, I was saying that the feminine energy is considered dark matter, or dark, which represents the noon or the waters of the essence of what the universe actually is. And same thing with the Big Bang. Big Bang is actually a scientific religious story. In other words, there was a bang and then you had an expansion. And it all comes down to speaking or sound. And even the Vedics that's where the comes from, because they said the original sound was which is the first word that God spoke that still resonates in the universe. So when they go that basically they're speaking in God's language to speak whatever it is into creation. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that go along with it. So in other words, if you look, every different religion has its own version of the creation story, but basically they're all the same. They pretty much line up. They say yeah, is the sound of creation, which is the first. Or atum, which is, if you think about it, is atum, which is the tongue that spoke that sound into creation. And basically, if you look at all the not only just the symbols, but the different male and female energy. I think I showed this one of my videos, the sperm and the egg, right? How big the egg is compared to the sperm, but the sperm is basically the creator, or pata, which creates life and energy and embeds energy into the matter, which is the egg is new. And they found out in science that the egg is actually more or less not dead matter. In other words, it's a cell, but there's no life in it. There's no original life in it.
Active component to it.
It has no active life in it. And they found out if you embed it with sperm cells, you can actually bring a life into it. It actually will become a zygote. So you can take any cell. It'll have to be an egg, a skin cell. But the thing is, it's the sperm that carries the life, which is consistent with what the creation story is, all the way back. So everything they find is consistent. One time an atheist was giving me a hard time, and I showed him, even according to the I think it was, what was it called, the God particle, the Higgs boson. And I showed them a symbol of the Higgs boson and the separation of the particles right into, I think it was like 4 or 7, something like that. And I showed them the picture of Ptah holding the other guys up out of the noon, which is out of non-creation or non-being into being. So in other words, I was showing them, going through the Gnostic symbols, and I'm showing exactly how it relates not only to religion but also to science. In other words, Gnostics believe you should be able to find the creator in any text or anything that you pick up. It should all be there. Either he's there everywhere or he's nowhere. And if you don't understand the symbols, you can find it everywhere, even down to I think this guy, he's on YouTube. I can't remember his name, but he's a self-taught field theorist, right? And he was showing how the universe is basically the solid matter is actually fields of whatever is the underlying matter is. It's not solid. In other words, all the little particles that make up the dark matter of the waters contribute to fields, and the solid matter is actually fields that repel against each other. All the way down from basically the shape goes all the way down from a subparticle all the way up to a galaxy. They're all shaped basically the same, which is interesting. Which is how I got into Gnosticism, because it relates all the way from the subparticles all the way up to galaxy and galactic clusters.
So what, like anions, quarks? You're trying to say everything is shaped the same thing? It's just
it's all, yeah. In other words, it's just smaller and solid. A quark is not a solid object; it's a field. It's a field, and whatever the matter is, whatever the ground matter of the waters is, that's what the field is actually made of. They don't know exactly what it is because they can't detect it. But all they can see is the effect of the quark as a field. It looks exactly the same as a molecule or an atom or an electron. Electron is really not electron. It's not a solid. It's not a solid entity. It's a charge in the field. There really is no electrons. It's a charge. And you detect we say, but just to count, it has 8 electrons or whatever, but it's a charge. There is no such thing as an electron. But that's how we count charge. You know, a field has a minus charge or plus charge. So you bring 2 fields together, they're going to line up and join and link. But it's extremely interesting when you look at it, the way he explains it.
A question: how do you think that the Nazis completely got the wrong ancient Hindu, or I believe it's Buddhist symbol? Why did they just go so far left off that?
Because it's like anything else. If you want to enact a certain energy, which is I think it's the Vedic energy is basically a whirlwind, and basically Nazi is about that, about change, whirlwind change. And I think that's why they adopted it. I'm not sure exactly why they adopted it, but the thing is, when you want to bring a certain power, you bring that into your consciousness through symbols and stuff like that. So they do that a lot. Same thing with a cross. A cross is actually supposed to be the 4 corners, the directions, north, south, east, and west, or the 4 dimensions, which is represents the physical universe. Which is another thing. That's why I was going to get deep into the text, so people can actually see step by step how this stuff is actually built. It means something. It means something not on a lower level but a higher level.
So, as a do you actually believe in string theory? Believe that energy?
The string theory, because string theory is based on the vibration of certain matter. In other words, matter is formed by vibration. Yeah. So in other words, yes, in a sense, yes, because the field does have a vibration. In other words, there is no matter without vibration. Without the black matter actually vibrating and forming a field, there is no matter. Everything will fall apart. So in a sense, they're correct, but they're not complete.
Hey, I gotta go anyway. Thanks very much.
Are you gone?
Yeah, I gotta go.
All right. Yeah, it's almost that time. Yeah. Unless everybody got some really pressing questions.
The only other thing I wanted to talk about was William Engdahl, but I ain't got time.
Oh, William F. On
no,
which article?
Engdahl.
Engdahl?
Yeah, Engdahl.
The guy that the writer.
I don't know if he's a writer. He talked about politics though.
Yeah. I've just got him in. Which particular article?
His theory about Trump being placed in there to sever Russia from China.
I mean, if it would be nice, it'd be one thing if he could, because that's the only way you're gonna. That's the only way you actually gonna. Huh?
I was just like, Putin isn't that stupid.
No, he's not, and he doesn't trust the West anyway because they raped him. They raped Russia back at 89 and 90. They raped him. I mean, severely raped him. The carpetbaggers came in and raped Russia, so they don't trust him. They're not going back. Why would they go back? They basically have a winning hand. It doesn't make sense.
All right, then with that, I'm gone.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Everybody good?
Yeah, I'm good on that.
All right. Anybody in the chat? Everybody good? All right. If that's the case, I'll let everybody go to bed.
All right. It was nice being on the show, man. That was awesome.
All right, man. All right. I'll let everybody know when I start the study. I've been promising it for a while, but I got about 3 or 4 books that I probably need to do, and this will probably be easier than tackling Tragedy and Hope. Tragedy and Hope is like a 1,200-page book, so this is only like 300 pages. Probably easier to tackle, even though it's more esoteric and probably harder to understand. Yeah, because he goes deep into symbols, man. If you realize that the sacrifice,
there's a lot of that in Masonry too. That's something.
What's that?
The symbology about symbols and how they play a part in the world and all those different the idea of symbols having power and being able to control people with symbols, and that's how they're able to with their advertisements and different things like that.
Yeah, because they know how symbols react on the consciousness, because if they've been around for 10, 20,000 years, what are they doing? They're writing it down. Okay, when we have this symbol, this is how people react, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and they got a lot of that from a lot of different ancient religions, Egyptology, and a lot of that stuff's been around forever.
Okay, if you don't understand anything else I said, carry this with you. People carry the religion with them. They don't start it when they get there; they carry it with them. I mean, I saw a religious dance in I think they were in Samoa. And they were talking. They're actually going. If you look at them, they're going through the story of how they got on a boat. And the warriors and the women got on the boat, and they rowed and rowed and rowed until they found their island. And they were doing a certain dance, but the dance was almost exactly the same as the Pygmies religious dance. So basically, they're telling this is where we came from. These are our people. In other words, even though they've been separated by like 10,000 years,
it's been passed down.
It's been passed. They carried it with them.
That's awesome.
The same thing with the Jarawa tribe. We think that marriage is only like 5,000 or 10,000 years old, and you look at their tribe, it's 100,000 years old.
Yeah, they've been married forever. And what's interesting is what you just said on that too, is, that's why when we got over here from slavery, they wouldn't allow us to speak our tongue, or, we weren't allowed to do a lot of reading. They basically disconnected us from our heritage.
Yeah, that's true. And plus you got to remember, there's another thing, because that's why I studied. No, you got to remember, Black people did not come from one particular place. They didn't come from one particular society, one particular culture, or one particular language. They came from hundreds.
Yeah.
Multiple hundreds of them.
Yeah. Black is a Crayola color. That's not even indicating a particular, that's why when people say African, that's so that understanding is flawed, because even Africans, even the people that live in that land, they don't consider themselves Africans. There's a whole bunch of tribes and nations in that country.
They're peoples, and that's what O'Shea Duke Jackson. In fact, he rethought his thing about marrying a non-African American woman, because I was saying in another hangout that we don't have an African identity, and they disagree with me. I said, you're not African. You have an American identity. And O'Shea found out the same thing, because he's in Poland, and when he hooks up with Africans, they said, no, you're American, because you're not Igbo, you're not this, that, or the other. You're not from a tribe. So you don't have an African identity. You have an American identity. You have a Black American identity.
Yeah, and that's why I don't get behind that whole blackity black come together, blackly black, because even the people in Africa don't do that.
they in other words, you have to understand why there is Pan-Africanism, and why you have to have some component of it if you're going to go forward.
Of Pan-Africanism.
Okay. If you want reparations, and I've said this to a whole bunch of people within the reparations movement, you can't do it within the United States. You have to take a Pan-African perspective. You have to get all Black people in a big block and says, look, billion and a half. You're not getting any resources until we get some kind of reparations, and you have to do it big enough to where it's going to be effective. You can't ask for 100 or half a billion dollars or $50 billion. You have to ask for like 4 trillion, something really, really big, because you're going to have to swing a whole lot of weight. A whole lot of people are going to have to get paid. You have to do it as a block.
Yeah, if they're going to go for that, they better, they get together and try to.
That's why Pan-Africanism exists.
Yeah.
It's a political thing. It's a political. It's just like white is a political idea. There's no such thing as white people.
Exactly. That's so foolish.
White people. But the thing, it works for them because it's a political instrument, right?
And it only works for them here because Russians don't. The people who consider themselves Russian,
all over the world. When they go conquer the world, do they conquer as Europeans or white people?
I don't.
They conquer it as white people, as a block, because if they were Germans, Italians, Spanish, English, Norway, whatever, right?
About that.
You understand me?
Yeah,
it's
I understand.
A political thing. It's a political instrument to bring people together as a block to do work.
Yeah, what I was saying is that people who are, if you look at how Russia acts, they don't consider themselves, Frenchmen or Italians or we're all white, let's come together. No, they, most that ideology I think is most effective here in this country because a lot of people are disconnected from their mother nations.
So why is white American nation help out a British American nation, a French American nation to go after Libya?
I think that has to do with the whole EU and, trying to maintain the European Union. But I understand where you're coming from on that. Yes, I do understand. But if you look how Russia is not for that, though.
Why do you think Russia is not for that?
Because their alliances are Eastern, like as far as with,
Come on, man. Come on. Stay
they're
with
not.
me. Why did I just tell you? Why did I just say that Russia is not aligned with Europe anymore?
I didn't hear you say that.
In other words, and after the wall came down, the carpetbaggers from the United States and Europe came in and raped Russia, had them on his knees.
Oh yeah, okay. Now, okay. Yeah,
so that's why Russia. That's how I come. And it was Chinese money that got Russia back on its feet. So who is Russia going to be aligned with?
Chinese. That's right, China.
Exactly. It's a political move.
Yep.
In other words, the white ideology didn't work for Russia, so they gave it up. All right.
Yeah,
there's a reason for it.
Does Germany still do they still stand behind that? Because I know that they kind of lost out.
Germany feels that number one, if you understand, and it's a little deeper, and I'm gonna do this for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go because I'm getting kind of loopy right now. Yeah. So in other words, Germany, if you understand that Catherine the Great was a Prussian, she was not a Russian. She's a Prussian, and basically she formed a modern Russia. Her and Peter the Great, they're Prussians. The Russian nobility is Prussian. The German nobility is Prussian. So in other words, they're cousins. So Germany and Prussia, even though they fight and they have fought in the past, they're actually cousins. The reason that the Germans attacked Russia twice is because of the Soviet Union. They kicked the Russian nobility out in 1917. So in other words, that's how come Germany attacked Russia only in World War I, but also in World War II.
That's very
to kick the Soviet Union out and so they can reinstate the Prussian nobility. Now Putin, after the fall of the Soviet Union, he's actually Prussian nobility. Nobody's talking about that.
Wow.
So now Germany is a lot more friendly to who?
Russia.
To Russia. Yes. which when you start linking the things together, then you start to understand how the world works.
Wow, man, that's awesome. You're very well studied on that. That's admirable.
Well, yeah, you get that after about 25 years. Yeah.
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 That's awesome.
So that's why I'm saying it. Stuff that you're talking about, I struggled with 30 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and you're not listening to me. You're not hearing me because you're not ready for it yet.
I think one day we should chop it up, because I'm not coming from a Christian perspective. I just want you to know that what I'm speaking.
It does. If whether you're Christian, whether you're Buddhist, whether you're Islamic or whatnot, you're in a silo. Okay, you're in a silo. As long as you're in that silo, you believe that one thing is different from another.
Oh yeah, I completely
Gnosticism does not. Gnosticism knows that they're all the same.
Yeah, and see
there's only one God, but how many religions are there?
And see, that's I would love to talk on that, because I would like to, I would say that there's many gods. There's many of them.
There's only one God.
There's only one Most High, but there's a lot of gods.
There's only one God. There's energies and aspects of them, and that's how come people don't understand Egyptian religion. In other words, those things are aspects. In other words, there's only one unified God. Okay, just like there's only one. The universe is all one thing, but you see different aspects. We're just an aspect of that one thing. Even though we appear to be separate, we're still the aspect of that one thing. We're just a bunch of fields that are put together with the energy of the most high, if you will, that gives it energy. Okay, that makes you conscious. That's what makes you conscious, different from the rock, from the water and everything else. You have the energy, the consciousness injected into you.
And I completely get you on that. I think that the idea of there's only one God, I think that can be kind of double-sided, because I understand you're saying because I say that there's only one true, the Most High, like the Most High. But even Scripture says that He judges the gods, saying that He judges them. So my thing, like when you say that there's only one God and that there's one idea, that's dangerous for me, because Scripture says that in the end time, the adversary would return preaching oneness, that everything's one. Let's all get together. All the religions are one. That's what it says. What happened? That it says that understanding would start to spread in end time, and all the religions will start to come together. And that's what the adversary would teach, to get all the nations to come together as one.
Well, if that happens, I doubt if that ever happens.
I think we're getting close.
No, we're not. People are people. No, we're actually breaking it apart more than anything else. And actually, you get more religions than you ever had at any time in history. You have more religions now than you ever had. It's splintering off.
I'll say that I think that the world's getting more ready for that oneness. I mean, if you look at there's institution was just opened up. It may have been opened up a couple years ago, a worldwide institution for the oneness of all the religions coming together.
That's been going on since the 1500s. Unity Church has been going on for a long time.
That's what it's called. Yeah,
the Unity Church has been around a long time, boss.
Oh wow. Well, what it said, like I said, in time, it says that's what.
I understand the end time. I used to go over this, man, when I was like 15, 16 years old. So I understand what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was long time. That's a long time ago for me. So I understand what you're talking about.
Okay, I think it'd be very interesting.
Dispensations and all that stuff. Yeah, I understand.
I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens here in these next couple of years. I think that'll be a very interesting thing, just to see what happens.
They've already written it. They don't know. And then we know what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Automation's going to happen.
Automation?
Yeah. They're going to release automation. Yeah.
You mean no longer having a man workforce? Is that what you're saying?
Like
not having.
It's gonna start diminishing. It's already been diminishing. You know.
Oh yeah, with more machines and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just gonna accelerate. That's all it is. We're gonna see what happens when they get to the what they call the singularity.
Singularity. So everything coming together at one to be one. Is that what you're?
Biology. In other words, biology, tech, energy, all this stuff is gonna come together.
Okay.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which nobody saw coming.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. You know.
Yeah. Well, they already know what's going to happen, and pretty much it's only one thing that can happen. All these things are going to blend.
Yeah.
So man will be blended in with machine or whatever goes for artificial intelligence at the time. It won't be.
Oh yeah, I can see that happening. I can see that, that whole Matrix thing, everybody kind of, trying to become one with the machine. And if you don't participate in the society, you'll be left out.
Well, the thing that I see, and I'm trying to remember the name of the TV show. It had a very accurate portrayal of the future, probably the most accurate that I've ever seen. It was called. It was a Fox TV show called
Aliens. Not Aliens.
No.
V.
No. It was a TV show of Fox, and the people were called the Observers.
Observers.
And I think I'm trying to remember. Let me pull it up.
Not They Live or anything.
No.
Okay. The Observers.
I'm trying to remember the name of the show. If you put in the Observers, it'll come up. I'm trying to remember the name of the show.
Let me see. You said it was on Fox?
It was Fox.
The Observers are humans that were created in 2167. The Observers are.
Yeah. In other words, basically they melded.
Fringe? Was the show called Fringe?
Fringe. It was Fringe.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the most accurate example of the future that I've probably ever seen. And it's probably most likely where they basically start not only melding technology with the human beings, but also artificially created the human beings. It's engineering them. They're bioengineering human beings, and I'm getting loopy. Okay, and actually putting in technology with them. In other words, they blend the two together, and they grow them all together from the start. They're able to do superhuman things, like go back in time and stop bullets, teleport, all that stuff.
Yeah, I can see some stuff like that happening as well.
Yeah, in other words, that's the most accurate vision of the future that I've ever seen. So if you look at that, that's probably more likely what's going to happen during this.
I think that'll take part. I think that it'll be, basically, if you participate in the society, you will be privileged to all those different types of things.
No, in other words, it won't matter whether you participate or not. They'll just start growing people.
Oh, I thought you were. Well, yeah, I can see that happening. Damn, that's some.
And if they start growing people,
wicked stuff.
After a couple of generations, who will there be? Nothing but people that have been grown and engineered.
Yikes! You think it'll go that far?
Yeah. No, yeah. It's already. They're not quite there yet, but they can already do a part of that already.
Yeah, I think that the Most High is going to destroy that stuff before it even. That'll be coming
who knows? That's what you believe, and I'm not going to argue with you. Okay,
I got you.
That's a belief. We're not dealing with belief because we have atheists on here. We got all kind of people.
Yeah.
So I don't deal in belief. If I put mine in check, I expect everybody else to put theirs in check.
Gotcha.
Because the atheists are not coming in here screaming you down, are they?
No. I mean, there's some in the chat, but no, they're not in the.
Oh, in other words, they're not.
There's got some wild dudes in the chat, boy. They saying all kinds of stuff.
Well, because what you believe is irritating to their ears is what they're saying to you is irritating to yours, right?
Yeah.
So the reason they like me is because narcissism is grounded in practical what?
Practical understanding.
Practicality. It's grounded in science. Not only science, and religion was science way back when. So it has to be grounded in both. You couldn't just believe. If you couldn't prove it, if you can't prove what you're saying in a practical sense, it wasn't accepted. It just wasn't. And if you can't prove it practically, it's a belief.
True.
You think it's a rule, but if you can't give me a practical example of what you believe, then it's a belief. It's an opinion. It's not.
That's correct. I got you.
You got me. So in other words, if you're gonna do it and you're gonna do it right, it can't be a belief. You got to find a practical basis for what you're saying. Otherwise, you're just like any other Joe on the street, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna do your religion right, you should be going over to the Kabbalah Center and listening to their lectures.
No. See, that's the thing. I haven't really had a chance to explain my belief. I'm not Jewish, so I don't.
You don't have to be.
That.
You don't. But the thing
Kabbalah,
is, they're
Kabbalah.
Listen to me. Listen to me. These are the people that are experts in the book, whether you believe what they say or not.
Actually, we are.
These are the people that are experts in the book because they've been studying this shit for 2,000 years. Have you been studying the book for 2,000 years?
No, but no man has studied the book for 2,000 years.
These are the people that have been Kabbalism has been around for 2,000 years, okay?
The Kabbalah, see, that's not biblical though. That's what I'm saying. Judaism is not biblical.
Kabbalahism has been around for 2,000 years, okay? These are the people that are experts in the book. So regardless of whether you believe in it or not, you need to go and see what they say and see what you can pick up from them.
Sir, but what I'm saying is I'm not Jewish, so that means I don't follow the Kabbalah. That's Judaism.
I'm not Jewish, but I'm Hebrew. It doesn't matter. I'm not Hebrew or Jewish. You're still studying the same book, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to get you.
You don't study the Pentateuch, the first 5 books?
No. Oh no, that's not you're talking about the Torah?
The Pentateuch, where the Torah is the first 5 books, right?
Yeah, the first 5 books is called the Torah, and that's not the Kabbalah. Is not the Torah.
I'm not saying is, but I'm saying is these people break down those books. It behoove you to listen to what they're saying.
Like I said, I think
whether you agree with them or not, you pick up stuff from them so that you can use.
No. That's all wickedness, man. And I wish we could really speak on that stuff.
Another way. Stay in your silo, dude. Stay in your silo. Stay in your silo. It's okay. My mother, she stays in her silo. My sister was in a silo until she broke out of it because she had to, because she needed a greater understanding than the book was going to provide her. Okay. So she had to go out. She had to get a greater understanding of it. So, but if you want to stay in your silo because you're new at it, stay in it. It's okay.
I wouldn't. I've been in it.
My brother stays in it. How long have I been a Gnostic?
I think you said. Are you asking me?
I said it. I've been since 1994.
Yeah, you said. I think you said what? 25 years.
23 years.
23.
Before that, I was a Christian since I was 10.
And see, I used to be a Christian. I've been in this walk for over 10 years, and I'm young. You know, I'm not up there in age yet. You know, but I thank the Most High for all the knowledge and wisdom that He's given to me, and He's made it simple for me. You know,
I understand.
He's made it simple for me.
It's supposed to be simple for you. Yeah. I'm not saying if you want to go to the next level, it's up to you. But it doesn't sound like you're ready. You're not ready. Okay. No, I understand. Because my mother says the same thing. I don't want to go outside my belief because it's hard. Being a Gnostic is hard. It's not easy.
I got you.
And it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. And there's a weight that comes with it. Why am I doing this for free? because I'm a Gnostic. It is my job for my teacher giving it to me to give it back to everybody else.
And that's just like my belief as well. I'm supposed to reach out to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which are what people call the quote unquote African American or black people.
You are supposed to be, and I'm going to tell you this, you are supposed to be go from what? The word made flesh to the word made true. You're supposed to replicate the Most High to the greatest extent possible. And that means give it to everybody, not just your people.
Well, you got to remember, the Messiah gave a commandment. Remember, he said, go first to the lost sheep of Israel and give them a chance, because we're the ones who were supposed to be the teachers of all nations. So I'm supposed to go first to my people and give them a chance.
The first thing to do, the first thing that you are responsible for is yourself going from the word made flesh to the word made true. You were born into you came from the Most High as an energy and became what? Flesh.
True.
In other words, if you look at the 7 steps of unfoldment, you came down as an energy into the womb and became flesh. Now you had to reverse that and go back the other way, become the word made true and manifest the energy of the creator onto the earth plane. That's your job.
And that's
no matter
correct.
what.
Yeah.
No matter what. Awesome. How can I explain your book? Right. And I'm not a Hebrew, right?
Well, you said you studied the Bible. You were a Christian, right?
In other words, how can I explain your book? I'm a Gnostic, and I took your book. I took your essence and explained it to you. That's the 7 steps of unfoldment, which is really what the tree of life is when you break it down.
Well, no, I mean, think about it. You've basically, I wouldn't say you've explained the book. You've touched on a subject that was correct.
In essence, yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You hit on a subject that was correct. Yes, I'm supposed to be
Yes, you spoke. Yeah, I know, yeah. Exactly.
So you hit on that.
I've been where you've been. In other words, I'm telling you, I've been where you've been.
The book is a lot deeper than that, though. You know, there's a lot of things that us as you know, I don't know if you know, I know you're a Gnostic. You've decided what you are going to.
In other words, if I wanted to study your book and break down the symbols and go deeper into it, I couldn't, because I know what the symbols are. I know the underlying principles of it. So in other words, I can't go word for, because I do it all the time. My mother would come to me and say, "Oh, read this and interpret this," and I'll read it and interpret it to her.
Well, let me ask
I understand. Yes, sir.
Since you have studied and you do know scripture, who are okay? So, are you familiar with who the children of Israel are? Who the real teachers of men are supposed to be?
Who the real teachers of men are supposed to be,
according to the Bible.
I haven't read it in a long time.
That's okay. Deuteronomy 28. It explains. It explains.
Read it to me.
That's a long chapter, man.
In other words, according to your tradition, this is what they say. But other traditions will say something different. What is the essence of
what that says? Okay, yes. The essence of it. It details why. It details the blessings and the curses. That's what Deuteronomy 28 pretty much focuses on.
Okay,
it talks about one of the curses was that you would be sent back into slavery, but on ships to a land that neither you nor your forefathers have known. And there you would be persecuted. You would lose your heritage, be called by many bywords and proverbs. It says that you would be locked away in prison houses.
Why
the other nations
why would that happen?
Because that was the blessing and the curses that was put over the nation of Israel when Moses led them out of Egypt through the Most High. That was when the children of Israel made a covenant, a promise, pretty much.
If you don't follow me, if you don't follow my instructions, this is what's going to happen to you, right? Because I'm trying to lead you away from that, right?
Exactly, and that's
in other words, if you don't do this, this is the penalty.
Exactly,
right?
And that
details, really simple, right?
Now that details our identity. That details who we are as a people, why we're here, and how we get back to our blessing and our promise.
But it's also, but it also can be universal to any people.
Well, you got to It can if they accept this.
No. If you take exactly the same thing. to any other people, if you don't follow the directions of the covenant or whatever in that land, foreigners will come in and do what? Take you away into what?
It says that you'd be led away into slavery.
In other words, if you don't do the right thing, you're going to get defeated by if immoral people don't keep the covenant. Your society will decay. A foreigner will come in and do what?
It says
take you into slavery. It happened to Greece. It happened to Egypt. It happened to
the Egyptians. No.
It happened to a whole bunch of people.
No, the curses is very specific. It says that you would be led into Egypt, into slavery on ships.
Back where you came from. Yeah, because you were let out away from it, right?
True, but you got to remember when
in other words, if you don't follow what I'm saying, what's going to happen to you? You will go what? Back into where? If you don't,
bondage. Back into bondage.
Back into bondage because I just led you out, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And if you decided to screw up and be knuckleheads and do what you're doing and don't follow me, guess where you're going to wind up? Back where you came from. Does that make sense?
That it does make sense. That's the practicality.
And it's practical. It's practical to those people, but it's universal to anybody. If you don't stay strong and follow the precepts, you decline. You're going to get defeated and get carried where? Into slavery. That's universal.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that. But what I'm saying,
in other words, you can take it from a practical case, right?
That's correct.
A special case, and map it on universally so everybody can understand it, right?
True, you can do that. But in the sense that I'm using it is to identify the lost sheep.
So where is the power in the word?
The power is
the special case or the universal case? Which has more power?
Well, it's the special case because all people, because remember the way that the promise is set up, it's not meant for all
you're
people.
Young. No, it can't. Yes, it is. There's universal principles.
Okay, that's
in other words, if I can take the special case and figure out 100 other cases, where's the power?
Say that. I'm sorry. Say that again.
If I can take one particular case, one particular archetype or case, a special case, and I can take that and map it on and understand 100 different cases, where's the power?
The power is it's very specific. It's special and specific. It's only happened to one people.
Yes, it happens. So those people have only been the only people that have been enslaved, right?
No. That's not what the prophecy is. The prophecy is, remember, it's very specific.
Listen to
me. Because we can make it broad and it'll be for anybody.
Listen to me.
Okay.
Are those people the only people that have been enslaved?
No.
In other words,
for the most part have.
If you're talking to a different people and using this as an example, as a broader case, that's where the power of the word comes in. If you keep it siloed, it has no power because that particular circumstances is dead for the most part.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from on that.
This is how you use the book. This is how you use the book. You use the book as a tool. Not as you can use it as a special case if you want, but if you use it as a tool, that's where the power is. I'm trying to show you something.
Yeah, I mean, and I get you on that, but what I'm saying is for that specific.
Why? So if you get me on it, why are you fighting me on it?
I'm not fighting. I'm just trying to let you know that for that specific, that's a prophecy for a people.
I understand, but where's the power in the specific or the universal?
What?
In other words, let's put it this way. Let's put it out of mathematics. Okay. If I come up with an equation, right? Say I come up with a special equation, and it only works with one variable.
Okay.
And only works in one special case. How valuable is that equation?
It depends on how many times you get asked that specific question.
In other words, but if I come up with an equation that's universal, they can work on a million different situations. Which one has more power? Not a trap. Answer the question. It's not a trap. It's real simple.
I don't, because there's too many variables.
No, there's not. If I come up with one equation that only works in one special case versus one that works on a million cases, which one has more power?
It depends on the case.
No, it doesn't.
Like what my case is, getting into the kingdom, that has more power.
No. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't
a bunch of doors.
Dude,
don't give me saying though.
Dude. Hold on a second. Don't give me religious buck dancing. I'm agnostic. I asked you a special question.
But
answer the question. No, answer the question.
I can't.
No. You don't. You won't. It's not. I can't, because you know the answer.
Because I can't take you gave me an
yes,
open
you can.
question.
No, it's not an open question. It's really simple. It's really simple. I don't have to give you the variables. It's really simple. It's really simple. If I take one tool that works on a million different things versus a tool that works on one thing, which tool is more valuable?
Let me ask: is the one that works on a million different things, does it also work on the one that the one tool
it can
do? Then of course the other one, the one that does a million would. But if that one that does a million doesn't work in that one specific,
if you had to go out in the woods. If you had to go out in the woods in the wilderness, which tool are you going to carry? The one that works on one thing, or one that works on a million different things?
I'll carry both, because you never know if
you have to
come around.
Which? The question is which one. It's not both. Which one?
I wouldn't even go into the woods, man, if it was going to be like that.
Okay, dude, I understand.
I'm not going to lose.
No.
I refuse to make. I refuse to lose in that scenario.
In other words, we're not even discussing or debating. You want to be right, and that's fine. You're right, and we're going to go on to something else. Go ahead. Anybody else? In fact, if nobody else has other questions, I'm gonna go ahead and go in and hang up, and I'll see you guys later. Anybody else? Nothing else? And nothing else? Because I have this problem with Christians already. I have this problem with Christians already. And Jehovah's Witnesses, I say one thing about them: when they're wrong, they just shut up and walk away. But I have this problem with Christians. Atheists are not as bad. What I'm saying is, man, don't be a Christian.
I'm not. I'm Hebrew, but
no. But you're acting like a Christian. I'm saying you're acting like one. That's what they do. They do the same thing you do. They get in a corner, and the thing is, they don't want to admit they're in a corner. You're in a corner. Everybody looks at you're in a corner. There's no way out. So I'm not going to answer the question. I'm gonna roll up into the ball. I'll ignore everything that you're saying, and I know.
No, I mean, again,
you already have. You can't answer a simple question because you think it's going to be a trap because it's a simple question.
It's because what you're trying to tie the answer to that question to is about the identification of people, children of Israel.
I'm trying to get you to lift your consciousness a little bit so that the tool will be more powerful. That's what I'm trying to get. It doesn't matter what you believe. The thing is that the book is not just a religious doctrine; it's a tool.
That's true.
And if you use it as a tool, it's more powerful. If you use it as a relic, it has less power. Use it as a tool. You can't. I know you can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't because just like a kindergartner doesn't want to go to first grade, he's scared. Because you're afraid that you're going to lose your belief or your religion. It's not true.
No,
my sister thought the same. My sister thought the same thing, and she found out it expanded her belief rather than close it down. That's what it's for. You don't want to expand it. You want to know the book, not know God. There's a difference. You want to know the book, not know God. You don't want to know who he really is. No, you don't. No, you don't.
I mean, until we can truly have that conversation,
you don't know God, man. You don't know him,
because that's kind of throwing insults, especially
no.
when you haven't had the full case. I haven't even been able to express my beliefs. You've given me the Gnostic viewpoint, and I get you, and I'm actually very accepting of that. I understand where you're coming from, but the Gnostic viewpoint and the Hebrew viewpoint will never coincide.
They do all the time. You just don't. You want to stay safe in your silo. That's all it is.
See, that's assumptions. Because
I talked to Black Ram. He understands where I'm coming from.
Who?
Black Ram. He's 313. I know you don't know who it is, but he's a Hebrew Israelite. He accepts it. He understands what I'm coming from.
Yeah, I accept you as well.
No, you don't. In other words, you want to stay safe in kindergarten. Stay there. It's okay.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not gonna insult you or say that we can just, if you're a Gnostic, and that's completely fine. You've made your decision and your choice on what you believe.
No, dude, it doesn't matter to me. If you want to be a Gnostic, you can.
No, I'm Hebrew.
I didn't say you. I said I didn't say what you were. You don't have to be a Gnostic, okay? You don't have to be where I am. Stay where you are. I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you practical examples of how you can expand the book.
Oh, that's okay? No. See, because Scripture says that the whole duty of man is to fear Yah and keep his commandments. So that's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? I already have enough stuff so that's fine.
No, in other words, I want to stay where I am, and I'm fine with it.
Exactly.
So, in other words, don't cross over into this side, because this is deep water. Stay where you are.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So arguing with me, you cannot argue with a Gnostic about religion.
Huh?
If you argue with a Gnostic about religion, you're gonna wind up in the.
I won't argue with an agnostic, because
I
don't argue with atheists, because you've made your decision on what.
No. Regardless, I put you in a corner that you couldn't get out of.
No, I've transcended above corners.
No, you haven't. You got in that corner and you couldn't get out of it, dude. Everybody's listening to you and they're laughing because you couldn't get out of it. You couldn't answer a simple question.
Okay. I mean, again, these are your fans.
No. So you couldn't answer a simple question. No, it's not a belief. You couldn't. I asked you about a different case about a tool. You couldn't answer the question about a tool because you knew what the answer was going to be. You didn't want to face it. It's okay.
I said I carry both.
Dude, it's okay. It's okay. You've already lost that argument. It's okay. It's okay. I do this all the time. It's okay. I'm not even hitting you with the heavyweight, because the thing is, my teacher a long time ago says, as long as the religion works for that particular person, don't go around trying to destroy somebody's belief. To leave them alone. That's perfectly fine.
That's the same thing that I
because we used to go slaughtering people as far as religion. So as long as people, I've had people that were staunch religious, like Christians or whatever, coming to me every day, and I pick up a book, I show them something, they walk away. Never talk to me again about it.
Oh, yeah, I used to be like that with Christians as well. I used to just swing away, you know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot about how that religion was founded and all the different pagan beliefs in it, but I've stopped. Now, like I said, when a person truly believes what they believe, that's fine with me. I don't care.
If you were important enough, I would get back into the text and I would break it down for you step by step to the point where you would walk away to. It wouldn't, because Gnosticism you can't beat, because we already know the underlying structure of your book. It's all the same.
Okay, like I said, hey man, it's everybody's decision.
It's all the same.
Everybody's belief is their own.
No, that's exactly what it is. It's not, Gnosticism is not a belief. It's based on all of them.
But all of them are beliefs, right? Every single one of them are beliefs. So Gnosticism is a belief.
Gnosticism is not only based out, not only in religion, but also science. Okay, really deep. You don't want to even go into that, huh?
when it comes to science, right? If you're not physically proving it yourself, you're having a belief in that. Because if you're not acting out those formulas yourself and proving that, then you're believing somebody else's word.
I was a chemist. If you get to the point where you understand equations and all that stuff, you'll see it for yourself. It's obvious.
Okay.
The thing is, if you haven't studied, it's not obvious to you. It's like you reading ancient Chinese. You don't understand it. It's gibberish to you.
Yeah, science can be very confusing. The same way scriptures can be.
Scripts. If you know the principles and underlying structures and the symbols, it's not confusing.
You talking about scriptures?
Scriptures they're fairly simple. It's fairly straightforward. It's not confusing at all.
That's how it's supposed to be. But again, the Most High says that understanding is a gift, and it's a gift from Him.
There's always 3 levels to any scripture, and it depends on how deep you want to go.
Okay.
The esoteric is at the bottom, which is actually the writers of the books actually lay it out in esotericism. But they had to make it to the point where it's accessible to you. But the power is always in the symbols in the situation. If you understand that, then you understand the book, and the book is really easy. No, I'm not a Freemason.
I mean, it all, like I said, scripture, it all boils down.
Black Gnosticism is based on Memphite theology. I'm answering a question in the comment section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Black Gnosticism is, basically you're using symbols and stuff from all over, from Zen, from the Kabbalah, from Freemasonry, but basically my religion, my particular sector of Gnosticism is Memphite theology. So in other words, that's how come I use a lot of Memphite theology symbols and powers and all that kind of crap. So that's where it comes from.
That was somebody in the chat.
Yeah, because if you understand, because I didn't understand the 40 years in the wilderness until I understood the Nile. The Nile floods for 40 days. That's transformation. So in any purge, the Nile flooded for 40 days. For basically 40 days and 40 nights. That's where the flood came from. The story came from with Noah. That's where the number came from. But it floods for 40 days and 40 nights, and what they have to do, it covers the land and wipes out all the markers. So basically, 40, the number 40, whether it's 40 days or 40 years, is a purge. Basically erasing all the old markers and all the old symbols. And also 40 years represents 2 generations. So Moses wandering in the wilderness for 40 days, for 40 years, basically means that it's going to take 2 generations to purge the old people, the old thinking out of the people.
Yeah, that's true. That's what Scripture says.
So that you can do what? So that you can lay out a new.
The Most High, He said to do that because the children of Israel had gotten wicked. So that was the punishment. Was
exactly it's a purge.
They weren't allowed.
You know what? Yeah. You know who else did that?
Who else did what?
A purge for 40 years.
Purge for 40 years.
Mao Zedong. He purged his people and sent them back to the farm for 40 years, and then brought them back into cities after 40 years. He wanted to purge their old thinking out of the people.
That's interesting.
How long did Christ wander in the wilderness? If you believe in that.
Oh, he was 40 days and 40 days?
40 days.
Mm-hmm.
Well, funny how those symbols line up, huh?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Okay. That's very interesting. I know. Yeah.
It all revolves around beliefs. So I think that we all choose what we believe in.
The beliefs,
because it all revolves around beliefs.
The beliefs mean something. What do they mean? That's the whole thing. They mean something. What do they mean? Why are they used? It means something. They're not just beliefs. They mean something.
Even that is a belief, because in my understanding, it means that's what separates the righteous from the wicked. It's their actions and their beliefs. So
they mean something. Those numbers and those powers mean something. They're based in science.
Hey, if if that's what that's cool. If that's to me, that's not
the lunar cycle means something. The lunar cycle means something. How come a mouse, a chicken, a human being, an elephant, all have cycles? In other words, birth cycles in a matter of lunar cycles. Whether it's 1, whether it's 5, 10, or whatever. Why is that?
I have no idea.
In other words, the moon is a lunar cycle. It controls the feminine. It controls the basically gestation of creatures.
Yeah, that's something.
So in other words, that's how come you know that a human being is gestated for 40 weeks.
Wow, that's interesting.
And an elephant is gestated for 80 weeks.
80
in cycles
weeks.
of 4.
That's something.
Which is lunar cycles. In other words, a human being is 10 lunar cycles. An elephant is 20 because it's twice the size. Why is that? Is that scientific? Are those symbols scientific or are they beliefs?
I have no idea about any of that. That's not something that I'm studying. My thing,
I know.
My thing is, again, I just reach out to
I know what your thing. I know what your thing is.
Yeah,
and you're talking over it. In other words, when you're in the presence of somebody that knows more, you guess what? You be quiet, right? Because you're learning.
I thought you were asking me questions.
I mean, I'm asking you a question, rhetorical question. I already know what it is. I'm trying to point something out to you.
Oh, you don't want me to say? Okay, I won't. I'll let you.
I mean, in other words, why are you arguing? Why are you arguing?
I didn't think I was
trying to put something. Why are you putting something else into it? I'm trying to point something out to you. If you don't want to know, it's just dude, I don't want to know. Yeah, I know it's Fringe, boss. It's we looked it up. It's Fringe. If you look at Fringe and look at the observers, that's the closest thing I've ever seen to a realistic future event. You study observers; they're exactly where we're headed. The blending of technology and biology, and they had special. They can go. They're like Superman. They go back in time. They can teleport. They have special, all kinds of stuff that we're blending of technology and biology. In fact, the biology that they would shape their brains in such a way. But the thing is that they found out they had to eliminate emotions to actually expand their logic capacity. So they were unemotional, which is something that they struggled with, which is interesting. It's an interesting archetype. It's really interesting. But the thing is, if you're Gnostic and you bring the archetypes, you understand archetypes. That's how come I can actually take a show like Insecure and break it down into archetypes, because I understand how to do it. It's a way to teach people and expand people's thinking. I think somebody's snoring. Everybody ready? No, somebody else.
Oh, okay.
I get it, boss. I get it. No, he's learning, man. He's growing. He's a baby. He'll get it. He'll get there. And it took me a long time. I had to have a crisis to become a Gnostic. My ex, man, at the time, she didn't want me to leave her, so she got pregnant because she didn't want me to leave. So I had a crisis because I had another girl already lined up. So the only way out of that, man, is I had to. In fact, I think I've told the story. I was riding in the middle of the night, man. I was riding and I got out of the car and I looked up in the heavens and I said, okay, I've gone as far as I can with Christianity. I said, I want to know who you really are. So put me on the path, put me on step so I can know who you really are. And this is the path that he put me on.
Same thing happened
because I asked. Well, you're still on the path. You got a ways to go.
Hey, like I said, I'm not going to say those things about you, but again, I think that it's a what you believe is.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it out of derision. I'm saying out of something that I already know. Just like I would tell my daughter or my son.
Okay.
I've been where you've been already, so I already know.
I say this. This is how I say hallelujah, and we shall see. That's how I end that is we shall see.
Well, yeah, dude. You know what? I know if I'm alive in 23 years, I'm sure I will find that you're saying something different.
Hey, we shall see.
I already know. Yeah, I know you say we shall see. I already know you're young. It'll happen.
All right. Hey.
Everybody ready? Everybody ready to yeah.
Oh, I see. More, you got it. It's Yah, as in hallelujah, kumbaya, Obadiah, Malachi.
Exactly. So basically, you're starting to learn. Okay. These memes are carried throughout a whole range of things. They're carried by a whole range of people, and they express themselves in words and symbols all over the world. But they all have a root, and that's. In fact, there was in fact, I was going to put that up because they were showing the roots of religion. I can't put it. I might, when I do it, I'll actually put it up. They're showing the tree branch of religions and how they propagated and from where they came from. It's a big, confusing map, but it's and it shows you exactly how the religions branched out according to where they landed, and where you guys are. Oh, there you are, right there. Okay, shamanism. That's where it came up from.
Shamanism.
And it came up from and blended in with shamanism, and they're talking about like 40,000 years ago. No, 12,500 years ago came out of Middle East shamanism, and it blended in with the Egyptian wisdom, and that's where you guys landed. You see the symbol.
That's something. Like I said, I think that we all choose what we want to believe. That to me, that's like another belief. If none of us was around during those times, that's a belief. And again, I think hey man, if a person chooses to believe that,
like I'm saying, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, and that's okay. That's a baby. That's basically a kindergartner talking.
Alrighty.
Okay. Because the thing is, if you want to find God, you got to find God everywhere. You want to find the true essence, not just what's in the book.
Okay.
The link for the last question, which is okay. You want to ask the last question? Okay, that's what he wants to do. All right, you're on. There's the link. So jump in if you want to. Somebody wants to ask the last question. The essence of the mystic is the path is, like I said, is to go from the word made flesh, which you're a human being, to the word made true. In other words, you're trying to replicate God in the flesh. If you can do that, which is very, very difficult, then you have power on the earth plane. But the thing is, it's very difficult to do within this body because, like they said, the Malhut is very fragile. In other words, your body is very fragile, so it can't accept the whole essence of God. I had a religious experience, right? And there's something that I always wanted. I wanted to know everything. In other words, have an oracle. So I had an experience where I had a vision of a shiny golden pond. And as the drops would come up out of the pond and start marching towards me, in a long line, each drop contained an answer to a question. And I got through the first one, and then I was going into the second one, but I felt myself come up out of my body. In other words, you can have all these answers, but not in this body. It says, you know, basically, do you want to die? Nope. I don't want to know that much. And I came back into my body. But that was my experience. Huh? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the first thing I asked, because I was drinking, the first thing I asked is that, okay, why do people get drunk? And why do you get high? Okay, because they do. In other words, why is it that alcohol makes you high? And what the answer came to, because it's a poison.
Yep.
It's a poison, and what's happening to you, what gets you high is not the alcohol. What gets you high is the reaction to the alcohol. In other words, to keep your system alive, it floods your brain, floods your body, floods your brain with endorphins. You get high off the endorphins, but not the alcohol.
Yep, that is correct.
And that's the answer that came to me through the droplet. So every now and then, the oracle will send me a droplet. It can't send me all the droplets, but it'll send me one.
Yeah, that's something.
But that's my religious experience. I wanted to replicate it and see how far I could go, but I'm also kind of nervous about not coming back.
Yeah,
which is why I said, nope. Had it made a choice, come back in your body, leave it alone. Because but the Kabbalists say that the Mahut, which is the earth body, the vessel is too fragile to contain it. So you only shine so much of it. Same thing with a woman. That's how come a woman can't accept too much criticism, because her Mahut or her vessel is even more fragile. So if you put too much on it, it'll break. So the thing, if you want the woman, you can't put too much criticism on it. That's how come they run from criticism.
And see, I got that same understanding where it says that the woman is the weaker vessel. Got the same understanding. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that's true. What I'm saying is they broke it down even further. How come women don't like criticism? There's a reason for it. And because what you're doing when you're criticizing, basically, especially from a man, you are the light, and you're giving that light to that vessel, filling that light up, that vessel up with light so it can create. Basically, bring your light into